Number 2, I'm 10-4-10 on the left-hand side of your screen. And with me is the famous Whammon. Not only Whammon, 2 questions. 1, how are you? 2, can I have your autograph?
Wow, Tim, I never thought that someone as famous as you would say something like that. Guys, Tim here is a front page featured streamer, part-time doctor, and also, I don't know, Chad, I hear that you've been winning rank games? I don't know the feelings of those because I recently got demoted to platinum from Conqueror. So I am a walking red flag right now.
I've been winning at about a 40% clip, and hopefully with these guys today, we're going to see some good wins and much better play out of, compared to the both of us. That's for sure. We have the highest of players going to be going up against each other for coveted spots in EGC Masters into the main event that starts next week. Whammon, we saw yesterday 4 people qualified. Demu was one of those that was included, so big shout out to him, along with the rest of the people that qualified. And if you did not qualify today, you have the opportunity, or yesterday, you have the opportunity to do it today. But this is the last chance. 4 spots left. Today, we're going to go through the entire bracket, and we're going to figure out who they are.
Now, the crazy thing is, yesterday we saw a new name, and I think most people are like, who's this guy? And Scarlet Devil was the guy who qualified yesterday. Tim, do you know who this is?
I've heard rumblings of him, and hopefully we see him in the main event actually make a run, because I'm kind of rooting for him. Do you know his background?
So from what I understand, from what Beastie yapped about, he mentioned that this is a team game player, and he's always been very limited in his civ picks. So when he gets the things he needs to get, he's destructive. But Beastie also wasn't sure about how much he could play. And yesterday we saw he had a lot up his sleeve. Keeping in mind that there were 4 bans on each side, as far as I know. And he still clapped cheeks all the way to the victory. We saw that this man took out Corvinus 3-0. So now the question is Mr. Corvinus going to be able to fight back after getting Scarlet Devils, a brand new name, and I'm really excited to see what he'll do. But on the other side, we have B, we have Demu, Clearly, all the people that we know, love, and surely see in all these tournaments. So what are you expecting today, Mr. Tim?
Yeah, it's kind of theoretically that because they had 4 people that qualified previously, theoretically, this today should be a little bit easier for those people that tried to qualify yesterday, right? Because you have those 4 players who did qualify. They ran through the tournament. Even someone like Scarlet Devil, he was at the finals for the qualification. He 3-0'd it, no problem. Now he's not playing. He's not playing today. So you have an opportunity. If you didn't qualify yesterday, now is your time. People like Corvinus, people like, I think I saw Voldemar in there as well from yesterday. There's opportunities for some of these bigger name players, some of these people that do stream, and you're probably familiar with them, their YouTube, all of that kind of stuff. This is their opportunity to hit the qualification. And if they don't do it today, well, we'll see in a couple months, I guess.
Now, that's the difficult part here. You know that this is the major event that you're taking part in right now, and if you don't make it, you're out of practice for a little while. Or you might be able to get these boys as your practice partners, but there's nothing major announced very soon after. So this is definitely a do or die for a lot of these people, because a lot of them are full-time. Now, we are going to be heading into our lobby, and Ezra and Jeando are first 2 people here. We see that German and French flag. Jeando being a Chad in this community, an absolute destruction, as we saw last year, which is just a few days ago, with Marine Lord on his side. Jeando looked crazy. Now, let's see what he can do against Ezra, because Ezra also a quite high ranked player. Jeando should be the favorite to get out of here, though. But on 4 lakes, anything can happen.
Yeah, actually pretty familiar with both of them now. I know in this perspective, I think, Whammon, you'll have to correct me, but right now it's a best of 1. It's only 1 game, correct? So 4 lakes is pretty interesting. We know the chaos of 4 lakes. And I think it's interesting. Maybe Jeando is playing into his home nationality a little bit because he's going with French on 4 lakes. And the thing of it is, on 4 lakes, I remember I've done this personally where I have tried French and Jeanne d'Arc over and over and over again. And the reason why is because at the start of the new season, docks provided 10 pop space. So you didn't need to build a house. You would go over to get the dock, and you would get, you kind of save yourself on a little bit of tempo. You save yourself on 50 wood. The problem is, for Japan on the other side, their fishing boats instead of 75 wood or 45. So if you make 2 fishing boats, you're already ahead on 10 wood that the French is with a dock that, they didn't make the house. The math is following. Hopefully you guys, I could break out the notepad if you need to, but the fact of the matter is Japan ends up getting a little bit better tempo in terms of the wood economy for the fishing boats. That was something where it was like, oh, for French, you put the dock in, you can get the feudal age quicker, you get some knights, you can create some feudal age pressure. I think just for me personally, I'm only speaking anecdotal evidence. It didn't have that power for me. I don't know what your opinion is.
No, I think with French, you don't feel like you have the right answer to dealing with what Japan usually has on offer early game. And I mean, with that, we see Shinobi. Shinobis are great at bringing the water battle to you, in your favor. Now, with Knights, I feel like there is a little bit of a snowball mechanic here, right? So if you do get that Knight out and it does cause a little bit of havoc, you're easily going to get by a little bit easier. Knights can actually deal with Shinobis pretty decently. And then you rotate that bad boy right into your opponent's base, interrupt that wood line that is usually not too close to the TC, and you can slow down that water eco. So I feel like French, it is really snowbally, but it is also not forgiving. Because the moment you lose that Knight, you're in a lot of trouble. I just feel like Japan, the overall package they have, that is going to be a destruction. But guys, we're about to head in. I hope you guys are ready. Japan versus French. Something I did not expect to say today.
I did not expect it either, Wham. And Ezra, 1, 2, 3, playing in the color yellow as the Japanese on the northwestern part of your screen. Jeando will be his opponent for this pivotal best of 1 to further their placement in the qualification rounds, playing as the color red as the French down in the southeast. Now, obviously, they're going to go for their docks a little quickly. One of the things that, Wham, and I want to talk about the Japanese a little bit as Jeando's getting that dock, and you can see once that dock is getting completed, you're going to see that pop space on the top right part of your screen. Boom! 20. We love it. Ezra's got to make a house. Uh-oh. But he will, with that farmhouse probably next to the berries. Well, for the Japanese, we talk about them on water just a little bit and how good they are with their fishing boat economy and, all that kind of stuff. But even on land, it feels like against French, they have a decent matchup just because of Mounted Samurai being as strong as they are.
Yeah, Mounted Samurais definitely have a different aspect to them because they're so strong from the start. With French, you still have to invest gold into the upgrades. And if you want to go for those pseudo Imperial Age Knights, it's also a lot of investment. With Japanese, you just get that Knight out. It hits harder, it has the shield, and it just should trade a little bit better in that early game. So definitely a little bit worried here for Jeando. Now, the thing is, what I wanted to talk about as well here is we have a best of 1 here. And Ezra is not as highly ranked as Jeando. So Jeando is the favorite here. But this is 4 lakes. And in a best of 1, honestly, anything can happen. I've lost to a platinum player in a best of 1. But in a best of 3, would I do the same? I don't know. I feel like the skill discrepancy, it can be a little bit wild. Just one snowbally mistake can change the outcome completely. So I think Jeando here, he needs to be careful, even though he's the favorite one here. With the matchup, though, I feel like Mr. Ezra here, he's feeling pretty good about his chances.
And you're exactly right about best of 1s, Wayman, because the little RNG factors that go into an Age of Empires 4 game end up getting magnified just a little bit because you don't have the sample size to kind of even it out. So you can take a look at where some of these spawns are for both these players. The French player has their gold up in front. They have a deer pack if their water gets compromised. That is rather in front as well. So French might have a little bit of a problem if they have an issue. And we all know for Japan, because we alluded to the Shinobi just a little bit, there's an opportunity to create some serious damage, right? So hopefully with Ezra, he's going to be able to get his economy going, get himself to feudal age pretty quickly. Just because of Japan having the ability to have those cheaper fishing boats means they can get to feudal a little bit quicker than their opponents. But Jeando looks like he is going to be getting there a little bit sooner than Ezra. Ezra's sitting on about 200 food. He's still waiting for some of those fishing boats to pay off. whereas Jeando, it will be getting there very shortly.
And I think this is exactly what French needs. They need to get that knight out first. You can see 8 on the age up 5 now, probably getting rerouted back onto where they need to be. But look at that loot. As Vodka is pointing out, that's going to be a healthy set of food going back to base. Now, I want to just point out to people here, I'm looking at Ezra's profile in AoE4 World as well. Ezra, 10 days ago, beat Core, who qualified through ladder. He's been destroying people recently on the ladder. At the same time, he took down Dragovan on ladder. But one thing that I wanted to note here, what is very, very important to me, is the fact that Ezra plays French a lot. He knows the strength of French. And we see the Cocker Township, as expected, being dropped down. And this should mean that their timing is pretty similar, especially with that extra 1 on the age up. The scout knows what's cooking, and he's going to be ready for this. So Mr. Ezra with the cocker, let's see where that first shinobi goes, because the shenanigans are about to start.
Yeah, then it kind of begs the question if you want to add a little bit extra with that Koka Township, because we all know for Japan that power spike comes in castle, right? You get the floating gate, suspending that gate in midair, and then you end up putting your Yorishiro in the stable and get a bunch of mounted samurai. So, you know, is he looking to get some shinobi just to make sure that he can stave off some French royal knights and then try to get up to castle? Or does he have the ability to get a little cheeky with it? I was kind of expecting for Japan to get more cheeky than they are already. The second dock is going on the western side of that pond that's relatively safe, but I was kind of expecting him to dock a pond of the French, because you get some shinobi, you're able to sabotage it, you can have a bunch of stuff that comes into play, a bunch of shenanigans, and while I'm giving that introduction, Demu with a sweet rate of 741 people. Demu, thank you so much, and congratulations on the qualifications yesterday. Now we're going to see for today who ends up qualifying, and we have Ezra versus Jeando. The very first match of the day, guys. Buckle up. Keep your hands and feet inside the vehicle at all times, because we are giving you content for hours.
And guys, you better be ready, because these games mean everything. And Jeando now, first man who gets to click on the military ship coming on out. Now, this is going to be very important for French, because you know that shinobi is on the way to your dock. Now, let's see if we can get eyes on that bad boy going there. We see Ezra keeping an eye on that dock. He knows where he needs to go. Shinobi on the other side, though, he's trying to sneak right in. Let's see where the man puts his feet down. There's a second knight in the queue already. So we can see this knight is being used a little bit defensively as he is still in the base. The shinobi plotting behind a tree, slowly moving. He goes in. He spots the dock. Villager just minding his own business, fishing a little bit far out, knowing that these ninjas are coming towards your side of the field. Now, the knights, they should be able to take this out, and he did not sabotage the dock. Shinobi goes down. But I want you guys to notice what's going on Ezra's side. The man actually says, I'm thinking about going castle anyway, because we see he does have a few more on gold there. And that's a tower. That is definitely something telling us this man is cooking his own little knights soon enough. Not contesting the water too hard. We do see he does make one military ship right now. Jeando getting a second one as well, but with 3 knights on the field, Ezra needs to be careful not to lose anything, because those charges hit hard.
You know, this is kind of an interesting play from Ezra, as you kind of expect the Japanese to get a little bit cheeky because of the shinobi, but he got his free shinobi, and we saw it ended up going down. He just queued a second one, but that was pretty much it. You know, I kind of expected if he was going to do some kind of shenanigans, maybe he would have the opportunity. But Jeando trying to get a little sneaky dock on the northern side. You saw that villager come up there. Could be an opportunity to get a dock there. But I think Ezra, based on the north side of your screen, I think he did spot out that dock. And it ends up getting taken down, as you see that wonderful picture by Vodka, making us look so damn good up here. That villager goes down, and the dock will not be there. Jeando has to put a tower up just to kind of get a little bit of safety, but now we're going to see, I think we're going to see this game turn a little bit, Wayman, because Ezra's got about a couple hundred gold in order to get to castle. All he has to do is stave off these next couple minutes, and he might be home free.
And we can see Jeando has invested in upgrades as well. He's decided, okay, we're going to have a feudal fight here. This is water. This is usually how this turns in essence. And Jeando he is planning the feudal game. He now is making sure that he still has a lot of wood income, but if you get all that control in the water, it's great and all. Losing a few villages here, really big pickup though. 2 going down, a 3rd might go down as well. He finds a little spot and he gets on out, but these knights are taking so much damage, and that's the problem. Yes, you took out these vills. You might even lose your 2nd knight, and we see another sneaky dock. You might even get control of the water. But what are you going to do against those mounted samurais? They are going to be able to take on quite a bit of these knights. And I'm a little bit worried here for Jeando. He does have the wood to be able to, get a little barracks, make a few spearmen. But mounted samurai, once they start going, floating gate being popped down now, we're about to see that gate floating right into his base. And Jeando, he has his eyes set on the water, though. He wants to get that control back. And Ezra, he's doubling down on another military ship. We'll see which side of the lake he gets it. He probably has seen that dock, but the stable is also queued up. Yes, the junk getting ready. But let's see if the Jeando can prevail with water control. Now, he's going to need to get water control on both sides to actually make this count, because those mounted samurai, there's a lot of resources for them. There's going to be 3 popping out in no time. We see the stable getting finished now. Floating gate. He's ready.
And, I'll tell you how many times I've played this map for lakes on the ranked ladder pool right now, and you miss that dock that's over there, that cheeky dock all the way in the corner. Oh my God, it just sets me into another dimension of tilt. Because it's something that you could obviously see, but you didn't pay attention enough, because you have to keep your head on a swivel on 4 lakes. There's 4 ponds to deal with. There's land to deal with. So it's very common that some of those docks get in there pretty easily, and that arrow ship will be trying to take down some of that fishing economy, which is so important, because if there's no food, you got to send villagers on food. Your mounted samurai production goes down just a little bit. You need a solid amount of food to continue that production. It looks like, Ezra, this pond is going to be compromised. A lot of those Royal Knights are going to be trying to burn down that dock. I don't see naval arrow slits on that dock, something good for passive stone production out of the Japanese. You have the ability to get that naval arrow slits pretty quickly. Chooses not to do that. Trying to get some mounted samurai in here. He's got about 3 right now. He might be trying to make sure that his dock becomes safe, but wait, I think this pond is absolutely null and void. It's definitely compromised.
Yeah, Jeando should be able to take control here of this little pond, but the mounted samurais already have their eyes set on some victims here. You see, those are feudal age knights, and they are going to be in a little bit of danger as these boys are chasing behind them. And Jeando respects this. He realizes, hey, these samurais are not to be messed with. Samurai there fighting a French knight to the death. Thank you so much, Vodka. We need to see that boy as he's charging onto the villagers. Gets a decent shot off, and he claims his victim right around the deer.
This is pretty interesting, because he went out for that deer in the first place. We kind of talked about it a little bit in Dark Age. We were like, hey, he's got a lot of these front food and gold areas. It could be something that could be raidable. Ezra is taking this fight. He's outnumbered just about 2-1, but the thing of it is, those mounted samurai, they take that first damage and deflect it. So hopefully you might be able to take some knights down in the process. Don't forget, you have a free Shinto priest that has the ability to heal those up, so make sure they don't die, and you might be able to get there. Dock gets repaired on the northern side. Jeando will be going up into Castle Age with the Royal Institute. And honestly, for Japan, Wayman, this Castle Age with the mounted samurai and all that kind of stuff, this was the opportunity for him to really shift the tempo into his favor, because he had the tech advantage. He was able to use those mounted samurai to try to do something. In terms of economic damage, I feel like he didn't do too much, and Jeando might escape with this.
Yeah, Jeando definitely did not take too much damage out of... Oh, did not... Yeah, he didn't take any damage out of this. The dock that he did place, and he's got a few fishing boats there, it did get slowed down a little bit. With those demo ship hits, they are doing wonderful. But Jeando has the economy on his side now. And the question I asked earlier was... Hey, why do we have archers on the map? But now those are turning into arbiter. I can't say the word. But they are spearmen to support them. And now these mounted samurais are going to hit a little bit less than he needs them to. The knight upgrade is halfway done. These samurais will try to connect before it kicks in. They're going all the way. trying to bounce out, just taking a little bit of damage in and out. The villagers are still freely mining there onto the gold, so he'll be able to get those upgrades that he needs to make those nights extra spicy.
You know, honestly, it's kind of interesting that he went Royal Institute. I'm guessing he's definitely going to stick in the knight department, but you know that Ezra's going to be going mounted samurai. I would expect more of a spearman crossbow kind of thing, a spearman arbaletre instead of those knights. Now, don't get me wrong. Those knights are going to be super strong. Royal Institute, you get Royal Bloodlines, and they're, instead of 230 health, they're 310. But the Royal Institute has the ability to get crossbow stirrups, don't forget, for those arbaletres, so their attack speed is 25% faster. So hopefully you'll be able to take those mounted samurai down pretty quickly. He is adding spearmen as well. Some spearmen, some crossbow, and some knights. I think that'll really help him out. If there is some kind of land fight here, I think Ezra's going to have to make a little bit of a derivation into his composition. I don't think he could just brute force throw a bunch of mounted samurai into the problem. What do you think?
Honestly, I think he disagrees with you completely, as he's just queuing up 3 more. The man knows these shields are meaty, and I'm going to be diving into all these vulnerable positions. But this is a pretty scary army from Jeando. He's playing it by the book. You know what your opponent's doing. Just make the counter units so that you can take these fights well. But now, as the time goes on, Ezra's going to have to also move out on the map. He doesn't have those free farms, and he's looking at that dock. Those samurais are keeping their eyes closed. The water battle on the top side here is getting a little frisky, and the fishing ships are pushed back. The demo ship does try to connect, but at the same time, we want to know what those bad knights are up to, and they're going to be looking straight at a vulnerable point. They're just trying to find it. The wood line there at the back is quite vulnerable, with the army being at the front here. Now, this is going to be that crucial moment where Ezra raids and Jeando goes at the same time to his base to do some damage, but a few of these vills might go down.
Few, I think a lot. That's a decent amount of worker kills. They're so far away from that town center, and there's no outpost around. Every single villager slot is taken. No musical chairs will be played. That is a devastating amount of damage against Jeando. So let's see if Jeando can capitalize it. He knows that the other army, look at all these villagers moving to the east side. And then picture in picture, we see it on the top lower, or the lower left-hand part of your screen. Some of these knights, some of these spearmen are trying to get in to get some kind of raid, to do some kind of damage. Jeando's got to figure it out. A little bit of a Wololo going there on the east side. Reinforcements continue to get killed because of how many mounted samurai are here. You only have a couple spearmen. You only have a couple arbaletriers. All that idle time, those villagers are sitting around having a little rendezvous on the eastern side. Go over, do something. Figure it out. They're going to play musical chairs around this town center to try to take them down. While on the flip side, Ezra's villagers are running for their lives. Chaos on 4 lakes. No villagers are doing any work. It looks like they're trying to unionize women.
At this point, they deserve a break. That was a lot of running from a lot of scary horsemen, or scary men on horses in this case. You know, samurais, knights are chasing them everywhere. We can see poor Ezra idling himself as well. And that's the question you gotta ask yourself. What am I gonna do when this guy runs into my base? Am I going to be able to shut this down by turning around, or am I just going to do the same type of economic damage to him? And we see those worker kills. They're pretty even. Very well done here on the worker kills. Very quick decision making here from Jeando as well, knowing that he was going to lose a ton of these. He just wanted to make sure he did the same type of damage. Now, the question is, with these villagers that they get back into the game, I just feel like Jeando is going to be in a pretty good position as French, as he's already floating a lot of food. He needs some resources, but the water is his. He's got 3 of those 4 lakes. He's probably going to be fine here with the food. Ezra, on the other hand, he is doing okay. You see, he's making more mounted samurai. He knows what he can do, but a few extra boys get mixed in there, and apparently he's ready for the next type of composition.
Yeah, you know, it's crazy after all of those slaughtered serfs that we saw on both sides that the economic count is relatively even. Military count is relatively even. So Ezra, you mentioned the composition change, and that is what he is going to be doing. He obviously has those mounted samurai, but going with the Onabugisha, which is a rather interesting choice. Obviously, they're going to do very well against spearmen. Based on the amount of damage that they do and the attack speed that they do, they could rip a spearman apart. Issue is with those arbaletriers, with that Gambeson's technology that I would assume Jeando has, you get 5 melee armor just given to your Arbaletre. And Vodka, can you click on one of those crossbowmen just to see of Jeando's side? He does not have that. You should get that, especially against the Onabugisha, because it means that they're going to be doing maybe 2-3 damage every hit, and it's going to take a while. Now, there's no bonus damage. Obviously, we're not having regular archers here. We just see crossbowmen. Knights might be a good enough shield to try to take that down. I'm a little questioning the Onabugisha choice. We'll see how it plays out.
Gisha definitely provides a different level of response that you need, especially in those numbers. When you are dealing with them, of course they get countered by archers, but when you have that many, archers even struggle with them because they fly right on top of you. They're fast, just like the samurai. Now you have 2 very mobile units, and when you look at French crossbows, they just don't... I just don't know if they're going to be able to deal with these bad boys in these numbers because they're just being supported here by spearmen. The knight count is very low here from Jeando, and Ezra is looking at another raid, but keep in mind now, these are just the samurai. He's still got an army at home, so if the counterattack comes, probably going to be pretty much okay.
Yeah, and I think based on the chaos that we've seen out of both, maybe they just bypass their armies altogether. Just go ahead and start taking down other stuff. That dock on the eastern side is going to be trying to take down by those mounted samurai, and obviously Jeando's going to have something to say about it with his very anti-mounted samurai composition. The spearmen and the Arbaletre will be able to do some good damage. That thing's got to back up. That dock is burning. On the flip side, Ezra, Vodka just showed us just a little bit as those mounted samurai start to run in the opposite direction, that he's going for a second town center to try to get that economic count a little bit equalized. Obviously, you know French, they still have that same land bonus of increased villager production out of the town center. So we'll see if those Onabugisha are going to have a ability to do that. But my God, I mean, I might have questioned the Onabugisha a little bit before, but now he's got like 30 of them. So maybe with how many that he has, maybe it's good.
He's going to be slicing and dicing anything that comes his way. Look at how fast they're running. They're barely making it look like they don't have horses under them. Those guys catching up to the knights, doing pretty well here, and more arriving. Just to slice and dice, we see him also getting melee defense. That's how you know you've gotten all the upgrades, and he's just looking for more. Look at these knights go down. Very expensive, and even though Jeando is ahead with army here, this is not an easy composition to defeat, because a lot of those are spearmen, and they're going to get taken out pretty quickly by these slicey dicey boys running right at them. The tower does get all the attention. The Arbaletres looking scary, but now these boys are closing in. Look at how they're just slicing through that whole army. The mounted samurai getting on top. They don't even care about the spearmen. They're just going to go right through them. The army count's still looking in the favor of Jeando, but we can see that number is changing very quickly. The tower supporting as well here. And that superior army right now running right over Jeando. We can see the army value now in the favor of Ezra. And Jeando might realize that he has overextended just a little bit here.
And that's kind of the thing. All he needed to do was to slice through the spearmen, and that's exactly what the Onabugisha ended up doing. These Arbaletre are obviously going to be able to kite. They're going to be tanky. Those Onabugisha hits, but Ezra's trying to get a little bit of a surround. Those Bugisha are trying to play a horseman role, but no bonus damage here. You can see, because of Gambesons, how much tankier those Arbaletre actually are. Those Royal Knights are actually going to go down rather quickly, even though they are pseudo-imperial. Oh, no, but he didn't get Royal Bloodlines at all. There's no Royal Bloodlines from Jeando. He's at 230 health Knights. I don't know if that would have changed the tide in the last fight, but if you're going to go Royal Institute and you're going to make a landmark that costs 1,800 resources, you better get what you need out of it. Royal Bloodlines, not there. Crossbow Stirrups also. The X key on that Royal Institute, not there. So the attack speed for the Arbaletre are still just normal Castle Age. That's a wasted building, in my opinion, Wayman.
Problem is, you got to ask yourself, what unit composition do I have, and what am I actually hoping to get out of this? So he did not have a lot of knights, which understandably you do not get your Royal Bloodlines then, but he needed to get the Arbaletres upgrade. Because honestly, those things, they saved you in that last fight. And we can see now, Jeando, he's still okay. That fight initially didn't go for him too well, but he's okay. He managed to move back, he managed to kite these, take a lot of victims along the way. And keeping in mind, he has that extra leg. Ezra now, with that extra TC, is going to be able to catch up in villages. But this is still going to be a tough game for either player here, depending on how they respond to this composition now. The Arbitrator, as you can see, they are still being made. So I really hope to see that upgrade as well. That building needs to be used, and we need it now, because when we get it to Imp, that is not going to matter, and you're going to wish you had that guild hall.
Well, the thing is, I think there's a little bit of miss macro out of Jeando's side, because I get that his composition is very food heavy with Spearman, Arbaletrier, and Royal Knights. Believe me, I do. But because you have 3 pawns, you have the ability to get a massive gold economy because you don't have to spend villagers on food. You can put them on gold instead. So when you go up with that Royal Institute, holy farm, when you go up on the Royal Institute, you need a lot of gold to get all of those upgrades. Usually, by the time you hit Royal Institute, by the time it gets completed, it's nice to have about 1,000 gold because it's 490 for Royal Bloodlines. Crossbow stirrups are expensive. The Knight upgrade is expensive. All of that stuff, and plus your blacksmith upgrades, of course, too. So you need a lot of gold. Jeando hasn't really had that. I see him using a market just a little bit, maybe, to get a little bit of that gold. He's got a lot of units in the queue. I just wish with all of these units, they were more effective than they actually are, because he's continuing to go into Spearmen. He's adding some men-at-arms as well, where Ezra's going basically full military in the form of infantry. We're going to see if those Arbaletrier are going to be able to do something as the big battle takes place. Onabugisha looks like they wanted to take a fight, and those Spearmen did too, but they're going to back up. A lot of Japanese losses and military count heavily into Jeando's favor, and I think mostly Whammon. That's because Ezra went with that second town center and a whole metric ton of farms.
The farms definitely slow you down, and we can see that. He had to invest so much into getting that done, but look at Ezra, still raiding on the other side. Also probably why he didn't want to take that fight, knowing that he has his units split a little bit around the map. Now, these boys do get a few villages along the way, but the thing is, this is still expensive. And they did idle Jeando's army because that's exactly what Ezra wants. That's exactly what he needs. He needs idle time. He needs to get as much time as he can to catch up with that French economy. Knowing that you have that one leg at disadvantage, knowing you have your second T, your farm transition going, you need to think about how am I going to keep this French occupied so I can actually make it to the late game. Now, we did see him upgrading his TC significantly just to get that farming boost, but also to provide a level of defense. And I really hope that this defense is going to be enough. This knight chasing away the whole horse army, and now the boys are looking for some victims, and honestly, those knights are really scary. They should be able to get some. Oof, 2 going down instantly.
Yeah, for Ezra, this is put up or shut up time as we see some of these spearmen trying to get in their Royal Knights. Disarray with those farm fields. A lot of them end up going down, but that big fight taking place in the center. You have those Onabugisha slicing and dicing with those spearmen and men-at-arms making the front line, but you can see how quickly they end up going down. That military count goes a little bit in favor of Ezra. Jeando's continuously losing a lot of these units. Ezra ended up deleting some of these buildings to get a little bit of a surround, and the Onabugisha are starting to close in on those Arbaletrier. The problem is those Onabugisha, looks like they're using their training swords on them because of that Gambeson technology. But overall, front line gets absolutely decimated by Jeando. A lot of those spearmen, those men-at-arms ended up going down. The crossbowmen stay alive, okay? But through all of this, Ezra has been essentially raiding Ezra to death. As the economic count, it was even. I think Ezra lost about 30 villagers through that fight.
And honestly, this just shows exactly what we saw from Jeando a little while ago. What was it, 2 weeks ago? We saw how insane Jeando was doing in these high pressure situations. And I feel like maybe him having that thought of like, hey, remember what Marine Lord told me to do? And he's learned from it. He constantly raided every single angle without slowing down. And that's what he did here. And it definitely shows. So Jeando utilizing that mobility of these French units and being at every angle he can. Losing quite a bit of army, but it doesn't matter. He's got the economy to replace them. Ezra now floating 1,700 gold with 4 relics. He's been drowning in gold, but gold will not supply the forces. He gets a desperation mangonel, but when you're facing that many knights, it's really hard to keep that thing alive. And Ezra now, desperate for more gold apparently, runs into that keep. gets disciplined and pushed back into his own base. But now that's a lot of idle time again. And you don't have that many villagers. That's a lot of your economy running around at the moment, and you need food to make some things. Now, we do see the composition changing into a few spearmen, horsemen. You can see Ezra is poor. He is not sure what to do with this.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of the difference between 3 pawns to 1, right? Where Ezra had to make all of those farms to keep up with the food production. Jeando has been on a surplus of food pretty much for the entirety of the game, and we're seeing that in his food-heavy composition. Look at how many Arbaletre there are. There's almost 50, and he's got 8 in the queue, and it looks like Japan has its space program completed because it's shooting intercontinental ballistic missiles at some of those knights, but it's going to take a couple of those to end up taking them down. That's 1 landmark that goes down. The Coca is now down. Maybe he's trying to get a landmark snipe happening here. It looks like with those rams, look at them. It looks like they were starting to target the town center. Now they're trying to target the house. We have some mangonels in the back for Ezra, and it looks like he's trying to get a little bit of a siege superiority here, but those Arbaletre are staggered enough. Those mangonels are still of the castellade variety. No adjustable crossbars, so they're not going to be doing that much of a range of damage. You saw those mangonels. They only took down about 4 or 5 Arbaletre. Frontline for Ezra ends up getting completely wiped out. These Arbaletre are pretty much safe throughout all of it. Onabugisha, Spearman, Bannerman, it doesn't matter. There's too many of these things, and they're going to end up going down rather quickly. And the problem is, for Ezra, is that Jeando can continuously reproduce this army. Ezra cannot. So even though he's on a military count of 15, you're thinking, well, he might get there. He's not going to, because he's out of this ball game. Victory goes to Jeando, and he will be going on to the next round.
And that just showed French got his upgrades, and the game went right into his hands. Those units just do so well when they have all those spicy upgrades in castle. You do struggle. It doesn't matter what the trade is going to be. Even if you were even in military count, oof, that villager graph, that was destruction, as Marine Lord would say. And that's the power of knights. And this is why I am really scared of French in every single ranked game, because they show you exactly what it means to be raided. Even when you have a unit that deals with them pretty well, when you have those royal bloodlines, they do not die, and they just keep on going. Military count, we can see here, up, down, doing okay, but in the end, the 3 lakes prevailed.
Yeah, I kind of wish Ezra got a little bit cheekier with his shinobi, you know, because he had his first pawn, which was good. Then he went to his second safe pawn, but usually, like, it feels like that power from Japan comes from the shinobi, comes from the ability to sabotage docks, so you don't have the potential to make a naval ship to counteract a cheeky dock or a forward dock or something like that. I feel like that's where Japan kind of shines in 4 lakes. Maybe it could be an opportunity, but he was the first one to Castle Age, and I kind of expected, and I really was hoping those mounted samurai, as far as for Ezra's sake, those mounted samurai were going to do a little bit of a tempo swing. He just didn't end up doing the damage that he necessarily wanted to. So after that, nice little best of 1. I'm glad we got that first game. I hope everyone has your whistles wetted. You had a little bit of a morsel into game number. Don't give me that face. A little bit of game number 1 coming in here, but now we're going to go in to the best of 3 category. The round of 32 is coming your way to your monitors, phones, refrigerators, wherever you happen to watch. EGC TV, Starlark, and Gully Deckel is going to be the next one on the screen. I know both of these guys. I love both of these guys, and I wish there was an opportunity for both of them to progress, but only one will remain in this best of 3. We're starting out on Cliffside, Wayman.
Now, with the best of 1s being over, we finally get to that point where cheesing is not as effective. Now, I say this, and I'm looking at the bracket at the moment. Myriad against Matisse, pretty, I would say, evenly matched team there. But at the same time, at the bottom of the bracket, we also have Numedan and MSN facing off. And I feel like Numedan, pretty solid player. I know he's been practicing with a few of the top boys. And MSN, he's just a man full of surprises. Now, back to our game, Starlark and Gully. I feel like we saw out of Gully Deckel, in the previous tournament, we saw that Gully, he does have some tricks up his sleeve. But Starlark, not a name we see too much. Now, I don't know if Starlark is going to be able to take down Mr. Gully here in a best of 3, and especially when we look at the civs that made it through. We see French again. Now, I don't know about you guys, but when I see French, I quiver in my boots, knowing that they could be everywhere. But keeping in mind, Starlark went for, he got French, he got Rus here, and he's still, French and Rus. And then we also have Abbasid and China. China being picked this one. We know China has been in a pretty good spot as well, especially when you get to these high levels. They just have a response to anything. They can make sure that they have that pressure and feudal. They have the ability to just delay the game. But on Cliffside, you do have quite a lot of control just based on where you put your Barbican. I feel like China gets to dictate the pace of the game. But against a civilization like Byzantines, it's always hard to do, right? Because Byzantines, they decide what goes for what after they decide on those contracts. Now, that's the great thing about Byzantines. We know what the favorite is. Most people go for longbows. But when you have a situation where your opponent is playing, Civ that needs to expand, do you go for something else that you try and close this out? Do you try to make this go into late game, knowing that Song Dynasty is there where they get those extra villages? I don't know what the answer is against China, but I'm hoping Twitch chat does, because Tim, I don't think you know either.
Well, it's kind of tough to go up against the late game China with their granaries and all of that kind of stuff. And China's been a little bit of a dark horse in the meta right now. I think there weren't a lot of people talking about it, but there's one very pivotal technology and one very pivotal strategy in Feudal Age that has reared its ugly head throughout most civilization play, and that is professional scouts. And China, when it comes to professional scouts, they really like it. And you might think, why? It's because you could save that food economy until you get to the granaries. And let's see if that's what Starlark chooses to do. We're heading in to this series game number 1. Yeah, perfect. That timing was perfect. Starlark going as the Chinese in the color blue, spawning on the northwestern side of the map. Gully Deckle will be his opponent for this best of 3, playing as the Byzantines in the color yellow, doing very typical Byzantine stuff, getting a little wet with that cistern, and we'll be building a house as well. So you're absolutely right, Wayman, from what we alluded to before this game started. It's very interesting to see what you choose to do in terms of contracts for the mercenary house and the mercenary contract. So is there an opportunity for something like Keshik for a gulp strategy? Is there an opportunity for something like Longbowmen and to do a lot of feudal pressure? Because Longbowmen end up having a notoriously good win rate and expected value against the Chinese. So we're going to see what Gully Deckle chooses to do. Chinese on the other side, the reason why professional scouts is as good as it is because once you get to this like late feudal, early castle area as Chinese, that quote unquote safe food ends up going away. So having professional scouts and having a couple deer packs right next to your mill and getting supervised is so huge for China. And it feels like that's the hole that they needed in their economy, and they can just transition very quickly.
And the problem is you don't really have a response to what China is going to do, right? Because China, they can just supervise that upgrade. They can make sure they get it at the speed of light. And by the time you get there, most of the deer are already taken care of. You could yoink 1 or 2, but when you're Byzantines, do you really have that ability to? Right now, scouts are so fast, even though they are carrying a carcass on their back. So I don't know if you actually have a pretty good answer against all of these deer that will be floating right towards that supervised mill of Starlark in the late game. Now, considering we're getting a normal grand winery opening, this is going to be let the oil flow and do the talking. Because with China, you can't even punish them if you even go for that hippodrome. Because they are just under their TC. Their TC shoots extra hard. And we see Imperial Academy coming down pretty standard here, getting that Imperial official from the Imperial Academy instead of the TC, so you can stay ahead with those vills.
Yeah, you talked about the hippodrome a little bit, and from Byzantine aficionados like you and I both are, the Winery is just so good. I'm not saying the Hippodrome is a bad landmark, but the winery is so good in giving you an extra batch of mercenary units for essentially free because of that oil that you're getting. It's very difficult to not pick that landmark. I see people that go Hippodrome, and then even getting olive groves around that winery, it boosts you for the entire game. And those are some of the best feudal age landmarks. Ones that continue to provide you bonuses throughout the game. So things like an Aachen Chapel, right? Grand Winery is no different, getting those olive groves around. The Hippodrome, yeah, it gives you that little bit of a triumph, but especially because Byzantines don't have that feudal age horse unit that's so powerful, like an early knight, the triumph just seems a little bit lackluster to me.
Especially, no, I know a lot of you guys have seen gulping on ladder. No, hopefully we do not see that today. Although I think when you gulp into China, you might be able to stop that very, very late game we talked about. Now, hopefully Gully Deckel knows what he's doing, because this is going to be scary for anyone taking this on. And the thing about the winery is ensuring that you are able to get those upgrades pretty early on as well. I say this, but Gully has not queued up any of these upgrades just yet. He goes and opens with a barracks instead, using that wood on the barracks instead of the initial upgrades that people usually get. Now, he does queue up wheelbarrow as expected here. Hopefully we get a double broadaxe there too, and then the plays will start flowing. Now, with the spearman that we get this early on, he's going to try to probably stop that professional scouts going on. We can see that Imperial official supervising that mill, and the upgrade coming in at the speed of light.
Yeah, and before, actually, just as you finish this sentence, professional scouts has been completed. So you have the ability to get those deer, and you're going to figure out which deer pack you want to go for. And actually, as far as the deer goes, it's pretty advantageous in Gully Deckel's spot, because he has that back deer pack, which you're going to have to do some microing to go around to make sure you don't get hit by the town center. And a lot of these deer packs for Starlark are forward, so that professional scouts is going to end up being very good for him, and he'll be able to get some of that safe food. He's got a stable that's going to be cranking out some scouts as well. And I see a lot of people in chat talking about that Grand Winery and the cistern placement, the building placement, stuff like that. And I could definitely see it. As you can see, you spend a lot of gold on those aqueduct, or stone, I should say, on those aqueducts, just because of it's not going in that perfect square. Obviously, that cistern going into the realm of that Grand Winery. But maybe he's not thinking about doing olive groves at all. Maybe he wants to get a little dangerous with it and try to get this game to end in feudal age. And I think that's an opportunity that the Byzantines have over the Chinese, because when it comes to feudal age, Byzantines and their tempo push that they get with oil, it's really like no other. So maybe he has the opportunity to do it. He goes for the Silk Road contract, I believe, and goes for javelin throwers, or is it the Eastern contract? I don't remember. Regardless, he's going to go for some javelin throwers because he probably expects some archers, maybe expects some Zugnu as well. Limitine are trying to get in there. Regular archers from the Chinese are going to try to take down some of those Limitine, but the javelin throwers will help to try to make sure whatever archers that are there end up getting repelled.
Yeah, the problem is now you're not a Barbican Chinese. You don't have the Barbican out there to protect your resources except for food. Yes, your deer are going to come to the base and they're going to be in a very happy state, but are you... Ooh, look at those olive groves. Tim, we spoke too soon. The man is groving. He wants to get more oil, because more oil, more units, baby. So now Starlark can make that decision and get that Barbican somewhere to make sure that he does get that China power of the later game, getting the Jugunu ability as well, because when you're playing against Byzantines with javelin throwers, you probably want a few Jugunu instead of getting archers in this case. Now, with the amount of Limitine we're seeing here, I wonder if he's going to double down and get more, but oh, look at those javelin throwers. He's getting more Limitine. He knows that the horses are in the vicinity. More horsemen being queued up here from Mr. Starlark, and getting that wheelbarrow for himself as well. We just see him being that much further away from Song Dynasty, and Song Dynasty is such an important upgrade for China, because it's such an important stage of the game for China, because they just get that extra little bit of villager production speed on the TCs. But at this point, I gotta just keep producing. I gotta push Byzantines back into the base, because the moment I give Byzantines the tempo, things get very hairy.
And, you know, this is kind of frustrating as Star Fox trying to take a little bit of a fight here, trying to get around those Limit-Tene. Looks like Limit-Tene do have the shield wall there, but Starflark kind of has an idea of what to expect. He saw the Limit-Tene, he saw the Javelin throwers, and there really just isn't enough Javelin throwers to one-tap these archers. So you get 1 or 2 horsemen, all of a sudden these Javelin throwers end up going down. One might end up remaining alive. Some villagers go down as well, just one of them. And I think this is really curbing that Byzantine tempo that you're looking for. You know, with these Javelin throwers, they're supposed to give you that tempo. Not so much because of the fact that he made those horsemen. Obviously, with the professional scouts, he's able to get a decent amount of horsemen. He could even supervise that stable if he wanted to because of his food economy. But it's so frustrating, back to my original plate, Wayman, because it seems like Gully Deckel did just about what he could to stop professional scouts from happening, right? He started to make some Limit-Tene. He started to go into those deer packs that were supposed to be relatively safe for Starflark, and they obviously were because of how many deer he ended up getting. And even though professional scouts is an expensive technology, you put 2 deer by your mill, and technically it's paid off in terms of resources. So able to get those multiple deer packs. He's got about 1.5 right now. This is an obvious win for Starflark, and you can see the difference in food economy as Starflark's got about 800 to Gully Deckel's 370.
Starting to get military upgrades. I say starting, but he's already got one in there. And Gully Deckel as well, but when you have this amount of units here from Mr. Starflark, it is a little bit different. It does hit very differently. With Javelin throwers, you want to make sure you have quite a large amount to be able to contest this, and they are here in the vicinity. Villagers trying to get every little bit they can. Horsemen in a little bit of a compromising position now, but these Javelin throwers are still scary. When you have this huge amount of archers, and they're not clumped up, these Javelin throwers are going to pick them off so easily. And this is a pretty good pickup here from Gully. And Barbican is now placed down as well. So the Vil kill that he got will now just extend more and more with this being a little bit faster villager production here from Mr. China. Now, Limit-Tene chasing these archers. They are kiting pretty well as well. So we'll see if any more go down, but the Javelin throwers are in position. Now we do see the red popping up there from the base. Wondering if there is a little fight happening there too, because the army is still in favor of Mr. Starflark. He is just absolutely everywhere. And the villagers also joined the party there at the front. Wonder what they were thinking about doing.
I think it kind of looked like a little bit of a forward Barbican almost. If you put it right on those olive groves. I don't know how many villagers he sent over there, but he definitely would have had the option to. He can go Song Dynasty if he chooses to now to put the Barbican wherever he would like to. It ends up going a little bit safer where that gold is, because that's pretty much the only resource at this point that is somewhat rateable for Starflark. Obviously, with the professional scouts, it means going right next to that town center, you don't have the opportunity to raid it, which is quite frustrating. But also that wood line is relatively close, and those hand cannon slits out of the Chinese town center will be helpful. Now, we're looking at military count, and this is an opportunity where obviously the Byzantines should have a little bit more because of their ability to get the olive groves. But Gully Deckel was hoarding his resources just a little bit. He's like, hey, I can't really win this fight in feudal, or at least I don't think I can. So I'm going to get the Golden Horn Tower right next to the cistern, get some of those mercenary units and pump them out for free, and maybe try to do something with that barracks, add some Varangian guards, something like that instead. Because going against archers and horsemen, I think you're going to need a little bit more armor if you're going to do this, and especially if you're going to take down a ram attack that Starflark is going for.
Problem is, when you're Gully now, you have to decide, what am I going to upgrade? I only have a limited amount of resources here. The food is not flowing. The wood is a little bit scarce at the moment too. So Gully, he is going to get his Golden Horn Tower, but with the amount of units we see here from Starflark, this is going to be so hard to handle, and more getting picked off. The ram is pulled back though, and I think the moment Gully notices the age up, he should be pushing forward, because I'm going to have the units to actually push this. I say this as the astronomical clock tower is going to go down, and Starflark says, I don't really care about ending it right now. I don't need to. I could probably get a little bit of damage done, but he doesn't need to. He's just sitting back, enjoying his time. Villagers are pulled off of gold because the horses have arrived, and they're snacking on that back one. The back one, begging for his life right now, does make it out. The begging worked.
Yeah, I think when it came to that ram, and that kind of feudal age kind of push. You think that because your opponent goes for Castle Age that you have a little bit of a tempo swing because it's 1,800 resources they didn't make units out of, right? But the thing is with Byzantines, if you have all of your production buildings in your mercenary house by the cistern, you switch that cistern to Dialecticus, and then you can get those Castle Age technologies, assuming you have the resources, you can get them in about 20 seconds. And that's kind of what Gully ended up doing. You know, his javelin throwers are now veteran. His spearmen are just about to hit the veteran variety, and it looks like they will right now. And then Varangian Guard are obviously coming in to Castle Age. Starflark does have a decent amount of defensive forces. He has some Zugnu. He has some normal archers as well that are left over, and continuing to add some crossbowmen to try to deal with those Varangian Guard, and that could prove to be beneficial. But now we're seeing, as Starflark ends up repelling this very easily, we're seeing the difference between somebody who got professional scouts and somebody who had to make olive groves. And obviously we could tell who got the pro scouts now, can't we?
It's not just the pro scouts that he got. Gully felt pressured in that moment. Just like we mentioned, hey, Starflark now has the ability because Gully just aged up. Gully had that same pressure. He got the upgrades pretty quickly and he's like, oh, I got this. He's going to need some time to get those upgrades. But he felt too pressured and he overextended, thinking that he needed to do some damage as quickly as he lost those units. Now, he does have a few Varangian Guards, but with the crossbows joining the party here from Mr. Starflark, this is going to be really tough. And now Lancers are going to join this fight as well. Now, the horsemen are getting their eyes set on these villages. There is a little tower to persuade them to look elsewhere, but that tower is made of very, very soft resources, and that ram is going to make it crumble. It is not the Mangonel Tower we fear and love, and that tower is going to end itself pretty quickly. Already on fire, and this is going to be very exposed. And this is the problem with forward food, right? Now, he does push this back because the Varangian Gods do pretty well against the archer mass that he had here. But for how long? The villagers now getting their flames out to try and stop this ram. He does get a farm in the process. And Gully holds off, but at the cost of a lot of idle time.
Yeah, and you know, I think Starflark, that firepower out of the Zugnu really wasn't there. We kind of thought, I think some people in chat kind of thought that this was a little bit of a game-ending push for Starflark because he had the food in order to do it, and he still does. He's at about 1,300 food per minute. However, a lot of those were Zugnu and not crossbowmen, so those Varangian Guard were able to hold and stay put. He has both iron undermesh and wedged rivets. His rivets happened to be wedged, so those Zugnu weren't really doing too much, right? So these Palace Guards are trying to make up the front line. Javelin throwers are going to be able to take down a lot of these Zugnu that's there. And now that he has some crossbowmen on the back end, and you can kind of see them all the way in the back, some Varangian Guard end up going down. Palace Guard ended up making a little bit of a soft meat cushion, but as long as he's getting that defender's advantage with those Palace Guards and bolstering up those reinforcements, he might be able to try to take down those Varangian Guard. But really good play by Gully because I think he was actually targeting the crossbowmen. So it made sure those Varangian Guards stayed alive. Starflark ran out of deer. There are a couple over there, but he went over to the mill to get some berries. Those villagers end up being compromised, and Starflark starting to add a little bit of Lancer into his play as well. So this is something that Gully isn't going to be able to bolster in terms of defensive advantage as well as Starflark is, so it might end up making him back up over the long term, and it looks like he should do that about now.
And Gully actually did the maximum amount of damage he could here. He tried to target fire a few villages here as well. Very, very well played here. He's gotten some camels to also deal with that Lancer power spike just by causing a little bit of unease as they charge into the army. But now that is, again, 2 more sets of javelin throwers being queued up. So he believes in these javelins, and he's doing an amazing job at target firing. Now, with the amount of javelins, this is going to start getting harder and harder the longer the game goes, and he does get that special Limitanei upgrade. But now he's looking at pushing even more. With the army not being completely together here from Starflark, this is not a fight he wants to take. And those Limitanei are doing amazing at keeping those Lancers at bay. They are not getting on top of those javelins.
Yeah, it's kind of nice because as you see some of those camel riders come in. They're very nice camel riders, and even though I hardly know her, they're going to be able to get some of the camel unease on a lot of those horse units as Starlark gets a little bit of a flank on the eastern side, because you want to get horsemen, you want to get lancers to try to take down these javelin throwers, because they are decimating your ranged mass in the back. But because maybe it was Golden Horn or otherwise that added a couple camel riders in there, it was enough to try to take them down. Golideckel's doing his best to kind of hang out in here. He has some limit to do good damage against these knights, do good damage against these horsemen. We're kind of seeing a little bit of a stalemate. Starlark's defender's advantage is what's coming up clutch, though, for most of these battles.
Some play behind this now, as Starlark is going to try pick up that one relic. And Gully, he's been on 2 for a while. He's decided that was it. I am not going to commit too much more to this. But now the question is, I was about to say, are we going to get some Mangonel towers? And the answer, ladies and gentlemen, is yes. Yes, we will. This is Byzantines. If you do not get a Mangonel emplacement, what are you even doing with your civilization? Now, China does pretty well with these, considering they could make some things, some siege out of their siege production building with extra spicy powers, but no, he decides to hold off and just keep making normal units. Now, we've been seeing that Mangonels, they're doing pretty okay, but Nest of Bees, those bad boys, they do well, especially when you're playing against an opponent here that does have a lot of units on land and not a lot of mobility. We see 2 camels now being queued up as well, so yes, the camels are going to come on in, but that's about as mobile as you get. So I'm really surprised to see Starlark not deciding on a little bit of Nest of Bees play here, because now Gully is expanding himself over the map and getting a little bit of a control here. We see the Limitanei actually scouting out these relics being picked up, and that should remind Gully, hey, there are relics on this map, I should probably make a play for another one.
So honestly, this is a very pivotal moment as we see wait a minute. Okay. We see a very pivotal moment in this part of the game as that battle takes front. Starlark kind of needs to take this fight because the deer are starting to run out. We talk about professional scouts over and over again, but the deer are starting to run out. He does have an IO supervising that mill, but I don't see any carcasses out there, okay? That means that he's going to have some sort of granary transition, and that means a massive tempo loss. You can see that military. Look at all these granaries up here. Those berries, there's no pomegranates to pick, my friend. You're going to have to go out there and start to make a lot of farms with that granary, and you're making all those farms. That means you're going into wood, and if you're going into all that wood, that means that food-heavy army composition that you're making, palace guards, crossbowmen, lancers, you're not going to be able to make it. There's one berry patch up there on the north. He's got 5 or 6 villagers in, but you're going to see that food economy start to go down from Starlark unless he makes that granary transition. Whereas Golideckel, he's got those groves already. He's going to be able to get all of that oil. He's lathered himself up, women. He's greasy as well. Get out. And he's going to be able to get a lot of these units for free while Starlark needs to make that transition. So Golideckel, if he's going to try to win this game, it's going to be right now.
The problem with the professional scouts is I feel like it gives people too much confidence. And if you can survive that initial push, you've really outlasted your opponent because they're going to need to food transition. And I think this is exactly where things go wrong. It's a pretty new strategy as far as things are considered because we just haven't seen it for that long. It hasn't been this strong, but now this is scary. The farms are going to be idle. There's nothing coming out of this army for a while, because there's a lot of units here at the back of your base. Although I feel like this is a good enough army here from Mr. Starlark to keep this up, considering Gully's army is not all together. But those units are perfectly target firing. The Lance is a little bit confused about what their role is here. They get on top of them. They slice and dice a few of them. The Jeando trying their best, but these Jeando just don't hit the same way they did earlier. Those javelin throwers perfectly target firing. And Gully couldn't pick up a W in the last 10K tournament, but he's showing he's here to fight. He is taking care of most of these units and a lot of the front units as well, as we see that villager defeated count going up and up and up from Mr. Golideckel. Definitely doing some damage.
And that's the thing. I mean, you talked about Golideckel. His army wasn't consolidated, right? He had different places. He had 2 different places that he was going. And that back army is a very pivotal problem for Byzantines and for a civ like English too, because the mobility isn't there, right? You get them in harm's way, you get them all the way in the back of the base, they end up getting cleaned up, and Starfleck did a good job of that. However, on the front side, villagers obviously ended up raided. That wood line was very exposed, 19 worker kills, and because Song Dynasty gives you that extra villager production speed, it's 15 seconds instead of 20, all of those villagers that he took down ended up evening the count for the Byzantines. But the thing of it is, Gully Dekel, it's notoriously wet back there in the Byzantine Empire. He's got Cistern level 3 and can't go to level 4 if he has the presence of mind to do so. So because of that, and having his groves already there, you can see he's sitting on 1,500 food per minute. Starflock's at about 500 because he's getting consistently raided. Don't get me wrong, that second granary and those farms, they're starting to come together, which is very nice. But they're not getting picked. That wheat is not getting picked by those Chinese villagers. So we're watching that food count go down. Gully Dekel can continuously reproduce, and he's going to be able to. The military count 56 to 25. Gully Dekel just has to make up enough army and just get up there and A-move, baby.
And we know how scary a Byzantine's push can be. When you have farms in the back line, just imagine how beautifully those things are going to be set on fire. So with Gully Dekel now, you can see he is getting more upgrades. He's just waiting for all those upgrades to come in, causing some havoc here at the back, knowing that every little bit of idle time he gets is going to secure him one step closer to qualifying for this event. Now, these javelin throwers, they do get a few victims, even though they will be paying with their lives. The camels trying to flank a little bit here. Those walls just not doing the work they need. That monk realizes, hey, I need to get out of here. We had Grand Theft Relic happening as well. And it looks like Starflark just, he committed to this land army. And now finally thinking about the nest of bees, it feels a little bit late because these bad boys are also a little bit out of position here. The nest of bees does go down as quickly as it came out. We'll have to wait for the next one to do some damage because remember that mobility I mentioned? We were talking about it when there were 2 camels. Now there are a few more and they should be able to collapse on this. We see here though, Gully wants to back off because he knows that his army is not together. There's a bunch of yellow blobs all around the map, but they're about to come together. And this is going to start becoming a lot better of a fight for Mr. Gully. Nest of Bees trying to get a good shot, just misses a little bit.
And, you know, the thing of it is now is Gully Dekel has the crossbowing mass, right? Where Starflark, his front line is predominantly Palace Guard, Lancers, all these heavy armor units that the crossbowmen are going to be able to take down very quickly, along with the camels, too. Nest of Bee is going to be shooting over the wood line. We got a little bit of a body block, a little bit of a choke point over here to make sure that Nest of Bees ends up staying alive. A Wololo from Starflark on the western side of this front. That is a little bit too close for comfort. I was getting a little bit charged up there, and it looks like that monk was trying to also, but Gully Dekel, there's way too many units. A good Nest of Bees shot in the back, but that choke point now, that front line got completely dissolved by Gully Dekel just because of the amount of crossbowmen that were there. And Starflark says he wants no more of this one. Game 1, going to Gully Dekel.
And honestly, that Nest of Bees did everything he could. He got some pretty juicy shots off in that last part of it. But imagine if that was 10 minutes earlier. The man needed his Nest of Bees, and he just did not have it in those critical fights when he had the chance of getting ahead here. We thought this was going to be an easy win for China. But Gully, he held. He got to castle, and he let those free units do the talking. He oiled himself up real nice, and he slid all the way to victory.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about the Nest of Bees and how important they are. Obviously, they're clock towers, so they have a little bit more health as well. But you got to think about the Byzantine army. I mean, besides the camels that were there, they're predominantly all foot soldiers. So Nest of Bees could have been very pivotal for him. But it was such a weird place for China because once the deer ran out from the professional scouts, he needed wood to do things like get his granary transition and do all that kind of stuff while continuing to make a food-heavy army composition. So he might not have necessarily just had the wood to get all of those Nest of Bees, you know, and that could have been the reason why he didn't have them. It was just he needed more resources than he actually had, right? Starflark did have that advantage kind of going into Feudal Age just because of that Pro Scouts, but it didn't end up translating. We're going to see if he can translate onto the scoreboard. Whammon, you like that one? Oh, yeah. Onto 4 legs for game number 2. And we are going to be diving in just a couple seconds. We're getting wet again, Whammon, on 4 lakes with some dock action and Japanese. How about it?
Now, the question is, are these Shinobis going to be a little bit more powerful than they were in the previous showing? Because honestly, I'm a little bit worried for the Shinobi action against the Abbasid military wing. Oh, we know the military wing. We know that ram that gets plopped down, but I don't even think they need that. With the docks costing half the price, we should be seeing Abbasid on water taking what's theirs. So there's two choices. Let's go see what he goes for, ladies and gentlemen. So with Abbasid, as I was mentioning earlier, sometimes people on Abbasid, they don't go for that early dock. They just try to get to feudal as quickly as possible to try and shut down the opponent's dock. But when you are on a map with many, many lakes, 4 of them in fact, you are going to go and try to dominate at least one of them. So Gully here, doing what Japanese does best, docking as well, getting them cheap fishing ships, and hopefully making some deep Shinobi plays that he needs.
Yeah, like if it was something like Canal that we saw in the previous tournament, or Canal as you'd like to call it, you could definitely go for some military wing, make a ram really quickly, something like that, because there's only one body of water. Now that you have 4, it becomes a little bit difficult, because if you stop one dock from happening, there might be one on the opposite side. So did you really stop their food economy entirely? Not so much, right? So we're going to see what Starlark ends up wanting to do with the Abbasid dynasty, but there's a reason why both of these civs are picked on this map. We talked about the Japanese just a little bit in terms of their fishing boats and them costing 45 wood, but Abbasid getting those docks, like you said, at half price, 75 wood to do that. So again, this is that little bit of tempo, and especially if you're going to make multiple docks, that's that little bit of tempo that can really go into your favor, because it's important to not only get that fishing economy completed, or at least, you know, being active. You're gonna be having to go to feudal age as quickly as possible, because if you're gonna want to contest the dock, if you're gonna want to contest on land, you got to make sure you have the units to do it. So getting feudal age and that early tempo stuff from the wood economy ends up becoming pretty huge.
Now, I can imagine as Gully, you are asking yourself, what am I going to be dealing with Abbasid's initial push? When they get that military wing, it becomes so tricky to make the right decision. Like, hey, do I just go sabotage dock? Do I go for another bit of water? Or am I forced to make units? And I think this is probably why Abbasid is such a strong pick on water and hybrid maps, because you need to make a little bit on land to be able to deal with them. And as Vodka has pointed out now for us twice, Abbasid, they've got a lot of sheep. So even if they needed to go out on the map, that wouldn't be a worry at all. He has the food at home. So he will be able to do a little bit of that land push that you would imagine if you are going to be letting a little bit of the water pressure go down. So we are going to be... Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Pip.
And let's not forget, Wayman, I'm just going to piggyback on your point. Let's not forget, both of these civs are technically berry civs, too. So, you know, it definitely, you know, if your fishing gets compromised, you have an ability to get the berries, you have an ability to get the sheep. But because there's water on this map, and why water is so important, why everyone says when you play this game, when you win water, you win the game, is because your ability to pull villagers off of those food resources to get your other ones stronger. So even though, yeah, there's sheep there, yeah, there's berries there, but you really don't want to get them if you don't have to. You want to have villagers on wood, and you want to have them on gold. So you have the ability to get that economy, get to Castle Age very, very quickly. Now, Starlark does go with the military wing, those 2 spearmen, those 2 archers, where Gully Deckle is going for the Coca Township and Wayman. I actually really like this military wing approach, just because of getting those 2 archers immediately. You don't have to build an archery range. You don't have to spend the wood on it. It means that you have that counter to the Shinobi if you're microing well enough.
Now, the problem is Japan is versatile. They get to make a different decision here. We saw this the last game as well. It looked like we were going to get some shenanigans on water, but you can choose to stay and go for castle. So the problem that makes this less easy is Abbasid has a response to fast castle. They do have that ability to have those extra units pretty early on. So it does make that fast castle a little bit trickier to just pull out of the hat, because there are units and they're free. So they don't just need to go for your dock. They could also just go straight for your base. and try to idle those resources coming in. And I didn't even consider this early on. I was like, okay, so he's getting the military wing. He's going to go obviously and pressure Doc, but he could just go straight for that forward gold that is already on that side. Now, he does already have the pop space as well, making sure that those units can pop out in 24 seconds. We see double broadaxe coming from Gully Deckel, which means he knows. He knows that we can get that pressure from Abbasid. He is going to play a little bit in feudal before making any irresponsible decisions.
Yeah, we're kind of seeing a pivotal moment for the military wing. It's a minute 45 seconds, whether you like it or not. And Gully Deckel going to be able to put 6 on that Coca Township means you get up pretty quickly. Both of them trying to go for a little bit of cheek in here with a dock from Starlark on the north side being completed. Gully Deckel going to be going with the southern pawn, putting a dock. And the thing of it is, because Starlark spaced out his fishing boats a little bit, he needs to make sure he's watching the mini-map. If he sees that dock go up, then he'll be able to kind of do something about it. Assuming he sees it. I don't know if we have any military units going over there, and hopefully he does. But there's only a villager. There is a Dow, so he is prepared for it. We'll see if that dock goes up in the amount of time. But this is really pivotal because Gully Deckel's fishing economy is starting to get a little compromised, right? You got a dock up there. It might prove to be beneficial to you. Let's see if the RNG gods are in his favor. If that dock gets completed, he starts pushing up just a little bit. And that could have been a problem. One villager going down before the Japanese, while Starlark now can focus on that north pond.
Now, villager for villager, at least, got traded, as we see here. Now, that is a little bit of a delay here for Mr. Gully as well, because now Gully needs to make that ram, which is a lot of wood. It means you don't get to make some extra ship or an extra dock there, get that pressure on water, but you do just get to shut one down. Now, the ram is made to the north side, but he's already won the water, and Starlark has accepted it. Now, what worries me here is that Starlark is floating 240 gold. And you know how I talked about Fast Castle Japan earlier? And them being able to pull that out of the hat? Apparently, Abbasid could think about a similar play here. We do see a shinobi, though. He's looking a little bit spicy. Villagers panicking right now. Instead of finishing the tower, he loses one of them. So, very big pickup here from these shinobis. And the jig is up. He saw exactly what's cooking. When you get that shinobi, you see the tower on the gold, you know it's going to be Fast Castle. And he's going to need to do something about this.
Yeah, and I mean, even for Fast Castle, just getting a tower against a civilization that is pumping shinobi at you is obviously going to be beneficial, right? Because of those arrows doing a decent amount of damage. Now, Gully Deckel goes with an archery range here as the Japanese, and he's going to be adding some Yumi, Ashigaru, and I know we talk about the Yumi's power or lack thereof, I should say, just having 4 damage, dealing a normal output. But maybe if he gets enough of them, it might be enough to kind of take these down. He only needs a few archers to deal with the archers of the Abbasid dynasty because those shinobi are not going to be there. They're not going to be able to help with those 2 archers there. Doc ends up going down. Gully Deckel's going to need to have to replace that to get his food economy back. That dock from Starlark, I don't know if it's sabotage or burning. I think it is just burning. Demo ship coming in. That's big. Starlark, pay attention. Oh my God, get to that thing. Get to that thing. It's not going anywhere. Oh my God, wham it. It's going to explode on the shore. That could have been huge.
You can see dead Yumis all around as well. Starlark now, he is making more units though. I mean, when you're seeing all those horsemen on the field, that is exactly the answer to those Yumis that you're hoping for. But that dock is still alive, just not for long. And another villager might actually pay the price. It depends if Gully sees this. He might not. But we see the Yumi Ashigaru doing amazing work at shutting down this, but at the same time, the scout is ready to take down the villager. The villager has paid the price, and he goes down. Rest in pieces.
Man, that villager, because of a scout doing 1 damage, that villager got killed from a butter knife. Maybe not put that on the gravestone once we end up burying that guy, but rather disappointing to get that dock up. Now demo ship comes in. Now he's paying attention. Boom! And that sprinkled ship ends up going down. Did I scare you in chat? Are you all paying attention? I hope so.
The problem is that demo ship just cost Gully Deckel a lot. Because, yes, you might think, oh, he just lost the ship. He lost control of that water. Because once he would have gotten that dock down, he would have been in such a good position to just take over every bit of that lake. And now, there's still a dock alive, and it is still going to be producing ships and making a little bit of trouble. Now, that ram definitely got its value. It's provided a lot of entertainment for us as well, and the Shinobis are kept busy for just a little bit longer. Starlark now, we can see, pushing back, and there's no dock here from Mr. Gully to get those fishing ships to drop off. So even though the villager count looks pretty even, a lot of those are idle fishing ships. They just have nowhere to go.
And the thing is, there's a reason why this was so good. And Starlark now with no dock, still can't get a dock. Those fishing boats are collecting fish, and they're basically just going to sit in the boat for all eternity. This is really important because Gully can't make a navy here. So his fishing finally ends up getting compromised. But the thing of it is, even though the timing wasn't, or the fishing economy wasn't compromised for a decent amount of time, because Gully had to continue to pump resources out there, put docks out there, make Shinobi, make a Yumi's, all that kind of stuff, the archery, it means it delayed you a little bit, and that fishing eco is still alive and relatively untouched for Starlark. So again, we're talking about winning the water, winning the game, and it looks like Starlark has a clear advantage on that because Gully now starting to get that dock up and will be relatively safe. But now Gully is going to try to do something. Try to stop Starlark's fishing economy from becoming so strong. Hopefully, with him going up to Castle Age, he gets a stable, gets some Mounted Samurai that could do some damage.
The problem with Mounted Samurai is they need to do a lot of damage right now. And yes, Japan did get out ahead a little bit earlier, but we don't see a Mounted Samurai in queue. This has been waging war. We didn't have that food economy for Gully. So Gully right now, he's just hungry and he's desperately waiting to get the food delivered because he knows this might be the last load he gets for a while and he needs to make some Mounted Samurais, and pretty quickly. Now, with Gully losing that lake, we saw the scores being pretty even there in villages with a 6 lead, but again, those were idle fishing ships. Starlark has been in the driver's seat for a while. He gets a wheelbarrow as well. He's in a pretty safe position. He chooses the economy side of things, but at the same time, we're seeing a knight, and you know exactly what a knight means. Alongside some camels, it is an answer to those samurais. So you don't just want to go for clean camels. You want to make sure that you do get that firepower. Oh, Shinobi's still doing some good work, though. Gully being pretty potent on these Shinobis. Pretty proud of this man. The horses, though, they're ready, and they're going to fight back, and the villagers making sure that they are going to get that wall up.
Yeah, and this is the kind of frustrating part against playing against the Abbasid Dynasty, as Gully is using Mounted Samurai, because that's the power spike that the Japanese really rely on in Castle Age, right? But because the Abbasid Dynasty is this anti-cavalry civilization, getting their camels, and they're going to be adding some horsemen and stuff with them also, it just means that these camels are going to end up really taking care of these Mounted Samurai. So that power spike that the Japanese really, really wanted, it's not going to be there anymore.
And he tries to get this bannerman out here to change the tide as well. And he might even be able to take this fight, but it is still a fight that is not as favorable as you need when you're this far behind economically. Now, these samurais are doing great, but keeping in mind, those units at the back are just being ignored, and they are doing pretty well at keeping those shields down. We do see those crossbows doing some pretty good damage here. They will go down, but those are very, very damaged horses. And Japan is not that great at healing up their units. We can see here those boys going down completely. Lancers now, or knights now joining the party. And Gully's army is in shambles because what Starlark has is the exact counter to what Gully is doubling down on. We see more Mounted Samurais and nothing else.
Yeah, and I mean, that's kind of the issue because you don't have that power spike with the Mounted Samurai, right? So what are you going to transition to a little bit later? Are you going to add an archery range and try to get a bunch of Yumi to take down these camel riders? Well, you're going to need a metric ton of those Yumi Ashigaru to actually do something. So he's going for an alternative and going for Onimusha because he sees the Lancers of the Abbasid Dynasty getting a little bit of bonus damage. There might be some value in going for Onibugisha as well, just because you can make quick work of those camel riders. They don't have any melee armor, or if they do, it's very minimal at best, so maybe having the ability to do that. But he definitely needs something other than those Mounted Samurai to do any kind of damage, because this is the best anti-knight composition that you could possibly get. and it's from the Abbasid dynasty using those camel riders, some crossbowmen in the back as well. And you're going to see very quickly those mounted samurai are going to end up going down. They don't have any kind of bonus against those camels. There's a little bit of unease. Those samurai are getting scared off by those lovely, lovely lumps. And he's actually scared off into the ball game. He's leaving.
I did not expect that. I felt like, yes, you were behind. But there was also that aspect of, okay, my resources started running out a little bit. So the wood lines were getting further and further away from the base, causing you to move out further. And again, you're playing against a very mobile army. So you were going to have some trouble. We saw here with the economy going up and down, but keeping in mind, Gully was idle for a while. So the economy count might look pretty even, but this poor man was suffering once those ships went down. Let's go see the villages. You can just see when that spring-old ship started taking down hordes of poor little fishing ships just trying to bring back bacon or fish to the dock. That went down to a ram, unfortunately. Up and down, though. My gosh.
I mean, it just begs the question. When you're Japan going up against Abbasid, obviously you're not, too crazy about the matchup anyway. But it begs the question, why would you put the Arashira in the stable at all? You kind of expect that there's going to be some anti-cavalry composition coming out of Starlark, and especially because of his fishing economy being there, like you mentioned, Starlark had the food to get a lot of camel riders to do some damage that we saw, right? So is there an opportunity to maybe put the first Yaroshiru in an archery range, to put it in a barracks, to do something that's not cavalry related? Because for Japan, they do have infantry. They are technically this infantry civilization. Maybe you could have did that instead of the mounted samurai. But we are tied up going into game number 3. It is on Gorge, one of my favorite maps, Wayman. I don't know about you, but I love this map. And we are going to be seeing the Rus and the Delhi Sultanate going head-to-head. This is going to be a fun one.
The problem with Delhi is they're really in a good place right now. Problem with Rus, they're also in a pretty good place right now. But guys, the game's about to start. Are you ready for my favorite map? Because I'm an English player.
Oh my god, you had to throw the English in here. Let's get to the lobby because I don't want to hear about it anymore. We're going to go into game number 3 of this round of 32 qualifiers. Whoever wins this game is going to continue to move on. Starlark playing as the Rus, spawning in the northeastern section of the map, going with that hunting cabin start. Gully Deckel will be his opponent on this pivotal game number 3 as the Delhi Sultanate spawning in the southwestern side as the color yellow. So, Wayman, this is a matchup that, honestly, I've been seeing on ladder a lot. These are two civs that, personally, I play a lot. So, you see Rus going up against Delhi. You see Delhi going up against Rus on both sides. To be honest, this really comes down to, again, we're going to talk about this, and this is going to be an overwhelming feature throughout the course of the games today, professional scouts. Rus loves professional scouts because of that bounty and the bounty change that they had. Delhi loves professional scouts because they love free things. And it's free.
Free. It's the best. So that's the problem here. When you have that scout advantage, considering you don't need a stable to make scouts as Rus, you already get ahead a little bit and you're already ready to place your scouts everywhere. Now, something I heard about Rus recently, it's the scouts are not just scouting, they're not just waiting for professional scouts. Keeping in mind that when you have a big amount of them, they can actually burn stuff down. And that's why it's very important here for Mr. Gully to make sure that he doesn't build his buildings too far away, because these bad boys can actually do some damage and cause you to miss out on some of those upgrades. So a lot of people have been talking about the ability of Rus to actually put that early game pressure on anyone who is a little bit greedy. And I'm looking at you, Twitch chat, all of you chads here in the chat who do put that house just outside the range of the TC. Be careful, because Rus has something to say about it. And honestly, every civilization has something to say about it once they do get that professional scouts and they have a bunch of horses just running around, not doing much and wanting to burn stuff. Now, we do see the normal things coming out from Delhi. Upgrades, because they're all for free, baby. Now, I'm excited to see if Starlark is going to go for another one of those bad boys. pretty early on so that he can get the position right. We've been seeing the professional scouts on the opposite sides of the map. You want to yoink. The power of the yoink is very important. You need to be able to yoink the deer from your opponent's side. Dome of the Faith coming out now, very standard here from Mr. Daly, and this is it for both of these players. They want to make it through, and this is match point.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to, I want to talk about yoinking a little bit, or the study of yoinkology. Having these professional scouts for the roost, I think, is very important because they're going to be the first ones to get there. So for the deli, obviously, with the mill, you hit that professional scouts, and it's free, which is great. But it takes a little bit of time because you're still using the Dome of the Faith to get those scholars to really speed up that production. So even though it's free, it's going to take a little bit longer. Does that mean Starlark could have the ability to do a little bit more yoinking than his opponent does? It goes to show, especially for how many deer you get as the roost, you get that food, you get that bounty with that gold that could really help propel you into Castle Age. So we're going to see if there's going to be a yoinking ability now with the Deli Sultanate. To stop that yoinking, they're going to be going into a stable. They're going to be, how many times did I say yoink this one? To get a stable and go into some Ghazi Raiders because they have the speed, right? They have the speed to chase down those scouts, whether they have a deer carcass or otherwise, and hopefully stop that from happening.
Now, speaking about yoink, you know, we care about the yoink. It's great. We love the fact that we're going to be getting some yoinking around the map. But I want you guys to notice the precision of Starlark there. When he actually re-rallied those villagers building the lumber camp, he had 4 on them because he wanted to get the tree chopped down in exactly the right amount of chops to just be able to sell the wood and, you know, get them upgrades. And that's exactly what the man is going to do. Professional Scouts has been queued up, and Gully does not have Professional Scouts in queue.
Yeah, that wheelbarrow is just about getting created. Maybe it was a little late to getting that wheelbarrow actually click. But really quickly, if you can hover over Vodka, if you want to do me a favor, hover over the Pro Scouts on the top right part of your screen for Starlark. You can see the timing. That's there. He's got about 50 seconds. Now, click on the mill for the Deli Sultanate when that Pro Scouts is going to get completed. That's first up. 3 minutes, 15 seconds. So there's that little bit of a window that gives an opportunity for Starlark to try to do something. And obviously with that hunting cabin, it means you don't have to stop your villager production to continuously pump out those scouts, and that's what he's going to be able to do. Now, obviously, Deli does have the opportunity to get scouts out of the stable that are getting efficiently produced. So that has an opportunity once Pro Scouts gets completed that he's able to do that. But first, Ghazi hitting the battlefield, and now Starlark might have to make his own little bit of a change here. Does he want to go for a barracks? Does he want to add some spearmen? Does he want to add some knights maybe that are relatively expensive? So there's an opportunity for yoinking, but because of the defensive potential of the Ghazi Raider, maybe there isn't going to be too much. You can see it moving its way around the battlefield, trying to stop some of these deer from getting there. But because you have so many scouts, you can hit so many deer packs at once. And Starlark is doing that. There's the north one. There's the east one. He took one from the southwestern side as well. There's a scout moving its way over with that carcass. So those Ghazi Raiders, I get that they're mobile, and they are. They're super mobile, but you can't be everywhere at once.
And that scout going down is not just a scout going down. That is one less man to carry a deer carcass. So that's actually a really, really big pickup here from Starlark. And I feel like this is also why Rus does so well, because they can just have so much more because of those hunting cabins. But now Delhi, being in a pretty great position as a civilization, they have versatility. So with those Ghazi Raiders, they're definitely getting out on the map, causing this little bit of pressure around. They can produce them so much faster. But now there's no scout. There's the survival techniques. We're going to be seeing those deer pickups eventually, but he might not even need to because he's got so many units on the map, and he could actually do a little bit of damage and create a lot of pressure here. But with the spearman coming out, he's going to look for an answer himself. The problem is Delhi is pretty quick to respond to that. Usually Delhi can pump out archers equally as quickly. These Ghazis are protecting the deer, and I don't feel like Starlark got the value he needed, but we know what Roos does as a backup plan. They just get wood and they go to castle, and they're perfectly okay with that. But you do need a little bit of food here to just secure that. The spearmen now, though, Amazing work by these boys, pushing these Ghazis back off of them, and the scout should be able to yoink one or two more of his own deer.
Yeah, and I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, you're able to get some of the enemy deer, you know, those safe deer packs, which is vastly important because Gully Deckel has professional scouts as well. But now you've reached a time where, hey, maybe going to castle is a little bit more important than anything else that I'm doing. So he's going to be using the Golden Gate in order to do that, starting to sell some of that wood, some extra wood that he does get if he wants to. And he'll be able to, with the couple of deer carcasses that he got, end up going to castle. But on the flip side, Gully Deckel, for the Roos, he was so focused on those deer packs and putting those military units on those deer packs to try to get the carcasses, he wasn't really worried about the sacred sites. And Delhi really splits the map up in so many different points of interest. So not only do you have those deer packs, which are points, but also the sacred sites. So they went to those deer packs to try to fight on the deer packs, while on the flip side, he was just getting all of the sacred sites. And now with 3 of them, and Sanctity, that sacred victory timer is ticking, but I would imagine that is not the win condition. He's going to be able to, with all of this economy, really flood the Roos.
Problem for Roosters as well, you need to keep that food production going. And it's so hard to do so when now Delhi is ready to start getting those deer on the map too. We see now 4 scouts from Gully. So he's going to start picking up a few. And even though he'll get less out of this, it doesn't mean that he's behind. He's very happy going out on the map and getting some berries while waiting for that upgrade. Now that there are knights on the map though, you don't want to be going too far out of your base. Starlark only getting 2 knights though, so he's not going to be that very heavy pressure that we usually see here. But Gully sneakily trying to sneak one of those deer away. The knights do have something to say about that, and they will stop this guy dead in his tracks. And the scout is ready for the pickup, but he doesn't want to risk his life just for a silly little deer.
Yeah, and I think it's very difficult when you're playing against the Delhi Sultanate and you're a Knight Civ like Starlark is, because some of this kind of stuff will happen. The Ghazi Raider, I mean, it doesn't have a decent amount of base damage, but it has an extra +2 to heavy. It's not necessarily the damage that it does, it's more so the mobility. The Knight's not going to be able to get away. You know, that Knight is only at 1.62 tiles per second, and those horsemen are usually, if they're not charging, if I remember correctly, 1.88. So you're going to be able to go and get them. And now you're facing a Delhi Sultanate, as 1.88 vodka makes me look so good in checking it out. Thank you. Now Gully is going to have the ability as the Delhi to continuously flood units in feudal, and you see that. Military count 44 to 26. Don't get me wrong, 10 of them are scholars, but still, you have a little bit of a military advantage. And Delhi is a little bit better at going for this rock, paper, scissors composition of spears and archers and horsemen, a little bit better than the Roos are because of how expensive those knights are. There's only 2 or 3 of them, and he really doesn't have much to deal with some of the archers and the archer mass that is going on from Gully Deckel. You know, obviously Starlark can make his own archers, but Delhi's going to be able to continuously get people on wood. The wood economy is going to be there and continuously push out. Now, Starlark is hoarding resources, so he's going to try to get to castle, realizing he can't win this in feudal. But is this delaying the inevitable, Wayman? Is Gully Deckel already have that much of an advantage?
Now, I'm hoping for Gully's sake that he is able to sustain this advantage that he has. I don't think it's over for Starlark, though. He is going to have a hard time getting back out of this, considering he needs to get gold for his upgrades still, and now this is a very heavy army to be facing. He hasn't even gone out on the gold. All of this has been passive, which is absolutely crazy. Getting that high trade house, very important, though, because it does provide you a little bit of safe food. But considering that you need to put it on the side there of your little wood line, you're going to be able to be harassed, especially by that sheer amount of Ghazis, and you just don't have the response to this just yet. Gully Deckel will follow suit into castle pretty soon too, as we can see he's floating some resources here, keeping in mind that when he hits castle, they do take a while to get going though. So Delhi upgrades take a much longer time. So you do have feudal units against castle units in most cases, but with the amount of gold that Starlark has, that's not going to be the biggest worry, because he's just going to be able to get 1 or 2 upgrades pretty early on, and these Ghazis are going to do okay against these knights for the time being.
Yeah, I mean, for how many knights there are, and obviously with the charge effect, it's becoming a little difficult, but the only thing he's doing, just because of the Ghazi mobility, is to make sure he continues to keep those sacred sites, and that's what he's doing. You know, he's getting 375 gold per minute, and basically with nobody on gold because of those sacred sites. So he's going to be going up with the House of Learning. He does have a lot of scholars, and my God, women, do they have so many books. Get them into the House of Learning. They're going to be able to get some of those unique technologies. Now that Starlark is Castle Age, he has a little unique technologies up his sleeve as well, and going to be going into, with Castle Age, Men-at-Arms. Now, as a Rus being a cavalry civilization, you have the opportunity to make things like knights and horse archers and boyars fortitude. Going for things like Men-at-Arms might not be what you want to do, but for Starlark, he kind of feels like he has to.
Well, the thing about Men-at-Arms is they're unexpected, and with Starlark being a little bit behind here, he might need to have an element of surprise, especially when this age up comes through. Oh, he's trying to take the fight right now, and this is probably the best time he has to take this fight, because as those upgrades are ticking, they're going to be better and better for Gully, because they're free, which is my favorite type of prize. If something is free, it's the best. So getting all these little pickups is exactly what he needs to stay in this. And he is getting Wheelbarrow now. Starlark, he's thinking of these upgrades among all the beautiful military ones, but focus firing those spearmen really well. We see the daily upgrades ticking with all those scholars behind. He definitely is not going to wait too long for them to kick in. The spearmen, though, they need to be careful because they're providing that layer of protection right now. And if he loses them to those millions of archers on Delhi's side, he's going to be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, but those archers are providing good firepower for Starlark. As you can see, the spearmen, not all of them ended up going down, and they're that DPS that you really need against those Ghazis. Ghazis end up going down. There's still a couple knights in here. I think this is overall a pretty good win for Starlark, and it goes to show how important it is to get the veteran archer upgrade. Having that ability, take it down those spearmen rather quickly, you're going to be able to take down some of those villagers. We had a little bit of a Wololo experimentation going on, a double Wololo, but no units ended up getting hit in the crossfire. Now Gully Deckel starting to use some Castle Age units. He's going to be able to try to get some Lancers out there. Some Men-at-Arms might be able to tank a little bit as well, as Starlark is bolstering up some of his own. Doesn't really have the Spearmen or anything to kind of deal with those Lancers of the Delhi side, but he's doing a really good job of taking down a lot of units for Gully. We all know Delhi being that snowball civilization. You want to take one really good fight and snowball afterward. And I didn't see that pivotal fight from Gully Deckel this time around.
Gully definitely thinking that he was going to be able to take this fight without those upgrades being ticked off completely. We saw that they were so close, but the fight took place just before, and Starlark knew this. Playing against Delhi, you know you have this very sweet spot of timing because of that small delay. And honestly, I think he's gotten that advantage quite well now. But remember what we talked about earlier, when people get professional scouts, they sometimes forget about the food spike that happens after. So with 1,000 wood, though, he's probably going to be able to farm transition pretty well, and he's doing exactly that behind this. But those things need to get up, and they need to start pumping, because the food is not looking too great on either side. We have 1,000 per minute, but this army, Starlark in the driver's seat right now. These archers running at the front, they're ready to pick things off. These Lancers are trying their best, and they're doing pretty well, but he needs to be careful. Gully cannot overextend here, but the same goes for Starlark. He's only got archers here at front, paired with the crossbows that are following suit, and they are getting closer. Those crossbows are ready for those lances, and they're going to be able to do quite good damage, especially with those upgrades on their side.
Yeah, the crossbowmen were kind of what Starlark needed there, especially with the Men-at-Arms that are there too. That's going to make Gully Deckel back up. And you know what? It's so funny because he had like 4 or 5 crossbowmen, and that was pretty much all you needed to take those down, because he really didn't have anything to deal with those Lancers. But now with those crossbowmen, going to be able to do some damage against those Men-at-Arms. Gully Deckel has his own form of crossbowman that will end up taking some down as well. So some skirmishes in the middle of this, but there's no real clear-cut winner right now. Starlark going with a different army composition. He's adding some crossbowmen, adding some Men-at-Arms, but I see Whammon. It's my favorite unit. 3 horse archers on the battlefield, and more coming up. With a Men-at-Arms and crossbowman kind of army composition, the horse archers are such a good pick.
The horse archers just provide that extra level of mobility that you need when you know that Delhi is out on the map picking berries. These bad boys are going to be mobile. They're going to be able to get there. And we see those first 3 horse archers just firing down here. He says, that is my relic. And that bad boy will take him home to provide that extra bit of gold that Rus loves to get. Now, Starlark needs to be very careful here because he could be caught out, and this army is a little bit out of position right now with these archers. Yeah, there are a few archers between these. Target firing on top of those crossbows. We do see Starlark screaming to the skies, ensuring that these units need to back off. But keeping in mind, that is a horse, so he might be able to run away, even with the relic in hand. And Gully does not have the units to actually catch up to that. But now the horse archers are in the base. They're just not doing any damage just yet, Tim. I'm really sorry. Their legacy has not lived up to what you've needed from them. Oh, no.
But you know what? That's the thing, Wayman. Just get in there and cause some chaos. You know, and that's what horse archers are really good at. As you can see, Delhi, there's no walls. There's no outposts. There's nothing that's really going to stop these villagers from getting raided to death. So if he has... Well, that's a... Okay. That's a pretty big build. Yeah.
Big one.
Yeah, it's a pretty juicy one. That outpost, that keep is going to be able to stop you from getting that. But you're exactly right. Because those deer end up getting taken away and they end up getting harvested, just means you got to go out now, and it delays getting those outside food resources. So Starlark is going to be able to get that boar, which is going to be beneficial. Gully Deckle is going to be continuing to try to get some of these berries, and this food economy becomes very, very important for both of them to keep up with, because that army compositions out of both players, crossbowmen, men-at-arms, horse archers, horsemen, crossbowmen, they cost a lot of food, so that's going to be really pivotal. Whoever is going to be able to take down some of these outside food resources, maybe stop a farm transition, or somebody starts one a little early, could really turn the tide. But now we're seeing a battle up here with some of these spearmen trying to make up the front line with men-at-arms. Too many crossbowmen. Those men-at-arms to take down, but we got some horsemen on the western side, going to be able to get some of that bonus damage in on the crossbowmen. Horse archers are going to be helpful as well. Saint's Blessing on a decent amount of those units. And then people are talking about, you know, this is a good matchup for Delhi, blah, blah, blah. All of a sudden, Gully Deckle's army gets absolutely shredded with that horseman change from Starlark. Real heads-up play. Military count ends up being somewhat the same in the 30s, but you got to remember, Gully has 7 scholars that are making up on that military count. So these archers, these crossbowmen are going to end up getting cleaned up. Gully Deckle does have 3 sacred sites, but I don't think that's going to last for a very long time.
Exactly. The problem is Delhi needs that control, but at the same time, he's going to be able to sit back and get those keeps going, get extra villages if he's far behind. But to do that, you do need to cause a little bit of pressure. And right now, the units I'm seeing in Delhi's army is not the units that cause pressure. They're units that are reactionary. And, except for that elephant. Hello there, sir. He wants to bring the elephants to the party, I say. But these horse archers didn't really get their damage done at all. They looked quite fancy, I must say. But they didn't do too much just yet. I feel like Starlark made them thinking about raiding, but he didn't do that much as he wanted. Oh, and at the front here, these guys sneak by while the horse archers are distracting, and I'm completely wrong. More villagers getting taken down, and honestly, it looks like Starlark is going to the next round.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing a good job putting pressure over and over again, right? And maybe he's trying to get that forward keep. I'm not sure if that's a Delhi keep or a Roos keep. It looks like a Delhi one, so we'll see if he's going to be able to do it. Horse archers are on both sides, going to be able to try to pick off some of these spearmen. Starlark making basically a change to all horsemen because of how many crossbowmen that Gully Deckle ended up making. He's continuing to make at this point. There's enough archers and crossbowmen to take down the spears. Crossbowmen are going to get cleaned up again. We're seeing women for the Delhi Sultanate. This snowball is not materializing. We're just seeing patches of snow on the ground and nothing to really make an avalanche. Military count 50 to 20, and I think he's going to be dealing with his own avalanche pretty soon. Because this Roos player, not only are they going to be able to deal with a lot of these units, but they can make siege relatively well because they're wood economy and able to get a keep. This tower elephant is going to try to have something to say about it. Those horsemen get a little bit of a bonus damage along with those spearmen. He tried to heal them up, but no amount of prayers is going to keep that Dumbo alive. We'll make sure we'll harvest that ivory later. And a lot of panic. Wololo is coming out on the southern side for Gully Deckle, trying to make sure that he's pretty safe. And all these villagers are going down because of this keep too. I don't think this is going to go up, Wayman.
Gully just a little bit too greedy with some of these keep placements, and at the same time, just not able to provide that pressure onto Starlark. I mean, when you're Rus with professional scouts, The keep doesn't go up, unfortunately for us. But with professional scouts and the farm transition under the TC, it's so hard to shut this down. You also have the Golden Gate, so rebalance that economy as much as you need. Free food as well. And even though Gully looked like he was in charge for a while, Starlark and his ability to cause pressure everywhere definitely paid off. But Gully is not ready to let this one go yet. We can see here he's putting that keep down on the farms. And at the same time, Starlark says, let me go show you what a ram can do. And he's probably going to target that keep.
The thing is the Delhi Sultanate are notoriously cockroachy. And the reason why is because you get all of those keeps going. He has village fortresses that are completed. So yes, he's down in the economic count by 20. But getting a lot of those keeps up, making sure that his food economy is safe with his farms that he's transitioning into, while getting those keeps, it just means you're going to be able to at least stop the bleeding when it comes to this villager count. Now, Starlark did add a second town center, which is going to be very beneficial to him. But now, because of that wood economy, he's going to start to make a lot of rams, a little bit of a raid before that keep goes up. That keep is going to be good defense, but if it's a blueprint, probably not so much. And a couple more villagers end up going down. Economic count 76 to 48 and continuing to change. It looks like he's trying to take a villager down from that keep. Not going to be as beneficial. I think the keep are going to take a lot of those down. But because of those rams and that push going on in the northwestern side, Whammon, I don't think that keep is long for that world.
The top keep definitely not going to have the same pressure he needs. We see the villagers getting inside, trying to focus fire a few of these units down, hitting at it. That is 17 villagers idle right now. We have 8 in the other keep as well. I think Gully a little bit overwhelmed. He knows this is his last hurrah. He's trying to get as much damage done here. Starlark all the way in China for gold. Seeing Mr. Gully as well, desperately clawing away at gold. The resources do not lie. We have nothing from Gully, and we have everything from Starlark. Sacred Side victory now in the hands of Rus. A little bit of a destruction, if I may say. And those elephants, they need to shoot rockets if they want to make sure that Gully stays in this game. Those villagers are doing their best firing from the TC. The rams, though, a little bit scary. And let's see if that keep will last another few seconds before the villagers start to repair it. The boys are doing their best. The elephants trying to stop these rams as well. But there's so many crossbows firing back at them. The keep, he had his story, but that is it. Gully still not ready to tap out, trying to let the awkward fire of the TC help with the elephants alongside scholars, praying for that poor elephant. More arriving, lots of prayers. Apparently the answer to keeping that elephant alive. That HP is regenning, and it reminds me back at Season 2 when we had herbal medicine and a lot of complaints at it.
Yeah, I remember the herbal medicine days too, and that elephant just seems rather invulnerable, invincible, just because of all of the prayers. But the scholars end up getting targeted to take down. The horsemen are essentially just being an MVP here because there's a big range mass by Gully Deckle, but those archers and crossbowmen aren't going to do too much. Those horsemen get bonus damage, and down goes Dumbo. There's nothing left. Those elephants are so expensive. It's very difficult to mass them up, especially when you have to get something to support them, and support them he does not do. Game number 3, and this wild series is going to Starlark as the Rus. What a great series this was, Whammon.
Honestly, absolutely fantastic seeing these two battle it out. Gully definitely showed that he knows how to put a little bit of late game pressure in the other games too, and multitask. And I think after the last performance of Gully in the tournament, he needed that win that he got, and he did well at it. Starlark, though, just a little bit too strong to take down. We can see here the villagers just going down and down from Mr. Gully to all those raids. And unfortunately, Gully just not strong enough to take down. I think Starlark is from Chile. He's going to have a chill going down his spine after this, because Starlark, absolute star in this last game. Okay, I need to stop. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you just hit
done.
You hit back to back like that.
Oh.
Jesus, I don't know what I'm supposed to do about it. How am I supposed to crawl myself out of this hole? No, but with this one, Starlark obviously will be going to the round of 16. And really quickly, let's take a look at some of the brackets. Let's see where we are in these tournaments, these qualifiers coming in here. Now, in the round of 16. Remember, there are 4 spots to qualify for the main event. We see Baltoon, the tuna, the massive tuna, going up against Dragavon in that round of 16. Eliona playing Scatterbrain, Valdemar and Milhodo, Sass and Lash, Corvinus Nubadon, Cat and somebody, Mio Micah, Myriad, CSO, and Starlark. Now, all of these players, I don't know about you, Wayman, but I've heard rumblings about just about every single one of them. So it's going to be star-studded who ends up qualifying to the main event, guys. Stay tuned. These are the most important series that are going to be coming your way. We are nowhere near done. We got to figure out who is going to be qualifying in the main event to play some of those names that have already qualified that you guys know so well. But really quickly, I think, Wayman, we're going to take a small 1 to 2 minute break before heading into the next series.
Ladies and gentlemen, go get your tea. We'll be right back, and then we will see some more action.
could do this all day.
I can't
do it all day.
You know, we had no sound the first time we did it, and we probably just looked like idiots yapping to ourselves, waiting for the countdown, unfortunately. Oh, but guys, we have some spicy maps in front of us. Dry Arabia being the least spicy, but we're starting off with it on the driest of Arabias with Rus and Byzantines, which honestly, probably two of the most standard civilizations on Dry Arabia. If you asked me to pick out of a group of civilizations and guess which ones are going to be on Dry Arabia, it would be that those two would definitely be in the top 3.
Oh yeah, for open maps, these are great ones. You know, for the Byzantines, they obviously have the ability to, I mean, we talked about the Byzantines a little bit before, getting their olive groves and their berries and their mercenary units that are quote-unquote free. But Bruce, with Dry Arabia, as you'll notice, there is one professional scout civ and one that usually doesn't. I played against an interesting Byzantine build who went for Hippodrome, and then they went for pro scouts after that. So they hippoed just to get the scouts out of the stable instead of the town center, and then they were able to get professional scouts afterward, which makes a lot of sense because, you know, for how much value you're leaving on the table for those deer carcasses, maybe it's something that could be advantageous. We'll have to see how it ends up playing against the Rus if they choose to do that. Or there's still, because I see Jigglypuff in chat, there are still gulp builds available. You could say Super Hydra, you can get those flasks, and you could go anywhere.
We do not want to see any gulpers on the field today. Guys, keep your gulping to yourself. We need this to be a standardized one. We need to see professional scouts being shut down so we can learn how to do it on ladder ourselves. I know Twitch chat right now is sitting here and they're like, I can't beat this. Let's watch and take some notes from Mr. Numadon because he might have the answer we're all desperately trying to figure out. I know Beastie released a video yesterday about why professional scouts are so good. So let's go see if Corvinus can prevail with the Rus Pro Scout on Dry Arabia. Let's roll in, guys.
Ooh, game number 1. This is a star-studded series, this 3-game series. Corvinus playing as the Rus in the color blue, spawning in the western side of the driest of Arabias. Numadon is his opponent for this series, playing as the Byzantines in the color red with a very nice cistern right next to that gold, right next to that sheep, which is going to be helpful to you. And hopefully we get some of that cistern structure that ends up. So this is kind of a nice spawn because you get the berries, you get the gold, you get the sheep kind of all at the same time. And then you're going to be able to get your Grand Winery down to make sure you get wheelbarrow quicker. And your second one can go for something like a woodline over there. It makes it a little bit easier for him to do that. So pretty advantageous spawn for Numadon. Corvinus on the other side, obviously with his double hunting cabin start as the Rus, getting that little bit of a gold trickle, and will make his way to feudal. And I don't see any reason why we wouldn't see a golden gate.
Now, Golden Gate has definitely shown its head again in these times when we just have too many resources to rebalance. And honestly, it just provides you with so many options. I don't know, the Kremlin Gremlins were always the thing we begged for, but now with the Gremlins losing that HP, they're just not as potent as they used to be. Now, Numadon, a little bit of a cheeky scouting here, out-scouting that Corvinus scout running right next to him, and Byzantine's not really too reliant on the sheep, as we know, but you want to make sure that your opponent is starved. And I think that's the main question we're going to ask ourselves. How is Corvinus going to get starved by Numadon, if Numadon can even starve him? So now we do see that Grand Winery popping down onto the berries, which is in a pretty okay spot next to the woodline, even though it's still a little bit forward. It's an okay spawn, especially, like you said, with that beautiful cistern covering absolutely everything. Now the Golden Gate coming through, as Tim had noted. Perfect prediction here by Mr. Tim. Or actually, Dr. Tim. Apologies.
Oh my god. The respect is out of control. The Golden Gate, you know, you talked about the Kremlin a little bit, those Kremlin gremlins, and they act a little bit different because they systematically lose health and continue to go down to 1 health until they get 1 tapped and died. So the thing of it is, like, the Golden Gate to me personally was, before the Kremlin ended up getting buffed, the Golden Gate to me was second best to the Aachen when it came to any kind of feudal landmarks. And that's a hot button debate. People can agree or disagree if they'd like to. But the reason, like, what they did was they ended up buffing the Kremlin to the point where it was even better than the Golden Gate. So it's not like the Golden Gate was bad. It's actually really good. But because of the way the Rus played with the Kremlin and getting a second town center, ended up being a little bit more advantageous to get it. Now, with them getting pro scouts and everything is relatively safe, they don't need that giant 5,000 hit point outpost anymore. They can get a little bit greedier and go for that Golden Gate where it basically just spits out an extra 50 resources a minute. And if you're someone like me, who first started playing the Rus and needed a crutch in terms of how to fix their macro, doing that makes it rather advantageous to do it.
It also now in the current meta just provides you with that pretty early rebalance to get professional scouts. That's a lot of sheep under that TC. Corvinus is probably a very happy man. Now, we can see there Vodka pointing out he is drowning in it right now, and we see a lot of Byzantines trying to find an answer to these professional scouts. Nubadan says that is plopping down that barracks before anything else. And now, with that first Limited coming out, let's go see where he puts the man. And it looks like he's looking straight at that deer pack forward. Never mind, he's changed direction. He's changed his mind. But those deer are in danger. Just going to scout out and see exactly what's happening now in Numidan's base. Corvinus is cooking, and he's cooking some venison.
Yeah, and you know, based on where the deer packs are actually spawning, Nubadan's 2 deer packs that are supposed to be safe are relatively in front, so Nubadan's got to go out and do something. Obviously, the Limited are a good choice when you're dealing with scouts, and especially slower ones with those carcasses. But Corvinus has a couple deer packs that are relatively safe. They're not necessarily behind his base, but a little bit to the south. So it'll be difficult if he does want to get Limited over there. It'll be difficult to actually kind of stop that from happening. And we talked about the yoinking of deer and all of that kind of stuff and how important it is. But at the same time, you still have 2 deer packs that are safe. And if my math serves me correctly, that's 2,450 food per deer pack, which means 245 bounty and gold for free for the Rus. So he's going to be trying to yoink just a little bit and then continuing to make scouts that are professional out of those hunting cabins to continue to get his safe ones.
Honestly, seeing 7 scouts on the field is going to be absolutely destructive. -1 now as Numidan loses his to the TC. Brave Scout going down. I feel like I related to that very much. Numidan, it is hard to control them, but now with 7 scouts, let's see how Corvinus controls those. They are shift-clicked into oblivion, and those Limited standing on top of the deer packs, they're still going to struggle to actually do damage to these because these scouts run pretty quickly. But we can see now Numidan moving those Limited a little bit closer to the base as well. Look at that Limited. He's going to be able to chase that guy, but the deer is going to be plopped down a little bit closer. Now, the longbow contract has been chosen, and we'll see if this means very much of an aggressive push here by Numidan. I feel like when you're playing the Byzantines, you don't want to be playing into the Rus base when they have unlimited food, which is exactly what's happening. You see these scouts are printing carcasses at the moment.
Yeah, and especially, I mean, again, with that safe pack, that 7 that was pretty close to the southern part of Corvinus's base have been largely scooped up. So you're going to be able to get that bounty and stuff for free. You can see Corvinus in terms of his fast castle build. He's continuing to hoard resources. He's at about 900 of food and used the Golden Gate to make sure he had enough gold to get there. So these Limited, I mean, yeah, they're going to be able to do that bonus damage against the scout, but it's all about actually catching up to it. And this becomes kind of similar to how Relics ended up playing in Fast Castle, where it's kind of about field position. So with these deer, obviously it takes a little bit more micro, but with these deer, if Limited do catch you, you could drop them, run, heal, a different scout picks them up, and they end up being a little bit closer to the town center, so you just kind of systematically or methodically push those into your town center, and that looks like that's what Corvinus ended up doing. Now, not going for the high trade house this time around, and going with the Abbey of the Trinity. I used to love this landmark back in Season 0 when horse archers were absolutely insane. Now, horse archers are still relatively good, and that means with that Abbey of the Trinity, you get half-price warrior monks to try to get some of those relics. So ends up being a pretty good play by him.
Yeah, and we can see Numidan actually wanted to go for I call it the responsible castle. He definitely wanted to make sure that the berry oil that he got from there, he was going to be able to keep making units. And he's using it to his best of ability. You can see here, he's guarding these deer packs. But with Abbey of the Trinity, you're just allowing yourself to get ahead a little bit more by ensuring you pick up those relics before the Byzantines does. And he's very far away from being able to do that. And that's the problem when you're playing against something like the Rus. They just have too many answers to what most people are going to be doing. The Abbey of the Trinity now, we see that warrior monk in queue. But Numidan does have quite a bit of units here. He just won't be able to protect all of them at the same time.
Yeah, because I mean, with these warrior monks, when you go high trade house, these warrior monks are rather expensive. They're 40 food, 200 gold. So you got to make sure when you're the Rus and you get that 600 gold, you got to make sure that you're still getting a little bit, whether it's out of the Golden Gate or otherwise, just to make sure you get warrior monks to actually go out onto the battlefield. Now he's got a couple archery ranges and queuing those horse archers, which I absolutely love to see. They're going to be able to do very good against those Limitanei. The longbowman might prove to be a little bit of a problem, but the thing of it is, for Corvinus, with those archer ranges, he can continuously make the horse archers over and over and over again. Numidan needs the oil to get those longbowmen out. So maybe it becomes a quantity over quality kind of thing. But he's going up to Castle Age, as we can see, Wham, and he's almost hit that 1,200 food. What is he going to go for? Is he going to gulp? Or is he going to go a little bit with the horn tower? He chooses the horn.
Yeah, responsible horn tower here at the back. Honestly, you want to make sure you get those free units. And just like we said before, you are dealing with Rus that has unlimited food, and you need to survive that power spike, because when you're getting professional scouts, a lot of people, they just forget, oh yeah, I need to food transition. I need to make sure that I survive into the late game. And they are very prone to throwing away some units. Although, Corvinus, he does not strike me as the type. Look at these horse archers doing absolute work. Doing really amazing, and Numidan needs to be very, very careful when it comes to those horse archers getting into the back of his base. Now, luckily for him, he has discovered the invention of a wall, which Tim has never heard of. I heard on stream, although off stream I hear that Tim is actually a dirty waller. So he will be able to get a little bit of defense, the ultimate counter to horse archers being walls, and the longbows not going to be doing too badly either.
No, I mean, obviously they don't have the mobility that a horse archer does, but because of their range, they're going to be able to pick some off, and that is definitely what ends up happening. Now, if you have enough horse archers to kind of take down those Limitanei, you could use warrior monks as a front if you really wanted to. Saint's Blessing could definitely help you, gives you a little bit of range defense also, and let's not forget, for the Abbey of the Trinity, you have special upgrades that are warrior monk related. You know, you can increase the duration, you can increase the potency of those horse archers and of those warrior monks' blessing if you choose to. Now with all of these scouts carrying a little bit of a diversion tactic to kind of swipe at these relics, and it looks like he might be able to Saint's Blessing with those scouts, but because you have a butter knife, just getting that just a little bit sharper ain't going to do much for you. They're going to have to walk in the opposite direction now. With that golden horn, because he's gotten longbowman and went for that Western contract whammon, he has the potential to get not only longbowman, but lance connect as well, and especially with Corvinus making men-at-arms as a front, those lance connect could actually be pretty good.
Corvinus also did not do too well with the relics. He didn't micro those units perfectly, and I mean, you need to micro them perfectly when you're dealing with this mass of army that he has. So Numidan has that chance. Corvinus has given him that opening, and granted, it is so difficult when you have so many units to keep control of. Horse archers being really, really, really easy to lose. The scouts running straight into the spears. Longbows perfectly target firing those. This support coming from the back here. Corvinus is bleeding units, and the problem is, what I said earlier, a lot of people, they lose some units. They're like, it doesn't matter. I've got unlimited food. And this is where things get out of control. We can see now he is floating a lot of resources, though. And honestly, I'm asking myself, what is Corvinus cooking? Numidan now, he needs to think about, what am I doing next? Because the men-at-arms have joined the party. And it doesn't look like there's anything that can deal with that just yet. These longbows really, really wanting to take down with that relic. But now they need to kite, and they need to do as much damage as possible, because he's going to be in a little bit of a sticky situation if these guys get to the base. The scout also does go down, and that will provide a little bit of slowdown for that Corvinus vision that he's got. And we're dead even in economy right now, with Corvinus having a little bit of relic or two. But he also has Rus, which is pretty damn good when you have all those deer under your TC.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm not really sure what Corvinus's bounty is right now, but it's got to be pretty good with a lot of the deer that he ended up pulling back. Now that these deer are starting to wrap up just a little bit, I think there are still some on the map that he can take. I think because of those men-at-arms, he has the potential to get a little bit more map control and push out as much as he wants to, but he doesn't have a scout on the battlefield right now. So has the potential to get them. Maybe he'll get them a little bit later and have the presence of mind. Yeah, he just queued 4 of them. If you're Nadon, you're probably thinking about a little bit of an army composition change. He's going with some of the Varangian Guard, but you're seeing men-at-arms and you're seeing horse archers. Ranged masses, both longbowmen and crossbowmen, you get them both together, they could really destroy this army if you micro them correctly. But Numenon's going for a little bit of firepower with those Varangian Guard.
And with the Varangian Guards, he's definitely going to have a little bit of an edge here when it comes to getting on top of that army. However, those men-at-arms numbers are really, really scary. And when he starts getting the second level upgrades here, this is going to be hard, but he's not there yet. And Numenon, I feel like in this fight, he could just have the edge because he also gets these units for free, a lot of these. So when he loses something, it is replaced for free. And maybe that's just going to be a little bit better than the professional scouts that are slowly not paying off anymore.
Yeah, I think it's just about how quickly you're able to replace them, right? I mean, obviously he's getting some berries over there on the eastern side. Hopefully he made a mill at this point. But you still have, there we go. You still have a decent amount of olive oil per minute, so you're able to continue to get with that longbowman production. And obviously the Golden Horn is going to help you out as well. With all of those extra units, you're right. Is this going to be enough? And now that he's adding Varangian Guard in here, maybe that's the little bit of front power that he needs, but I'm telling you, like, horse archers, they have enough base damage, and Corvinus is getting the second rage damage upgrade, so those horse archers are going to do 14 base damage against a Varangian Guard that can't catch up to him. So is this the correct choice for a front line? I'm not so sure about that.
I'm waiting to see that archery range switcheroo come into just so that it can make something other than longbows, but, even though a longbow doesn't counter a men-at-arms, I would say 60 of them do pretty well against him. So we'll see if he just doubles down and gets more of them. But keeping in mind now, Numenon also needs to go out on the map. His gold just ran out. He's started going to get gold in other places. And horse archers, their favorite type of snacking is when you get to go on the rest of the map and actually pick off those villagers. So those horse archers very safely tucked into the base, and now these scouts bringing home a feast. Everyone's going to be eating tonight, but they need to eat quickly because Numenon looks like he's ready to move out. And that's a lot of longbows coming towards your base. But I just don't know where he's going to find the damage. He's telling himself it's woodline time. And apparently Springalds still exist. Just confirmed.
Yeah, he went for the Springald route. Corvinus did. Economic count is obviously even, military count a little bit favored for Numenon, but the thing of it is, with these Springolds, you're going to see the longbowmen pop them to absolute smithereens. And there's a Springold down. There's another Springold down. It looks like that third one is not long for this world, and it is not. But the thing of it is, that Saint's Blessing coming in, doing a little bit of extra damage for all of them, adding a little bit of ranged armor for all of them as well. Numenon does not have the firepower to get through this. He was able to get rid of the Springolds, which is great, but he wasn't really able to deal with the units that were actually taking down the Varangian Guard in the first place. So a lot of them ended up getting killed. He had about 4 making the front line, and now the Varangian Guard are starting to use the defender's advantage and start to push up just a little bit. Might there be a potential for berserking is later to be seen. Springold's trying to get some good hits and hitting one singular Varangian Guard, so I can't know how good those things actually are. But those men-at-arms are making quick work of the Varangian Guard because of the Saint's Blessing. The Byzantines just doesn't have any kind of blessing on their side.
They need a lot of blessings here. When you don't have crossbows dealing with that, you only have 6 longbows. And remember what I said about numbers. 6 was not included in that. 10 Varangian Guards also not going to be able to do too much. We see more Springalds being queued up. And apparently Corvinus believes in the Springalds. Guys, Springalds still exist in this game. And I'm really glad he reminded us of this. And finally, crossbows being queued up, but I feel like it's just a little bit too late right now.
Yeah, it just might be. I mean, Corvinus really using the presence of mind, and it really makes me happy to see a lot of Saint's Blessing because of how important it is. A lot of Roost players might end up forgetting them in fights, myself very much included. Now with the Varangian Guard and Land Snakes over there, trying to do a little bit of AoE damage against those men-at-arms. Crossbowmen obviously going to be advantageous to him as well. But this military mass might be a little bit too much, and Corvinus is going to continue to push right in front of that hometown center wham, and he doesn't give a damn about anything that's over there. Town center, Longbowman, Varangian Guard. He's looking for villagers to kill. Numenor put a second town center over there on the eastern side. You can see it just on the portion of your screen to add a little bit of defense and to try to bolster himself up in the villager count. So for him, now that he has that eco advantage, he's got to hold this.
The problem is you just suicided your whole very, very expensive army into this base against a 2TC opponent. And you don't have a transition of farms just yet. Byzantines is Byzantines. And they're going to have those free units pumping out. And even though Corvinus was very much in the lead before this fight, I feel like he just overcommitted under the TC for too long. And honestly, beautiful play here by Numenor. Kiting, and now, with those crossbows being mixed in, Men-at-Arms are going to feel like nothing. Granted, there's 0 on the map, but there will be 3 more coming. I just don't know if he's going to keep making those. But Horse Archers, Corvinus believes all the way.
And that's the thing, like, you had such a, with the Roost, you have such a super cool power spike once you get to Castle because of the pro scouts and all that kind of stuff. So the food-heavy compositions that the Roost usually like to make, you're going to be able to pull off. I think it's just more so you gotta make sure it does something. You gotta make sure it puts pressure on your opponent, like all fast castles. You know, in Feudal Age, you kind of give up a little bit of the tempo in order to gain it back, and then some a little bit later with that technological advantage. So Corvinus, I mean, in terms of economic count, yes, he took down a decent amount of villagers with those horse archers, but because of the 2 town centers, economic count continues to be even. Those units that are coming in just for olive oil, because Numenor is getting almost 600 oil a minute, means he can continuously push out those longbowmen. But now Corvinus, he's not thinking about Springolds anymore. He's not thinking about other foot soldiers like men-at-arms to deal with it. He's adding mangonels, and hopefully we'll have the ability to get its rocks off on some of these longbowmen.
And honestly, that is a lot of siege. At that point, your longbowmen, they do pretty well against the Springolds, but not when there are mangonels packed against them as well. They're going to be decimating you unless you spread your units perfectly. And even when you do, there's so many of them, it's so hard to respond to. The Varangian Guards, he's still making them. He's got a mangonel of his own, but now with the rams being mixed in, I feel like this is in pure Corvinus fashion. He realized I may have overinvested on these Springolds, but we're just going to go out with a bang and take some things down. But I feel like Corvinus needs to slow down, ask himself, where am I going to do the most damage? And is it at the front of the map? Or what is my plan? The scout knows exactly what's about to happen. And Numenor, he just keeps making units, and he's done the switch. He sees the siege, and we see 4 horsemen in queue. But I don't know if he's going to be able to get enough units to collapse on those. So Corvinus, very risky move, but definitely very easy to pay off. You just need a few healthy shots to land on top of those. And with the Springolds, you have the protection. The Varangian Guards, they're going to try to get on top of those mangonels, but the Springolds will make quick work of them.
Yeah, and that's why, honestly, that's why I really like the Horseman chain from Numenor. And he's adding some, don't get me wrong, Horsemen are kind of a squishy unit, but you're up against a lot of Horse Archers, you're up against Men-at-Arms, nothing that does that bonus damage to the Horsemen that we need, you know? Usually if you have a lot of siege like this, you're making Spearmen to do a little bit of body blocking, right? To try to stop that. The Men-at-Arms are basically going to do that role. Horse Archers, because of the squishiness of them, not really going to be that great, but we're going to see if Siege, whether it's Castle Age, whether it's Imperial, maintains that superiority in Age of Empires 4 with 4 Rams, 5 Mangonels. It looks like he's not making any more, but he's continuing on those Horse Archers and Men-at-Arms. So let's see if those Mangonels can get good shots off. There's a little bit of a choke point right to the north of that starting town center. Horsemen with a little bit of a flank on the northern side. Is Corvinus going to see it? Not quite. 1 Mangonel ends up going down, and it looks like instead of them trying to get shots off, they're continuing to run. Another Mangonel ends up getting popped. Some longbowmen end up going down in the fight. A mangonel in the background for Numidon on the eastern side as well. But the men-at-arms are providing just enough tank to try to get there. But once you start making all these horsemen, as you see Numidon doing, he might be able to take this siege down. There's only one mangonel now on the battlefield, and you can see him completely bypassing the Springles because he doesn't have those foot soldiers like the horsemen that the Springles are targeting. He doesn't even care. He's going to get rid of these horse archers. He's going to get rid of these men-at-arms with the crossbowmen and longbowmen that he has. And then those Springles have nothing.
Those Springles are going to be pretty good against the clumped up Varangian gods, but they are all dead. So longbows, they will prevail. Try to do as much damage as possible, but we can see now this TC is not ranged firing as we needed to actually survive this. So the crossbows doing as much as they can. Numidon are holding on, but it doesn't look like it's all over just yet. If he can, I say that and I see the food count and I realize he's in trouble. He was thinking about getting a keep as well. The villagers are pulled. But the problem is when those Springles fire at them, we could see a lot of dead villagers lying around. The Springles are getting into position and we see them firing into the wall.
Yeah, that might have been a little bit of a missed micro, but he needs the angle. That's exactly what he's doing. He's getting that angle out there. Look at all those villagers going down. Peasants have to throw their hammers in disgust as their lives end up getting taken. That was a rather ballsy key from Numidon, to be honest with you, especially without a kind of front line that's going to be able to try to help them. Keep's going to go up eventually, but how many villager losses Numidon sustained through this? He's got 40 economic units left, 40 villagers. They're going to continue to go down as this keep tries to get built. Will it get completed? Yes. However, at what cost?
It feels like if Numidon held back just a little bit and let those 40 villages stay alive and just stay on the economy, he would have been able to push the units off of his base. But with that 40 villager loss, I think he's written the results of this game down already. He's decided it is what it is, brothers. We're gonna go into the next one, but he's holding strong. You can see another mangonel, villages pumping out through the second TC. Keeping in mind, we are playing Byzantines here. So Byzantines, they're okay with being a little bit behind because they're banking on the fact that everybody forgets about mangonel emplacements, and once those rain down upon your army, you're pretty okay. Although with Numidon now, he is definitely in danger. The only way he gets back into this is if he becomes the raider, and those units in his composition, 3 horsemen are not going to cut it when it comes to raiding enough to stay in this game.
No, I mean, like, obviously with Byzantines and their cisterns, you know, they're one of the civs that can operate at a little bit of an eco discrepancy. This is not a little bit, though. It's almost 2-1. The thing of it is, for Corvinus, he, I don't think, had any kind of farm transition going on. You can see how much wood he's getting. He's really stockpiling that siege with the trebuchets, with the mangonels. He's adding some springolds as well, some spearmen, trying to create a body block just to make sure a horseman don't get any kind of charge. But he's really going out to these outside food resources. You have him getting that boar to the north side, those berries all the way to the west. So I'm not really sure if he has any farm transition, where Byzantines does. Even though you're seeing Byzantines at less than 50 villagers, he's at about 1,600 food per minute. So he's able to continue to stockpile a lot of these units, and a lot of them being horsemen, a lot of them being food heavy. Along with the Golden Horn adding that ranged mass, he really doesn't need to make anything more in that regard either. So Numidon, even though, you know, this proves to be difficult, he had a hold, he lost a lot of economic units, he's definitely not out of this game yet.
The problem is with when you're facing trebuchets, you know you're at a point where you need to be able to get on top of their army. And with the amount of horses, we are nowhere near that. That keep, definitely a pivotal building in all of this, but that keep is not going to be long for this world, as you would say, Tim, because those trebuchets are firing at the speed of light, and there's a 4th one coming along. The horsemen are in the base. Numidon is like, hey, we should probably try to get back into this. But Corvinus, he's learned from his mistakes, not just getting a bunch of springolds, but mostly getting springolds, but knowing that there are some diversity in this game. This tower also just going to be poking its head out. Then the trebuchets will look at it a little bit funny, and it will fall down to the ground. The horses do get a little bit of idle time, a little bit of damage. 2 villagers going down, but 2 and 65 are very different numbers.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I understand Nubadon wanting to counter raid his way back into the game, and that's a really effective strategy. You know, you're obviously at an eco discrepancy, as Nubadon knows, because of how many workers got killed, so maybe you try to even the score out just a little bit. But I don't know how many, in terms of horsemen, they don't do the most in terms of base damage, so whether Corvinus has textiles or not could really help some of those villagers end up getting saved. Trebuchet trying to take down that main town center, and there really isn't anything to stop it. Mangonels are going to end up targeting each other, but there was no spearmen making that body block up front. Now they come back in with that Saint's Blessing, so these spearmen end up going down. It looks like there's maybe some villagers pulled by Corvinus to get those mangonels repaired. Ranged mass in the back, trying to make quick work of the spearmen that are over here. And the spearmen are going to come back to those mangonels. You got to create that body block, make sure those mangonels stay alive. Another one gets popped. There is oh my god, there's like 12 Springles back there just shooting at those horsemen. I get it, they don't get any bonus damage, but you get enough Springles, maybe that solves your problem.
Well, honestly, the Springles do look like they're basically shooting paper balls at these units, and it doesn't look like they're doing too much, but like you said, in those numbers, it is doing fantastically. The villagers keeping those mangonels alive, keeping this pivotal push alive, and honestly, I'm very proud of Corvinus for making it out here. Nubadon is not an easy opponent, and with those trebuchets at the back, he is looking at doing exactly that. Those longbows trying their best, but honestly, Nubadon putting up a good fight, just a little bit too greedy here and there. I really hope for next game he cleans this up and doesn't make those same mistakes, because just keeping those 40 villagers alive, this could have looked a lot different for Nubadon. I think he just underestimated the damage of those Springles once you get to that weird position where they just start firing.
And you know, with all that siege, I think that was kind of Corvinus's all-in play to snipe some of these landmarks down. I mean, I know he had sacred sites at one point, but he was letting his villagers go down with a little bit of a counter rating that was there. So Corvinus did end up losing about 15 to 20 vills at the end there. And I was kind of surprised because with all of those Springles, I get it. You know, they're good against land infantry, maybe not good against horses, but they actually provided enough damage to make sure they weren't taken down. And I think the villager repairs is the MVP that we don't talk about too much, but pulling those 4 or 5 villagers up front to continue to get those mangonels repaired and those Springles repaired, keeping those trebuchets safe, it just means he was able to snipe that landmark down. So 1-0 going to Corvinus. In this game 1, you see the Roos wood economy being largely superior because of all that siege. Game number 2, however, could prove to be a different story. We all talk about, and I saw the copious amount of arguments in chat about Byzantines being too strong and nerfing Byzantines and choice words flying around. But they did lose to the Roos and to Corvinus. So will Nubadon get on the board game number 2? Now, we saw a land map, and we were a little bit dry. We were on the driest of Arabias. We got our towel. We washed off a little bit. Now we got to get our water wingies because we're back on Lakeside.
No, my question about Lakeside in this stance is a lot of people still go for military wing on water maps. But if you go for the eco wing, a lot of people who do go for it, they end up having a little bit of an advantage winning that water fight. I feel like it's just not enough against a player like Nubadon on Japanese, because what you're going to be getting is a lot of shinobis jumping all around. Now, Abbasid, they can also go for the dervishes, which is insane. Abbasid just have so many choices, and they get to dictate what the response need to be. But at the same time, if you have the right micro, Nubadon is going to be able to cause havoc too. So let's see if Corvinus can keep that scout on the first shinobi and actually know what's coming for him. And at the same time, Nubadon needs to be sure that Aeobids is not going to take over, especially with that camel presence they have the choice of. So our first water map for this series, and the only one, because I see Twitch chat very passionate about that one. Let's roll on in.
Oh, Lakeside. We're ready for game number 2. Match point for Corvinus, playing as the Aeobids in the color yellow, spawning in the north part of this map. Nubadon, his opponent for this game number 2, as the Japanese in the color red, spawning on the southern part. Now, very quickly, if you guys have not seen this map before, let's kind of orient ourselves to it as these scouts are walking hand in hand. This is a big lake, Wayman, as you can see. However, there might have been some sort of radiation in the water because this looks largely empty. And the only thing that is here, some shoreline fish that are here and one deep water fish. Now, you got to remember, the deep water fish is replenishable. It gains 50 food over a certain period of time. So you can continue to fish that with a few boats, right? So it's very interesting. And I think this really tests the boundary of water in Age of Empires 4 because you have this giant lake with one group of deep water fish, and it's so important to the point where everybody docks for that one deep water fish because if you don't get it, you will lose.
The funny thing is, back on the days of Golden Heights, we used to see a lot of people just ignore the water completely and go straight into feudal. And I mean, this is in a way a mini Golden Heights, right? It's got a tiny little lake. Golden Heights has 3 deep water fish, as far as I remember. And here, people are still going on the water for that one. So the question is fishing important? We should learn from the pros, guys. Yes, it is. But now, when you are only committing mostly one dock onto this lake, is the Japanese shinobi just going to be so much better on this map? Now, of course, they can go for the second dock, but that's the question again. That I think most of Twitch chat is asking, do I? What am I supposed to do here? And usually when you have that disconnect between a map, because you don't really know what you're supposed to do, I think that's when things can get a little bit spicy. So guys, take out your little notebooks and let's make sure we actually find out, because we never know what's going to be on ladder. And we see Culture Wing coming in, meaning cheap age up, fast age up. And that means where Numadon is going to be a little bit behind in the age up here. And it does give Corvinus a little bit of time to dictate what the next step is going to be. Am I going to be on top of your dock with a military ship, or am I going to give you time on land instead?
And you know, we kind of talked about on the last 4 Lakes game, we kind of talked about going up to feudal first and having your ability to get a navy and get your, if you're Japanese, get the shinobi. So him going Culture Wing, it means he wants to guarantee to be on feudal age first, to get one of those ships. And Numadon's actually going for the Cura Storehouse, and that was a point that I was going to allude to a little bit, is if you make the Koka Township and you make a shinobi, how is that shinobi even going to get to the dock? It has to wrap all the way around, go all the way behind that town center to actually get to that dock to sabotage it. And because there's only one deep water fish here, you can't necessarily rely your entire food economy on that one fish. So he's going with the Cura Storehouse to get those safe farms.
And that makes so much sense. I think now I can also see it makes 100% sense. Why would you even consider that for a second? And but Corvinus, at the same time, he says, 1 deep water fish? Excuse me. Let me put that second dock down. I'm going to get this water. It's going to be all mine. But now my question is, Numadon's little bit of control that he had over that small little pile of fish, has it paid off already? The food that you saved from getting in the early game, is it already going to be worth it if you just give up the water? And I think a lot of people are now like, okay, do I commit onto this water? Do I try to defend it? Or do I just go all in on on land and make sure that the chaos reigns there? So Aeobits cannot dictate what comes next. Cura Storehouse, about to finish.
Yeah, but I think because he's going to be that second one to feudal, he's making an arrow ship to start, but Corvinus already has a springled ship on the seas. So he's going to get over there and do that little bit of damage. And I think that's going to be really important because it's really important once you hit the feudal age that you're picking the right ship, right? You got to pick the right one. And with him going with that springled ship first, Numadon going with the arrow ship first, he's going to look at that and be like, ugh, you got to be kidding me. And then he might add something else, maybe like a demo ship or something like that a little bit later. Or he just gets rid of this entirely. Or he just walks away. That arrow ship just going all the way to the other side. Doesn't really care about that springled ship at all. And Numadon will be adding his own as well. So fishing is going to be compromised. It looks like Corvinus's fish are going to be a little bit safer. Because when that arrow ship gets there, obviously it's going to sit and shoot. And that springled ship is going to catch up. Demo ship here as well for Corvinus. It's almost like he knows exactly what Numadon is going to do because that springled ship is going to pop out. And then really quickly, as we could see, let's get that demo ship right there. Whammo blam. Oh my god, explode, please. Anybody? Hello? Light the fuse! Light the fuse! Okay. And now that sprinkled chip, sorry, that was a little bit too much for me. And that sprinkled chip is going to end up going down, and Nubidon might not want to waste any more resources on the water anymore after this.
Honestly, I don't know if you realized he kept that hostage because he knew the fishing ships need to pop out on the other side to repair it. And he knew the moment they would, he would explode. So absolutely brilliant play here by Corvinus. I honestly could not have imagined anyone playing that better. He just kept that guy on top there, knowing that the sprinkled ship wouldn't be able to do much to the demo ship. And now he gets water. And if he wanted to, he could even make a little fishing boat and go all the way into China to fish that deep water fish. Not that it would be worth it. But at the same time, if we're looking at his resources and that production queue, what is this man cooking? We see now wood coming out there. He gets a fishing boat here onto the shallow fish. But at the same time, Nubidon says, I know what comes next. I've played this game before and it is castle. So let's get going. Now, Abbasid or Ayubid has a pretty good answer to what Japanese has on offer. But with this map, I can see that there's not a lot of places for those mounted samurais to sneak in. So Nubidon, he's going to need to find a way to actually do damage to Corvinus. And with those walls, Corvinus doesn't want that.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of a good play from Corvinus too, because he knows economically he has an advantage, right? So the longer the game goes, the longer that economic advantage pays off. So he's going to wall. He's going to hang out. Both of them are probably going to go to castle very shortly, both of them hoarding resources over, you can see on the top left and top right portion of your screen. With Nubidon going FC, Corvinus obviously going for Castle Age as well. Problem is, Corvinus has that food economy to make some of those units that are really devastating against those mounted samurai. Camel Lancers, surprisingly, not so much. I mean, they add a little bit of camel unease, but it's not like they do bonus damage. The Desert Raiders could definitely do some bonus damage. If he goes military wing in castle, gets 3 Desert Raiders for free. That's also an option. You can go economic wing and get those 8 vills popping out, or 7 vills, I should say, excuse me, at a moment's notice to really bolster that economic lead. That's an option too.
Question, Tim. What do you think about trade here? What if you just click a little trade ship? I wonder if it would be worth it here, because there's no answer he has to dealing with this water. Is it not just in essence an extra little villager that you're making? Even if the trade is not as great here. I can imagine just adding that little bit of gold income, considering that your second gold is quite far away from your base, could definitely extend that lifetime and allow for a lot more. And we see the eco wing being clicked up. So this is going to mean that Corvinus already ahead, getting ahead even more.
It's pretty spicy if he went for that neutral trade post. I'm not sure how much it would get, but I think, you know, it's a decent distance away. It's probably, as far as diameter goes, it might be about 30% of the map. I'm just kind of eyeballing it. So maybe that's an option if he wanted to, but he definitely needs some land control. You know, obviously, you know, you could spend those resources on the trade ships, but it takes a while to pay off. So I don't think he's necessarily thinking about that. He's going to be trying to get a stable. He's adding an archery range as well to help you. And then once you start getting the Desert Raiders plus the Camel Lancers, you do a little bit of that stuff there. Maybe Nubidon ends up changing. Instead of going for the stable, you could have the opportunity to go for an archery range and go for Onimusha. If you go for Onimusha, you can help against some of those Camel Lancers. If he makes Gulabs, you can end up having that choice, but he ends up not doing that, going for the Mounted Samurai.
Mounted Samurai, they are going to be good against the fishing ships that are on the side here of the lake. So he might be able to cause a little bit of pressure there, but the military ships are in position. Now, Nubidon, 2 of those, they are going to be forcing a reaction from Corvinus. And that's probably the best choice here. And just like you said, he doesn't want to invest on that water trade because he's already investing in the eco wing. And with the eco wing, you get such a huge lead. You want to sit back, make units that deal with anything that Japan can throw at you, and let the villagers do the talking right after. And they're going to be doing a lot of it, because 7 popping out from there is going to make this a very heavy lead. Look at that lead just pumping out now. 12 villager difference. It does add up.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously we're taking a look at that eco lead and the fishing boats providing that eco lead as well. So this is going to give the economy for Corvinus to essentially do what he pleases. And he's going for Camel Lancers. He's going for Desert Raiders. There's both of them. For the Camel Lancer and the Desert Raider, again, I hardly know her, but you have a lot of melee armor on those Desert Raiders, and you do that bonus to cavalry. It's such a really good anti-cavalry unit. And if they end up pulling those knights back, those mounted samurai back for a little bit of heal, all you do is pull out your bows and you can shoot them down.
These guys are really trying to get in here, but that wall is not going to be the most vulnerable position here. These guys are just going to be causing some attention to the side and risk taking a little bit of damage. Oh, a villager could just come over there, smack it with his hammer a few times, and be pretty happy with the result. Corvinus just sitting back and letting that economy make the difference. We see crossbows coming out from Corvinus now, and honestly, I would love to see how Nadon tries to plan against those crossbows. Bololo goes off, does not get any kills, but these Desert Raiders are doing an amazing job at keeping these samurais at bay.
Yeah, and that's the thing with those Desert Raiders. You absolutely need ranged units to try to take these things down. And the reason why is melee armor, we talked about them having 5 melee armor. The ranged armor, they have a whopping 0. So they can take some swords, they can't take any arrows. And Nadon is going to be making that transition, actually going with Yumi Ashigaru instead of those Onimusha. Now remember, those Onimusha are on horseback, so they do get uneased by the camels as well. Going for Onimusha going for Yumi Ashigaru, excuse me, just gives you the ability to not get that unease, and maybe you're able to snipe those Desert Raiders down.
The samurai numbers are nothing to scoff at, though. If those things do get into a tree line, it could be devastating. And I think both of these players are aware of that. They keep an eye on each other's bases, making sure that there's no shenanigans coming out of here. But that's not a transport ship. Oh my goodness, I was about to say, if we get some shenanigans just being... Oh, it is. Oh. That is a transport ship. In fact, we are going to be getting a special delivery over on Nadon's base.
Oh man, I love a good shenanigan, and that's exactly what Corvinus is doing with this transport ship. Nadon's doing the best he can on land. Obviously on water, he's not really going to have anything to play with here. So this could be a situation. Oh my god, he's throwing them all in there. It's everything. It's not even Noah's Ark. These camels aren't going in 2 at a time. There's 16 of them. And they're running in there. They can fit all of those lovely humps. And he is going to be moving right over to the other side of the base. And for Nadon, he probably thinks that water's safe, right? He's not thinking about wall in that area. You can see he's got a wall over there on the south side, right? So trying to take down, if there is some raiders or some camel lancers or whatever the case. But with this transport ship, everything's going to come out the back end. And I'm kind of thinking, if I'm Nadon, I see those camels come out down the back side, I'd be like, you know what, just forget it. I'm done.
The problem is, the moment those pop out, you have a scout. And Nadon, absolutely masterful play here. He is keeping an eye on the back line. He knew something could happen. I mean, he's probably seen it happen to several players. Those guys hiding very well, though. Oh, and the boys have arrived. Now, they are going to be getting the scout, so this means he's going to have that vision. And we see a dock being put down there, too. So Corvinus, very happy with just getting in the deep water fish as well.
Yeah, and I mean, that's using your mini-map. Right. I mean, obviously, with the scout and the vision, you're able to see it. Now, Corvinus is going to do kind of like a 2-prong kind of attack. It looks like on the front side of Nadon base. He's going to be able to go in there. Now, don't forget, if those raiders and those lancers do take a fight, there is a navy back here that could be helpful to him. He did bring a villager back just to make sure he's able to dock. But look at this. He's doing a little bit of a clown car formation. He's basically, for what he's doing, this is really heads-up play by Corvinus, and I'm very impressed. The heads-up play that he's doing is he's clown carring that transport ship. So in the front, he's going to be able to do some damage. So then the Japanese army has to split in 2 different directions. As soon as that army goes up front to deal with this, they come out of the transport ship and start attacking. Now, he splits off. He puts the Yumi Ashigaru basically by themselves on an island. The problem is, if there are some camel lancers here, and there are 2 of them, they're going to be trying to snipe down those desert raiders, but those camel lancers are going to have a field day. Now, all of a sudden, Yumi Ashigaru, the thing that you were supposed to have against those desert raiders, they're gone. And now you're dealing with this front push.
And there's nothing you can make to actually deal with these. At the same time, he says, actually, I am going to make something of this. And he tries to kill this army at the front, keeping in mind that the numbers are quite uneven here. But now with the crossbows being gotten on top of, it doesn't look too bad for Numidan here but at the front. But at the back, things are not looking great. Camel on ease, keeping these at bay. They do clean up quite a bit, but Corvinus is still ahead, and now he's inside the base, idling the economy. The camels are just having a blast and killing everything in front of them. 8 total kills now, keeping in mind some of those were fishing boats. These guys are just going to go get back into their clown car and be ready for round 3.
And, I mean, I know you said it wasn't looking that bad, but Numidan just kind of lost both sides at the same time. That military count now 30-14. And let's not forget, through all of this, Corvinus has continued and maintained a very healthy economy, an economic lead over Numidan for this. So with Numidan losing a lot of these units, it's going to be difficult for him to actually make them up again, especially with the mounted samurai, whether that are rather expensive. So he's going away from those. He's going to be adding some spearmen, which are going to be good against those desert raiders. They're going to be good against those camel lancers. And if the desert raiders decide to pull out their bows and try to take down the spearmen, maybe the Yumi have something to say about it. So Corvinus has a lot of these expensive units. You can see the army value difference on the lower left-hand part of your screen, because not only does he have more army, but every one of those army units are so population efficient in terms of cost. There's a big army value discrepancy. And Corvinus now, with the 2,000 wood that he's got sitting in his bank, he can make just about any siege apparatus that he wants to, and he's going to start going with manganiques.
Yeah, the fact that he's floating this much wood just gives him so many choices. He can decide, I want to make farm transition, I want to make more siege, I want to make 16 production buildings in front of your base. And it's all going to be within his choice. He does spend all that wood, and one of it going to a mangonel, but the rest of it, I'm guessing he's just farm transitioning behind this, making sure that he reallocates those. Look at those beautiful farms. That's just going to mean more camels, more danger, and more destruction in Numidan's base. But Numidan knows this is his last chance of making it into this tournament. And honestly, it's looking pretty grim. Corvinus, honestly surprising most of us, I think, taking down Numidan 2-0 as it looks right now. So Numidan needs to try and make magic happen, but this is looking really grim for him right now.
Well, I mean, don't get me wrong, Corvinus definitely has the upper hand right now, but let's not, I don't want to call it until this last battle, just because I've seen Numidan, I've seen how he can do in terms of turtling, how he can do in terms of being defensive, so we'll see if he has the ability, but an entire neighborhood gets absolutely torn apart by those manganiques and the area effect that those flaming rocks are able to do. Hopefully he transitions away from those, because that mass is coming in. Spearmen are going to be coming in. Nope, there are flaming rocks heading over there, and it looks like some archers, some crossbowmen for the background of Corvinus trying to do some damage, but those desert raiders, they are going to hit with some bonus damage from those spearmen. Does he have enough spearmen for this to matter? Maybe not so much. Desert raiders on the backside, that eastern side, creating a little bit of duress for him as well. The manganiques remain alive. A cleanup by Numidan, flaming rocks or otherwise, this looks to be pretty good.
Now, those manganiques did an amazing job at keeping the pressure here, but if they just had a little rock in their arsenal, it could have been even harder. Now, Corvinus, even though the numbers are looking like Numidan came out okay here, Numidan is on the back legs right now. He's got 1,100 gold, but that gold is all he's got, because at the back line, there's still constant raids. There's still constant villages being picked up. There's a gold back there, but there's some surprise hiding at the back too. Corvinus now, he doesn't mind losing a bit. He knows he's ahead, and even if he loses that army, idle time and more delay against Numidan is just gonna outlast. But we do see Numidan upgrading his TC right now. Like you said, he turtles, and turtle he does with that TC from Japan. He's definitely going to be able to hold on for another fight or two. Now the question is Corvinus going to learn from what he saw last game and make a trebuchet when dealing with that TC, or is it just going to TC dive every single time at the cost of some very, very expensive units?
Yeah, and I think, I mean, obviously, you talk about how expensive they are, and they really are. There are 180 total resources for the Desert Raiders. And those, probably about 14 units that were here, those camel units that were back there, they're continuing to remain a little bit of a problem. I mean, that Shinto priest trying to get that relic for a long time isn't able to do that. Now, Corvinus is making a little bit of a composition change and adding some archers, especially with Nubadon getting a lot of spearmen. Those archers are going to end up making quick work of them. And then you have those Desert Raiders and stuff like that that comes up a little bit clutch in that situation. Now, Nubadon is continuing to gather stone. He did get the second upgrade for the town center. He's looking to get enough stone to shoot a rocket into the moon. And having a Japanese base that you're attacking against that is shooting rockets at you, it proves to be a little bit effective in your turtling strategy.
Problem is, Numadon's composition now consists of spearmen. And he's not consistently producing at the moment either. We can see all of those production buildings are idle. Now, oh, there we go. Oh, he was just waiting for the switcheroo with those samurais coming out. Are those Onabugeshas or are they samurais?
I think they're just samurais to me. He just got those upgrade. Yes, they look very similar, so I could definitely understand the confusion. But I definitely agree with the if you're thinking about samurai instead of Onabugisha, or if that's your options, because those Desert Raiders having so much armor, those Onabugisha aren't going to do anything to you.
And with those samurais, you can actually try to survive just a little bit longer to get something done. And a few of them get queued up, but now with Japan going for a second TC, Numadon is trying to turtle his way back into this game. Corvinus now at 158 supply. Numadon is definitely going to have a very hard time here. That tower at the front being reinforced as well. Definitely going to provide a little bit of pressure there. That TC looking chonky AF. And the villagers running for their lives inside right now.
Yeah, for those spearmen, I mean, he sees all those archers, and he's like, oh my god. Everything that I just made is going to get absolutely destroyed. And even though these Desert Raiders are still going to make up that front mass, a couple camels go down around some of those Japanese farm fields, archers are going to end up actually making the front line just a little bit. I think Corvinus in the background went up to Imperial Age as the Ayubid, so he's taking this fight while he goes to Imperial. I'm not sure if he's going to end up staying alive here. Obviously, the town center, the home town center for the Japanese is going to help him out. Maybe he can continue with Defender's Advantage, keep making those spearmen, keep making that stuff, but maybe after Imperial Age and you get the technological advantage, you get some gunpowder, that could be a real problem.
Now the problem, and he gets reinforcement with this as well. So these units, I don't think Numadon is going to be able to have an answer to them too soon, because now, even though he's ahead militarily, that was a lot of idle time. It's really, really tough to claw your way back into this, and Corvinus, he's just a sneaky, sneaky boy. Making barracks at the back here, that TC not being reinforced is going to struggle a little bit against those barracks that are just going to pump out units non-stop. Now Corvinus, we can see crossbowmen in the field, more archers, getting a dervish. This man is prepping for a big, big fight. And with all that food in the bank, I'm excited to see what's coming out of that base.
You know, to be honest, I didn't really understand why Corvinus chose to make that fight in the first place, because he clicked the imp button and then pushed his army. And you already have the map control just having your army here, right? I mean, obviously, you could be doing some resource management, you could be idling villagers, you could be killing some villagers, whatever the case, but you're obviously ahead in that regard. So you could wait for imp and wait for your upgrades. Obviously, he has so much gold, he's going to be able to get whatever upgrade that he necessarily wants. He has enough food, he's going to be able to push out just about everything. And if you're Nubanon, this is a big uh-oh moment, because you've been doing everything to try to keep up in military production. And because you don't have that stockpile of resources because you've been continuously using it, you see that Corvinus just had 3,600 that he could spend on a fancy wing for his House of Wisdom. So this definitely shows to Nubanon that he's behind by a country mile. Now it's going to be up to him if he can claw his way back up.
And with those elite upgrades now in queue, those Gulams are going to be so hard to kill, especially with 4 Yumis. They don't do too well against those, and especially not with upgrades alongside them. Now, Numadon, he doesn't look like he's too sure about where to move here. He knows he's trying to claw his way back. And at the same time, you guys can see those resources. He doesn't want to make anything. He's going imp. And at the same time, look at that ram. He's going to try and turtle, make sure that he can destroy as much as he can. But now from Numadon, what is he going to age up with? Is he just going to get a very, very healthy keep? Or is he going to go for the free units?
Yeah, I think you definitely need Castle of the Crow here, but he goes with the Gunsmith. Ooh. Maybe the Castle of the Crow is playing not to lose. He's going with the Gunsmith and playing to win because he obviously needs to do that. So that would what I would imagine be a strategy. Now these Samurai, even though they are of the Castle Age variety, remember with Samurai, not only do you have the deflection, but you have the special Castle Age technology Odachi, which increases your damage towards infantry, and a Gulam doesn't necessarily have that much in the way of damage. So the Samurai might be able to do a good job of keeping those Gulams at bay, but we'll have to see how many he's able to make while going up to Imperial at the same time. This begs the question, though, Wham, and as Corvinus is continuing to mass up his army, he's starting to get pop capped. Is this just an opportunity to let Numadon get back into the game?
The problem is Numadon now gets free units, and honestly, I feel like Corvinus is so far ahead here that he possibly cannot get back into game. And look at that Aeobid Ram. That is in queue. Corvinus realizes it is time for us to switch things up. Put a little bit of pressure here from the front, from the back. Let's sandwich this man. We put him in the middle, we put a little oil in him, and we go straight in. Real smooth. So Corvinus, he is not looking at waiting. Now the question is just, is Numadon going to be able to shut down at least one of these sides?
Yeah, I think it's going to prove to be difficult. He needs just about all of his army mass to stop one side effectively. So him doing this pinching kind of two army style approach, especially with a military lead of 94 to 53 and a decent amount of army value, he's going to use that Tower Assaultant to bumble and stumble its way over to try to do a little bit of damage. So these Desert Raiders going to make the front line over here on the western side while Corvinus pushes on east at the exact same time. I'm sure that Tower of the Sultan will end up getting there. But again, you're splitting an army mass of Numadon into two different areas. Those Samurai doing rather impressive towards those Gulams because they are of elite stature now. He did get all of those upgrades. And because there's only archers coming out of Corvinus, I don't see any crossbowmen. I think Numadon's going to hold this again.
Feels like he's holding this with at least just half the army value. These Japanese TCs are just doing an amazing job. This one was a little bit more expensive considering how many went down. And Corvinus, I'm just not sure how to close out the game for him again. And now Numadon is pushing towards Corvinus at the same time. Corvinus with all of the lead, all of the water, and just not able to break that Japanese TC. Corvinus, he's a firm believer of not getting any trebuchets.
See, I mean, I think, honestly, I feel like there's a very clear way to actually win this game. And if he got the Sacred Sites 10 minutes ago, we'd be going on to the next series. You know, Numadon, because he has to turtle, right? He's trying to get his economy underway. He's trying to make sure he has enough units to stay alive and keep his villagers alive. Going out on the map is an absolute no-go for him. So getting those Sacred Sites or making Japan push out to you, and this is something that's very good, not only against something like the Japanese, but against someone like the English or any kind of civilization that proves to be defensive, is you got to shoot at them from a distance. You know, you can use bombards, you can use trebs to try to get in there, because if you're continuing to push into that, it's going to prove to be an issue. Now, Corvinus does have some very expensive eco ships. What is that one called? If you can click on it, a Zebek. Absolutely. I don't even know if that's how you pronounce it, because it's the first time I have seen it in months. But it operates just like a Carrack of the Western civilization, so maybe quick work of that ram.
Now, with Corvinus switching over to hand cannoneers, this is definitely going to be a much harder fight for Numadon to win. But fun fact, hand cannoneers, they die pretty quickly to rockets and TCs that fire really hard. So these hand cannoneers, while impressive, it's still not going to be the easiest answer against that TC. Corvinus needs to find a way to actually deal with that TC, and he says manganiques are the way. Still not getting that sacred... Oh, he's getting the sacred site. The sacred site has been discovered. Finally, Corvinus steps on top of it. The dervish finally decides it is time. He has listened to the prayers of Twitch chat and stepped on top. Now with the Manjaniques there, this is going to be a much harder fight, and we can see Numenor is doubling down on Samurais. He is getting more of those. And now the question is Numenor going to survive this last push? And I feel like this could be the last one, because I don't know if Numenor can replace this. It feels like Numenor is spending everything he can.
And, you know, we saw the last game with the Roos as he's building stone walls up there just to kind of make sure that nobody can get transported in from the other side. They might prove to be effective. I think those Osutsu might be able to do a decent amount of damage to that Zebek. Yeah, and it does. But they're going to be able to get that stone wall up. If there was a time, now we saw that first game with Roos versus Byzantines, and Corvinus made about 12 Springolds and ended up winning a game. If there was a time to make Springolds, I would actually pick this game. Because of all the samurai that are out there, and with Oda tactics, as Numenor will be getting, those samurai will be pretty strong. But again, he's got hand cannoneers, he's got the serpentine powder. I saw that getting researched as well, so you get that extra bonus damage to melee infantry. You definitely will be able to make quick work of these samurai. So I feel like Numenor's got to add a little bit something else.
Numenor now is bargaining on these Azotsus to get the big enough mass to deal. The thing is, they don't have the longest of range, and Mangonels do pretty good against them. Now, with 50 Samurais, 8 more in a queue, he's still not close to pop cap, but this looks like this fight is inevitable, and those Azotsus need to be careful, because the Manjaniques are looking straight at them.
And I'm very interested to see if those Mangonels do have adjustable crossbars. It looks like that fight is going to be taking, whether we like it or not, these samurai are continuing to get on to that front line, and because of how many there are, they're able to swarm a lot of those desert raiders. They end up going down. Asutsu being pretty good firepower in the background. Hand cannoneers doing the best they can, but you got to remember with those samurai, that first attack is deflected. So those hand cannons, you think they're effective, obviously, with serpentine powder. They weren't as effective as maybe Corvinus necessarily wanted them to be. All of a sudden, Manjaniques are down, desert raiders are down, hand cannoneers are walking in the opposite direction. Numenor might have found his way back in, Wayman.
I'm very confused as to how Corvinus managed to get to 32 minutes, having full control of the map. He has every single resource in his arsenal, but keeping in mind, Numenor cannot replenish this army that easily. It is only due to free units and lots of wood. We can see here showing out the Ozutsus being made with every single ticket he can afford. But now we're getting to that point where the gold is starting to look a little bit questionable here, although Numenor, it feels like he's going to be able to push out and take control of one of those golds.
I think there's that one small gold vein on the southern end, that bottom gold that's over there. That might be the only thing that Numenor has left that's relatively safe, and that looks like that's where he's going right now, because you're going to need a little bit of that gold to make sure you can consistently go up in the samurai production. And he does have his bannerman as well. That will be effective. So because Corvinus had those sacred sites, and obviously it's a very good thing to do, getting them obviously to get that little bit of gold, now it forces Numenor to go out there, right? You're not going to have the defender's advantage. You don't have the town center helping you. Now you have to actually decap these things as the Asutsu just obliterate any production building that ends up going there. That barracks is going to get absolutely destroyed. Hopefully. Can you hit it one more time for me? Oh my god, I look so stupid. It's still alive. Okay, it's done.
He just wanted to get the one at the back. There was
I
a little
know.
bit of confusion. Causticus, come on, Tim.
I was confused as well. And now Corvinus is trying to bolster his military production. Now we're even. We're around 80 to 80 on both sides. Corvinus is about population cap. Numenor is getting there as well. So now with those Ozutsu, you can take down keeps pretty quickly as well. That keep already at about half. You definitely don't need your own siege if you're getting that stuff for free. Those front line, again, continuing to be of the Desert Raider variety and some Ghulams, which will do some bonus damage. But because of that keep, because of the power of those hand cannoneers, he's going to start to back up in the opposite direction. I think he's going to need a little bit more something than those samurai. Don't get me wrong, they're good, but something to deal with the massive amount of hand cannoneer that he's going to see.
And the problem is now Azotsus, they're showing their weakness. They don't do too well when they're out on the map and things are on top of them. So Numenor now, with that little bit of gold from the bottom there, he's doing his best to try and get that max pop. Samurais still being the weapon of choice. Now the question is he eventually going to use a ticket there to just get a cannon and try to take down one of these keeps so he can slowly start moving out? And 5 minutes on the Sacred Side timer, it is starting to look a little bit tough because you need to find a way to get this down and push out. Now with these camels breaking off, you might have an opportunity like that. These villagers, even if they go down, Numedan not too worried about them, but he is worried about that gold. That's exactly what he needs. Because Ozotsus need to find a way to take that keep down and get a little bit more map control. Maybe get a keep of his own, especially with the Japanese variety. They are quite intimidating when they start firing.
And, you know, that's kind of the problem, Wayman, is all this stuff takes time, you know? He's adding, it looked like he was adding some different production buildings. I'm not sure if they were more barracks or archer ranges to kind of deal with this, but now he's going to be trying to take down this keep, and I think he's got a decent amount of Asutsu. He's got about 14, 15. Maybe they provide some of the firepower that is necessary. But you're talking about taking down that keep. I think it's more so you want to take down some of these units so those samurai end up staying healthy. Hand cannoneers are in the back, getting shielded, body blocked by some of those desert raiders with the impressive amount of melee armor that they have. But my god, Wayman, this is a swarm of samurai. Everybody is slicing and dicing from the Japanese Empire, and it looks like they got onto the hand cannoneers, and they're going to be able to shorten that mass just a little bit. He's got 4 minutes. Is he going to be able to continuously produce these samurai and continue to push in the decap of Sacred Site?
The problem is, now, Corvinus is doing an amazing job at target firing those Azotsus. There's just too many of them to actually shut them down completely. And he's going to lose quite a bit of villagers here. Now, Corvinus having the whole map to himself, this whole game, it actually looks like he is starting to struggle replacing these units. We see he's got more hand cannoneers in queue, and now with the villagers dying, you'd be like, oh, there's more time for, more space for military units, but I don't think that's the case here. Corvinus is using every bit of resource, and Numedan is just living his best life.
Yeah, now he has that gold that's a little bit available to you, so he can continue to pump out those samurai if he wants to. A big shout out to Beastie for his raid in this pivotal game number 2. It is match point for Corvinus, trying to hang on to this Sacred Site. 3 minutes, guys. Do not go anywhere. This might be a photo finish. You're hearing that ring-a-ding-ding. 3 minutes left. He's got a lot of defenses up here, Whammon. He's got keeps. He's got stone walls, which he's continuing to make. Now, for Numedan, this is his time to strike. He took down a decent amount of hand cannoneers and a decent amount of army. Is this going to be enough samurai to make a difference? Japanese going with the castle background right next to that keep. Now, remember, that thing fires so many rockets, it might be able to help take down a keep of the Ayubids. We'll see if it's going to be able to. Gulams and Desert Raiders making up that front line, getting decimated, but those hand cannoneers just have too much strength. Was this enough, though, for this castle? Was this enough to provide a little bit of a foothold to maybe decap one?
The problem is Numedan needs to be able to remax here, and he does not have the food for that just yet. In a way, trying to sell that wood would probably help him to try and get back into this, making a unit of siege, you know? Those are quite nice to have. But I just don't know if Numedan has the answer here to actually break through here. The Ozotsu's down to now 8. That is not enough when dealing with this many keeps. He's got 1 minute and 45 on this timer, and honestly, I don't know if he's going to have any way of breaking through this. The Ozotsu's making quick work of the tower, but now the stone wall is next. And let's see how that thing bursts open. At the same time, Corvin is doing the same on the other side. Ozotsu's trying their best, but even this tower is quite chunky.
Well, you got to remember the new rules for the sacred sites now. I mean, you definitely just get one of your units over there just to stop this timer. This minute and 10 seconds is probably the longest of Corvinus's life, as he's waiting to get to that match point and get to that pivotal round of 8 to try to get into the EGC Masters main event. That stone wall is going to go down pretty quickly. Ding, ding, ding. 1 minute. Couple keeps out here. Lots of Gulams, lots of hand cannoneers. Is this going to be enough for Corvinus to make this push stopping? A lot of these samurai are going to be able to try to make that front line. And he pretty much is continuing with only samurai. Now, because he tried to get that sacred site near the water, Zebex were going in here and doing some cannon damage. It was crazy. So now he's got to back up and think about an opposite strategy. 30 seconds. I don't know if he has the time. Tick, 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 Whammon. This is going to be a photo finish.
The problem still doesn't have an answer to these keeps. 9 Ozotsus are not going to be it. The villagers are desperately trying to get on top of the sacred site. Samurais are ready. Villagers are taking some fire here, and they're trying to decap. Camels are here, though, and they're ready. Now, the Ozotsus, they are going to do their best to get this keep to go down, but this is going to be a really, really tough one. The keep firing real hard, but he only shots one at a time, and this is not going to be enough to take down this army. The samurais are standing on top. We have the sacred side victory on 16 seconds. It's holding strong. The camels are dying on the sacred side, though, and it's looking pretty even in army count, but keep in mind, these are 2 keeps firing with, and Numidan's firepower just doesn't look like it's enough. More villages being pulled. Villagers from both sides. Corvinus has pulled the boys. Everyone's standing on top. They're ready to absorb those rockets from this Japanese keep, and they're ready to fire back.
Unbelievable. And those sacred site victories, this is essentially a sacred site victory, are some of the most climactic games that Age of Empires 4 can give you. A 41.5-minute game which ends with the sacred sites by Corvinus taking a 2-0 away from Numenor. In the round of 16, Corvinus will be waiting for another opponent in that round of 8 best of 5 to try to get in there and try to get into the Masters main event. Numenor played absolutely fantastic. His ability to kind of hole up and make sure to actually make this a game. I thought Corvinus was going to end up steamrolling him in the middle, like in the middle Castle Age kind of area. But Corvinus got those sacred sites. He made the Japanese player get up and in his face, and that defender's advantage made all the difference. Congratulations to Corvinus for a 2-0. And, you know, this is one of those series. I mean, I get it. You know, this was a 2-0, but Numenor is a very good player, you know, so this series could have definitely gone either way.
The problem for Corvinus now is he needs to face off against the winner between Cat and Avely, and Cat has been looking really, really strong. Now, guys, we do have a little bit of a bracket situation if anyone cares to head over there. There have been a handful of upsets there. We see Alyona going down to Mr. Scatterbrain and Valdemar losing to Mohudo. Now, Tim, I have never heard of Mohudo. Is this his first appearance in such a big event?
So I've heard of him once or twice because I was playing team games from my very long stream, and we matched up against Muhodo, and we got absolutely crucified. So, is Muhodo a good player? Yes, obviously much better than me. And he has the ability to take down Voldemar 2-1. So very good job by Muhodo taking that one down. He's only got one more left. Sass and Lash, a very star-studded matchup on the bottom left part of your screen. Sass with that 1-0 lead could end up getting there, or Lash might be able to do that reverse and try to get back in a 3-game series. We saw Corvinus beat Numenor. Avely is 1-0 over Cat right now. Avely, the map maker extraordinaire. He's made some of my favorite maps. He has the ability to put his money where his mouth is in terms of gameplay and take him down. And we have Mio Micah beating Myriad in that round of 16. So we're going to see Starlark, who beat CSO, to take down Mio Micah. The amount of, honestly, the amount of upsets that we have today are pretty crazy. These guys are gunning for this main event qualification.
Absolutely insane. CSO being taken down by Starlark as well. CSO has been showing quite a bit of dominance recently, and I think a lot of people expected him to have a breeze through this bracket. Myriad at the same time, definitely a favorite in the Mio Micah matchup, which is absolutely amazing because we're seeing these new names constantly rise up. And that just kind of makes me excited for Age of Empires esports.
And, you know, I'm just kind of theorizing a little bit here, but we've taken the people that have qualified already, whether it was from ladder or from ATR or from the qualifiers yesterday. You take a lot of those people out of the equation. I think a lot of the level of play that we're seeing here is relatively even for all of these players. You could see how frequently there were 2-1s. Right? I'm counting 1, 2, 3 over there, the ones that are decided right now. So in a multitude of these series that you're seeing on your screen, maybe you play them again tomorrow and it ends up being a different result. But this is the one that matters. So I don't know for the round of 8, do we have an idea who we are going to see in the next series, the next matchup?
I am honestly a little bit scared for some of these players, like Sassy and Lash. Now they have to face off against Mahudo, and I just looked at AoE Full World, and he's #1 in Poland right now, but he's way above Matisse at the moment with quite a good win rate as well. So I feel like Sash and Lash will have quite a hard time going up against Mahudo, and honestly, I'm so happy to see it. But right now, Baltoon versus Scatterbrain is going to be our next series we will be casting. And Baltoon, I would say, is a pretty strong favorite in this matchup, but Scatterbrain has been showing a lot of teeth in this series. He's absolutely dominated in quite a few games. I feel like Baltoon has a lot more experience, and this might carry him through, but I'm not discounting Scatterbrain here at all. We have a best of 5, so he's going to have to pull out all the cards to actually take down the Chad Baltoon from Scandinavia.
Yeah, the big Baltoon, the tuna, we're going to be seeing in this next round of 8 going against Scatterbrain. But we are going to take a quick break for about a minute or two. Go ahead, empty your bladders, get something to drink, get some snackies, because these pivotal actual decider round of 8 matchups are going to be coming your way in just 1 to 2 minutes. Guys, don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back. I'm breaking this time. We're back.
I can't.
Whoa, we did it at the
We
same
actually
time.
did it. Damn, look at
Oh
us go. It's getting better, Tim. I wonder how long we could hold. Do you have a good poker face?
Yes, I was a poker player for about 10 years.
I'm not surprised. You've got the right level of like focus and intelligence for me to guess that as well. Oh my goodness.
Thank you.
Tim, is there anything you can't do? I'm so honored.
Yeah, I'm not a good artist.
Mm.
I can't draw a circle, to be honest. It's kind of rough.
Okay, luckily you don't need to do those. Okay, that's good. In the OR. Guys, it's King of the Hill. I love a good King of the Hill. A King of the Hill, I feel like, is that map that can be anyone's game. So if Scatterbrain's going to pull out the stops, it's most likely not going to be on something quite standard that Baltoon has played about 6 million times. So King of the Hill is probably the way to do it. And we see a Rus pick coming out here as well. Now, Rus has been a prominent pick on most maps. But on King of the Hill, I can see it definitely working with the amount of wood you got at your disposal as well. So, how are we feeling, Tim? How do you feel about this King of the Hill coming in hot?
Honestly, I love that King of the Hill is in the map pool because I love casting it. I think you get some very climactic finishes at the end with Sacred Sites like we did for the last series, but I absolutely hate to play it, so I'm glad I'm just sitting here talking about it. For the Rus, it's always been a good King of the Hill map, not only just because of that wood line that's there, you get those deer packs, you have a potential for professional scouts, but also you get some rather crazy high trade house areas because of the edges of the map being forest. You can get yourself, park that high trade house in a little corner, wham, bam, how you doing? I get 200 gold for free. So we might be able to see that from Scatterbrain. Baltoon on the other side, for a notoriously cavalry civilization with horse archers and knights and boyars fortitude, the Abbasid dynasty have the ability to make sure none of that matters and goes for camels if they want to. So I think for the Abbasids, you know, I think it's going to be important for the big tuna to play the map that he's given. You know, obviously that sacred site is very important, but if you sit there and go economic wing in a bunch of town centers and sit in your base, that could be the reason you lose, because there's only one sacred site there and you could put on a timer pretty quickly. So we'll see what Tuna's strategy is. But for this map, I mean, Rus is always King of the Hill. They're almost King of the Hill of King of the Hill.
Yeah, I remember King of the Hill back in its olden days. Everybody used to choose English and put down the White Tower, and it was a race for the White Tower. But then people learned how to use their mouse and their keyboard, and they started to put some aggression on it. Pretty crazy stuff, actually. So my question is just, what is Abbasid's key on King of the Hill? What makes them viable on King of the Hill? Because Rus, they do have a lot of cards they can pull out. But my question is more, what did Baltoon think here choosing Abbasid? And I think Twitch Chat can even enlighten us here, because, I mean... Tim?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be about the economic outscaling, right? I mean, I get it for the Abbasids going on Eco Wing and getting your town centers quickly and all that kind of stuff, but you can transition to that late game economy probably the quickest, right, for the Abbasid dynasty, just because you get some crescents that are absolutely fertile, you get some foodstuffs that are so fresh, the amount of preservatives they put in there. So you will have the ability to get that economic lead, and then hopefully transition that into a stronger military, where if the Rus do go up there and get that sacred site first, maybe you're able to power through it, right? But you gotta remember, for the Rus, they don't really use a second town center anymore. They don't really do that 2 TC Kremlin build that we used to have a while ago. You know, you get to Castle Age pretty quickly. You use the Golden Gate for resources. You use the High Trade House, which gives you passive resources, and then you don't have to go through the extra town centers and the stuff that Abbasid has to go through. So I think it's going to translate a little bit quickly. Baltoon's probably going to end up being the aggressor of the hill, and Scatterbrain's going to be more so the one who takes it first and has to stay defensive.
And it's going to have to take a lot, because we've seen the power of Abbasid when they start pushing. The cheap farm transition, the cheap economy in general, just makes sure that they can outproduce so quickly. But now I want to just quickly take a look at the rest of the draft here, because a lot of people are like, hey, why don't we see any of this civilization? Why don't we see any of that civilization? We finally have English in a draft. So Baltoon, He's got English in his pocket. He's got Aobids, pretty standard. Zushi, also a little bit more common these days. HRE and French, we've seen them a lot. But on the Scatterbrain side, I feel like the poor man got a little bit outdrafted here. He did get Byzantines in his pocket. And he did get Japan for those hybrid and water maps, but I feel like Baltoon's package that he's got right here, it's got a lot more beef to it. Oh, goodness, what did I just say that? Oh.
Yeah, maybe we can. I'm gonna look past it. Maybe, you know, for Scatterbrain, he's thinking about specific civs for some of these maps, right? I mean, looking at what Scatterbrain is doing, Japan is probably your 4 lakes choice. And then Lakeside, you could, now this is just a theory, you know, we're just sitting here BSing for a minute. Okay, so Lakeside has the ability, wham and stiff upper lip, let's keep it together. For Lakeside, you have the ability for, maybe you do some Malians nonsense with Lakeside, get a transport ship in Dark Age and make a little bit of, you know, have some chaos, some razzle dazzle. It definitely could scatter a neuron or two. So that's an opportunity for it. For Baltoon on the other side, rather traditional in terms of his stuff. So HRE we have not seen yet, which is pretty interesting. We know how strong they are. Zushi with their fast castle could be pretty crazy too. You know, something really good like a cliffside, maybe that's a good idea. Well, going to be remain to be seen. But this game number 1 is the one that's going to set the tone and decide some of those civs later. And Wayman, I am so ready. Our first round of 8 qualifiers, the decider round. Who gets in to the main event between Baltoon and Scatterbrain? Let's get in there. And here we are.
Here we go. Mr. Baltoon there with a scout. Beautiful, beautiful horse work. We see 4 legs going straight towards the sheep. Yet another one. Ding, 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 says the sheep bell. And they're going pretty strong on that map. Beautiful leg work there by the scout. Very well done by Baltoon.
Yeah, it's very good. And I'm very glad you ended up putting that joke behind you. For that one, I didn't want to bring it up again, but I think your ability to transition out of that definitely warrants a compliment. So congratulations on that one. Scatterbrain playing as the Roos in the color blue on the western side of the map with a couple hunting cabins as per usual with this one. So with Baltoon, the big tuna, going with that Abbasid Dynasty, let's kind of take a look at his spawn a little bit. This gold, Wayman, is pretty far out there.
It feels like it's quite vulnerable to some shenanigans. Luckily, Roos doesn't have a lot of shenanigans in the early game like they used to. We used to fear Roos like we feared a French that had a little bit of a miss macro and a misclick, and the night was a few seconds late. But now, Baltoon with that gold all the way out there in China, I want you guys to see that both golds are there. So if he can secure that with a very tiny wall, or with a very tiny spearman, he should be okay against most aggression here. But it also leaves that question of, when I do lose control, what then?
You know, I mean, when you're talking about King of the Hill and walling, this is a relatively easy map to wall, right? Because you have both of those areas, like where the mountain cliff actually is, and the forest just providing your excellent defense. And obviously in the middle is pretty open, but that's where your hometown center is anyway. So you have the ability to, if you're Baltoon and you want to be a little bit defensive, you have the opportunity to do that and wall yourself up. And that's what Baltoon is doing. He's going for the economic wing. I would imagine he's going to be on stone pretty soon. That stone being rather forward. So hopefully he gets that one as quickly as possible. I'm curious to see, because we've seen Roos players a while ago, not necessarily this season, but going for the Kremlin and smacking that SOB right in front, where that front sacred site is, right onto the hill. Scatterbrain says, no, I don't think I'm ready to absolutely lose my mind, and is going to go for the Golden Gate.
Now, Baltoon is going ahead and killing some of these deer. Now, I'm wondering what the play here is with that. Maybe just causing a little bit of chaos and not just easy expansion. But the Golden Gate coming out there is pretty standard at this point. I think for a long time, we only saw Kremlin as the viable choice. And I'm so happy to see the Golden Gate is showing its face. But honestly, it's a little bit scary. I feel like most of civilizations don't have a response to it. There's not much you can do against the Golden Gate. And even when you do something, Baltoon, if he goes for, let's say, 2 TC, and Scatterbrain decides, okay, I'm going fast castle. He's going to pick up all the relics. He's going to have a knight there. And you're still going to be stuck in feudal. So Abbasid definitely has a bit of a harder time here, I would say. And now, remember what I said earlier in the cast, for those of you who didn't come from the Beastie raid? We talked about how those scouts don't just provide the deer control. They also have the ability to burn stuff. And honestly, when you lose wood this early in the game to repairing this, it's definitely worth it. These scouts are doing so much work because you want to delay those TCs as much as possible.
Yeah, I think the goal is you probably have the ability to get all of that stone before you have to worry about repairing the mining camp. I did want to offer a little bit of explanation on the fact of why Baltoon is killing these deer. So when the deer are alive, you can use professional scouts and auto queue every deer in the pack. When they're dead, you actually need to have vision on them. So you can't just go ahead and click on all of them. You need to be within the site, go to the deer back itself, and then click it. So you can't auto go through all of them. That professional scouts increase, or that professional scouts increase in play that we've seen so much, is a lot of it because it is a little less micro intensive. It's a little bit easier. So getting the ability to kill those deer, as Baltoon is doing, is just making sure that it makes a little bit easier.
And we can see that sneaky little wall on the right side just blocking that TC. If you saw that Baltoon wanted to put that TC right on top of the stone, and I don't know if we're just feeling that stone because we want another TC. He does get the wall here, and again, the wood is expensive, but I feel like Rus right now, Scatterbrain's in the driving seat, and Baltoon is the one who's going to need to react, and he's going to need to react pretty quickly. Now, with this TC, what do you get? Oh, there's stuff.
Look at these villagers. They're building with fire. How does that even work?
It cooks, Tim. It's quick.
He's cooking? Yeah. There's a little bit of wall shenanigans going on from Baltoon just to make sure that he doesn't get that seal off, that Scatterbrain doesn't get that seal off, because both of the boar are on the south side. So being Scatterbrain and getting that horizontal wall just means he has to go all the way around to try to stop these boar. If he wanted to do that, obviously professional scouts is going to help him as well. So the second town center does go up. And instead of going for that stone, which this town center is placed precariously, he's going to go for the wood. And he also has the ability to put a mill by those berries to get himself that little bit of food so he doesn't have to worry about farms too quickly. Now, Scatterbrain on the other side with 5 scouts, typical Roos things. I'm going to go up and try to yoink some of these deer. And for the Abbasid dynasty, making them get to their farms a little bit quicker, taking those deer out of the equation could prove to be beneficial for him in the long run.
Now, the problem I'm seeing right now is with Scatterbrain going for Fast Castle, I feel like he's going to be in the driving seat of aggression, especially having unlimited food. Now, considering that Baltoon has both his goals at the top here, if Scatterbrain gets control of that top side, I think Baltoon is going to be a little bit stuck in feudal for a while. And as an Abbasid enjoyer, I can definitely say that Abbasid does not want to be stuck in feudal. You do have quite a good choice there with all the wood. You do get the camel race, but you don't want to sit there while Rus is just taking control of the whole map. So I'm excited to see what Scatterbrain is gonna do with all this food, though, because he's getting everything for free, and there's nothing Baltoon can do about it. He's getting some spearmen, but they're a little bit late to the party.
You know, that's why something like Pro Scouts is proving to be pretty beneficial and pretty good against something like the Abbasid Dynasty, because before Pro Scouts became the meta and became the choice, the Abbasids were like, yeah, you could do whatever the hell you want out there, and I don't care, because they're going to get town centers and they're going to outboom you anyway. For Scatterbrain and getting this castle as fast as it does, he's going to hit that high trade house button pretty quickly. He's got the resources for it. Hopefully he goes to that corner, because that is going to be a lot. Oh my God, there it is. The amount of gold that he's going to get out of this high trade house is going to blow your mind and absolutely blow your socks off. Okay, Wayman, it's going to be, I don't know. You guys can make guesses in the chat, but I'm thinking it's about, I don't know, 240, something like that. And then the reason why that high trade house is so good is because, especially in a place like this where it's like over 200, maybe 220, 240, something like that, instead of getting Abbey of the Trinity, getting those warrior monks, getting those relics, scooping them up, making this kind of play, making this game out of it, you just get handed to them for free, plus extra deer all the time.
Extra deer is going to be so helpful here because you're just going to get that bounty constantly ticking, even after drowning in the bounty already. Now, we do see that there's a camel archer coming in between all the normal archers as well. So Baltoon definitely feeling comfortable staying in fuel. We can see he's making quite a bit of units here. And if you are making this amount of units, oh, and we see horse archers, Tim, your day is made. You were the chosen one originally, making horse archers from the get-go. These horse archers are going to be quite tough to deal with because of their mobility, but with the archers coming out from Baltoon, he's definitely going to be okay with it. We do see more spearmen being queued up, and they're not going to do too well against those bad boys, but you just want to have them in the mix for if you're going to be dealing with those knights that are very common out of Rus.
And, you know, he's using camel archers. He has one in the queue, and that's going to provide a little unease, which is great because, obviously, the horse archers have a decently high base damage. They start at 12, so getting a couple points of that reduced could make a big difference. Now, we're going to wait for that high trade house to go for about a minute, so it ticks up all the way. Then we'll be able to check how much gold per minute it ends up being, and obviously, it depends on the bounty that has previously been completed. But now Baltoon, now with that second town center, you're starting to inch out on the map just a little bit. Doesn't necessarily have the technological superiority, obviously, but maybe with that second town center, takes maybe a couple minutes before it fully pays off. He's going to be able to make enough units and get himself up there. But look at these walls, Wayman. He is trying to wall Scatterbrain in. He's like, hey, you want to get to Castle Age? You want to try to get your deer? You got a little bit of deer. Well, now you can have nothing else.
He wants to definitely get control of the deer, so those scouts need to run in very questionable pathways. But the horse archer numbers are starting to be quite scary. And we do see the camel being in the vicinity, so that unease, like you mentioned, is going to be pretty clutch here. All those horses pretty uneasy at the moment. They're trying to fire a spearman, not doing too hard against it. Look at that camel archer just putting the pressure down. Now, 270, Tim. That actually blew my mind. Damn.
That
Wow.
kind of, I got to take a walk after 270. Oh my God. I can't even, I'm just going to, I don't know. I don't think enough blood is going to my brain looking at 270, but taking a look at the Abbasid Dynasty now with about 10, 11 minutes into the game, that town center now starting to pay off. You could have an opportunity to maybe create some sort of foothold around this hill, and it looks like that is what he's doing over the sacred site. So Scatterbrain really wanted to get that sacred site up, really wanted to put him on a timer so that Abbasid TC doesn't pay off, but not going to have the ability to. Not enough horse archers out here yet to really take this fight.
Now, what's actually pretty amazing is the fact that the high trade house is going to make up for quite a bit of the difference in 2TC for a few minutes. So usually we're taught that at 11 minutes, the 2TC starts to pay off and you need to push by then. But when you get a return on value like that high trade house and maybe getting those relics to flow right in, you don't have that 11-minute timer that people are so scared of. You actually get to chill a little bit. I say chill and I look at the resources and I'm like, why are we floating 2,000 resources on Scatterbrain's side? Is he cooking a sneaky imp? No. He gets another upgrade. He's just not sure what he wants to do just yet. He's making sure that he gets it piece by piece. And we see the camel unease doing good work, but he's not fully committed to anything just yet. These horse archers doing some pretty clean work. And usually when you're floating that many resources, you're constantly producing units as well. You just want to make sure that you are making the right move based on the units that you see out of your opponent. Baltoon now, though, he's going for the military wing, and he just needs to be allowed to get to castle, because horse archers, they're actually quite well known for being countered by walls. So very good counter unit right there in front of his face.
Yeah, if those horse archers were going to take down that wall, they need a death by about 1,500 paper cuts and actually take it down. So it does end up being a very good repellent for those horse archers. And I think just because of all of the walls that Baltoon has, I don't think he's going to have an ability to actually do some damage, do some raiding that he necessarily wants to do. Now, for the Abbasid Dynasty, going up with military wing, he definitely has the ability to continue with his archers and then get composite bows with them, so those archers fire 33% faster, and they can make quick work of horse archers at equal levels just because of how much damage they're able to throw out there. So definitely something that could be viable for Baltoon going forward. But if we're taking a look at Scatterbrain, this is, you were talking about something imp related. This, I think this is a fast imp kind of thing. You know, I mean, there's no reason why to hoard any of those resources. Now, he's adding some men-at-arms to kind of help him in the food department. 286 gold per minute. And the thing of it is, when you're going with horse archers, right, in the beginning, okay, now he just queued a million men-at-arms, so never mind. But when you're going with all of these horse archers, he doesn't need gold right now. He's not getting gold at all. He's getting it from the bounty. He's getting it from the high trade house, and he's getting it from the relics. So right now, he's at about 750 gold per minute with nobody on gold. And I know for the Ruse haters in the chat probably think this is absolutely unbelievable, but he extorted the resources that were on the map. Baltoon had the ability to try to fight it, and he didn't end up doing enough of a defense. So with this high trade house up now, you have a lot of gold, so what are you going to do? And plus the sacred site. But you have a lot of gold, so what are you going to do with it? You can use a market, you could buy it, you can use the golden gate to try to get some good advantage out of it, or you could make some very gold-heavy units. You can make things like men-at-arms that are only a little bit of gold, but they still count. You can make some crossbowmen, you can make some knights even.
Me is he's not using the gold to get any upgrade. I was saying it, and then he got +1 right there, because you know you're dealing with a lot of archers. You know he's gonna most likely go into crossbows as well, because when the archery ranges are there, you might as well. Now, this could have been a Spaskaya tower from Scatterbrain as well, and I honestly think it wouldn't have been the worst choice, because now you're fighting against an Abbasid that is pretty much ahead on eco, but you still are technically a little bit ahead because, again, of that timer that has not paid off fully just yet. And you've gotten all these free resources. We see this Rus Tower being a little bit in danger. That I don't know if the upgrade got cancelled there, but the units are definitely going to be able to provide some pressure over here. The camels are here to provide that and ease for all these horse archers. But these men-at-arms are going down pretty quickly.
Yeah, I think click on a men-at-arms really quickly for me, Vodka, really quickly before all of them go down. No iron undermesh. His rivets are not wedged, ladies and gentlemen. So those men-at-arms went down pretty quickly. Iron undermesh just comes in at a rather unopportune time, so now might be able to do a little bit. But these composite bowmen of the Abbasid can really take down men-at-arms, and they are continuing to. Right under that Ruse-sprinkled wooden fortress. And now Baltoon is starting to add a little bit of Gulam just to create some firepower. He's going to try to take down these horse archers one at a time, and I think he's going to be largely effective.
Those villagers getting pulled to repair this, they are so expensive to lose, because keep in mind, you are on 1 TC. Every villager you lose is a lot different from Abbasid losing a villager. The Gulam, men-at-arms are trying their best to do a little bit of damage, but look at the damage from those archers. They are absolutely melting everything. When we see here the Siege Workshop now coming out, that's going to be a Mangonel, and if he gets a juicy shot off, you could still be okay. The Mangonel is out, and juicy shot.
Okay. That's a good shot. You need 2 Mangonels to 1 tap, so we'll see if he's able to do it. But now that he got hit with that Mangonel, he's like, fool me once, you know, shame on you, or whatever, how the saying goes. And the Mangonel will have to deal with a staggered formation. And a Castle Age Mangonel obviously doesn't have that same area of effect as Imperial Age Mangonel with all the upgrades. But it is enough to make Baltoon back up. Now, keep in mind, Baltoon was doing all of this under a wooden fortress with a sprinkled upgrade, and without siege superiority, without a siege advantage. So now that he's going to be continuing on 84 villagers to Scatterbrain's 48, he's definitely playing for something like a Sacred Site victory. 6.5 minutes, he's got to hold for Scatterbrain to take this game number 1, or the Abbasids are just going to climb their way back in.
Now, with Abbasid being an almost double the villager count, you have to ask yourself, will they have enough firepower? And I feel like the answer is yes. We can see with the amount of resources that Baltoon has in his pocket, he's getting ready to fight the siege battle as well. The horse archers, while cool, they're really, really struggling to get the same amount of damage done here. And you can see these scouts are doing their best at just stopping the walls too, but the archers with the composite bows are at the ready. And now the units are just not able to break through this wood wall that is stopping everything from being so easy. The horse archers are here though, and those 5 archers are not going to be able to shut them down. Although, let's see, they do beat the wall though. Very nice.
Uh-oh. This might be what Scatterbrain needed to buy himself a little bit of time. A lot of those archers will obviously go down, and Baltoon, instead of pushing up to try to decap that sacred site needs to take a battle with these horse archers. A lot of these, you got some crossbowmen in there as well. I was hoping, for Scatterbrain's sake, he was able to do a little bit more economic damage, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Now, on the back end, you can see the economies and the differences between them. Obviously, Baltoon is going very heavy into wood because he wants a lot of siege. Scatterbrain going into, again, a decent amount of food to try to get his men-at-arms going. He kind of stopped in terms of military production. Now he's starting to queue a little bit. But in our second series in a row, Whammon, we now have Springolds again.
We are just missing the point of Springolds in our games, and we just don't understand what is happening. Oh, 302 gold. Beautiful. That bounty just increasing. That is just free all the time. Plus 5 relics. Honestly, I don't think he ever needs to touch gold again in his life. And this army is not big enough to actually deal with what Scatterbrain has. We now have double Springold production. Still not making enough sense, but with the amount of melee units he's expecting, I guess it makes sense. It's just, you know, that's a lot of archers, and we saw what archers could do to Springolds.
Yeah, we definitely did. Let's see if those composite bows have something to say about it. But the mangonels are coming in. Maybe you want to unpack and try to get a job going because you got some archers to take down. A couple of them end up going down on the backline. Baltoon trying to get into a couple different pockets of archers to kind of scatter them a little bit. But Baltoon, I mean, we're running into something that we kind of saw and we kind of foretold earlier in this one. He spent a lot of time in his base trying to get the economic advantage, and it is not materializing into anything right now, Whammon.
The problem is he's engaging losing units at a point where he needs to be macroing up and getting that huge mass to do that push. Now with all these small pushes, he's just lost an irreparable amount of them. And we can see now with the trebuchet joining the party, he's taken a few notes from the previous games and he's like, buildings are counted by trebuchets. But the problem is, usually you need a few land units to deal with the rest on the field as well. Now Baltoon, even though he had this huge lead, Scatterbrain delayed the game enough to put him under pressure, and now he feels like he needs to do this, and with that amount of units, it just doesn't look like he's going to be able to.
No, I mean, the Abbasid definitely have some military, buffs that we talked about with the composite bows and all of that kind of stuff, but with how many men-at-arms that are here, doesn't really make much of a difference. Baltoon says, I am done. Let me just move on to game number 2. Scatterbrain with the Roos in very predictable fashion on King of the Hill, taking down this one. You could take a look at the villager count by this graph, and I get it. It looks very low for Scatterbrain, but you got to remember, he was getting, plus those 5 relics, sacred sites, high trade houses, all those hunting cabins trickling in. He had about 1,000 gold per minute and didn't need a villager to do it. It's almost like having a dock for gold. So really quickly, if we can go to resources gathered, vodka, thank you very much. You can see the Scatterbrained with 40 less villagers at the end of the game ended up gathering more resources. As a result, a lot of that being that passive income. So Scatterbrain knew how Roos works and exploited it to a game 1 victory on King of the Hill. Masterful.
And honestly, I think this was the match he needed. Like we said earlier, Baltoon just has a lot more experience in tournaments in general. So with Scatterbrain on this map had to be his map. And honestly, it looks like he came prepared. And Scatterbrain doing an amazing job at showing us that he's not someone to be discounted. Next one is going to be something a little bit more standard on Dry Arabia, which this is now a map, as I mentioned earlier, Baltoon liking standard because he's played this many times. So Baltoon choosing Dry Arabia with HRE on the cards. Now, as an HRE enjoyer, I wish Malians the best of luck because HRE has the ability to keep up with what most civilizations struggle against Malians. HRE has the ability, if you're dealing with Malians, a lot of people would be able to go fast castle and get the relics or go to TC and try to match the economy. But the whole point is you can do 1 TC all in even and still come out ahead because you have that boost in economy. HRE just feels like it has a few answers, and I am not good enough to know which ones are best, but I'm sure I'm going to take out my little notebook and say exactly what it is going to be. So, Malians on Scatterbrain. I think Malians, again, a civilization with a lot of potential. The moment you give them a chance, they snowball. And Tim, I think you mentioned something about packing snow as Malians, right? You'd make a cow and the cow produces. Can you tell me about that?
Yeah, I'm really glad that you brought this very important topic to the conversation in this EGC cast. We're gonna talk about packing the snow here for the Malians. Okay, everybody, buckle up. So, obviously, with the Malians, there are a couple civilizations that do this very well. We have 3.5 minutes. Oh my God, so many people are gonna click off. We've got you got with the Malians. Obviously, they have their pit mines to create a little bit of that passive income, but it's all about getting that economy going. It's all about packing that snow, going into feudal age with the cow boom, with the pit mines to make sure you get a good snowball. You're able to continuously produce units. And then all of a sudden, Whammon, that snowball that you made with all of those units turns into an avalanche, just an absolute onslaught of Zerg-like units from the Malian Empire that's going to be difficult and devastating for any civilization to deal with. But you're absolutely right about the HRE. Thank you very much for the snowball talk. I'm glad you really helped me transition into that one. So for the HRE, going into feudal age, and I mean, don't get me wrong, the Malians, they have their cow boom, they get their pit mines, they do all that kind of stuff. That's all good and grand. But the HRE just builds a landmark. In feudal, they just build the Aachen Chapel, so all of those villagers are inspired. The prelate gets his megaphone in that chapel. If you did not know, within a 6-tile radius, you are able to shout your thoughts and prayers to all of those villagers, and they work so much faster. So their economy kind of takes off a little bit quicker. Does that transition into some kind of feudal age stuff? Obviously, HRE have the ability to make things like men-at-arms. Mali can make Musafati, so that's an option. But your wood economy ends up being pretty good as the HRE, especially early because of that inspiration. So you can make a lot of things like archers. You can, I mean, for HRE, I still feel like this in the beginning of the season. Plus, they could benefit from pro scouts as well. It just kind of feels like the world is their oyster. I mean, they could even pro scout like by the town center so the Aachen Chapel gets inspired. So think about that. Pro scouts, deer at home, you can't touch them with survival techniques, right? And inspired.
You mentioned HRE being able to go for this, but Malians also has that ability, especially with their scouts being kind of spicy. So for those of you who are also spicy scout enjoyers, you know that Malians, when they do get that scout mass up, they make that wood line a little bit less safe as the HRE. So I think the spawn is also going to determine exactly how these players react, because you can go for those spicy scouts that are professional as well. They can carry these carcasses back home, but at the same time, destroy the scouts of your opponent who is trying to do the same. So spicy or warrior, whatever you want to call those bad boys, they are definitely not something to be messed with. And I feel like that's now something Malians has unlocked as well. Because we've seen a lot of Malians just stay in feudal and keep eating the food that is brought to them and overwhelm even without a cow boom. A cow boom is just extra. But with the amount of units you can produce with Malians, it could be pretty much okay. I do believe, though, HRE decides what the game is going to look like. If they are the ones who try to go for some scout shenanigans, then Malians is going to be able to react. But if they go for fast castle, again, Malians needs to have that timing just right. So yeah, I think HRE is just, they're in the driving seat, and Malian needs to buckle up and just respond accurately. So guys, we are about to go in. We are 5 seconds away from this destruction that I need to watch so I can stop losing ranked games and get back to Conqueror. So let's roll on in.
What an absolutely wonderful transition timing going in game 2. There were snowballs, there were scouts, there were Aachen Chapels and prayers and whatnot coming into that 5 minutes. But now, game number 2 is on your screen. Scatterbrain playing as the Malians in the color blue, spawning south portion of the map. Baltoon playing as the Holy Roman Empire. in the color red, spawning in the north. Malian going for their pit mine and their houses, as we very much enjoy. But take a look at what Baltoon's doing, getting a little spicy in Dark Age and going with some Spearman Whammon. I saw this at a pretty decent amount for team games. I saw HRE going for and getting some kind of, Dark Age shenanigans to get whatever teammate that's a night civilization underway. But in a 1v1 against the Malians, it might prove to be beneficial. They want to spend their wood on houses and all that kind of stuff to age up. They don't necessarily want a production building. The problem is, Whammon, take a look at where that gold spawn is for Scatterbrain. This is a nicely tucked away gold that's going to be difficult for you to actually get to.
And I love the fact that Scatterbrain only built those 2 houses, and he was like, okay, responsible housing. These are probably gonna get burnt. And it just feels like he knew this was cooking, because this is a very common response from HRE to make. A lot of HRE players are going for that Dark Age Spearman pressure, and this guy's just thinking about his choices before he moves along. So that man is about to run into some houses, but at the same time, Baltoon is now going to be focused on his economy. I was about to say on his economy here, but is he going to make another Spearman? He's still on the wood. He needs that little bit to make a mining camp and go for the gold. But because you are playing HRE, your villagers are inspired. They're living their best life, and they're going to be able to age up at pretty much the same time. With these villagers moving out here, I'm wondering what the plan is here for Mr. Scatterbrain. A little bit of idle time, and we're getting a Sahara trade network. I don't think we've seen one of those in the last few centuries. Brilliant.
Yeah, this one is pretty interesting. I know the Malians used to do this a lot when the Farimba was super popular, right? And people would FC Farimba and destroy other people. But the Saharan trade network kind of fell out of favor. A lot of people went with the Mansa Quarry just to get that little bit of extra gold production, help propel them to try to get a lot of cows, to get that extra gold, to try to get some cows. But Heron Trade Network is going to help protect that pit mine, which is nice. It's a 5,000 hit point outpost, much like the Kremlin and the Barbican. However, you also have the ability to use it as a toll outpost like the Malians do. Now, if you could see, I don't know if the Malians necessarily want to do this, if Scatterbrain wants to do this, but you have a trading post on the western side of the map, western corner. You have another trading post on the eastern corner. So is Malian going to go a little bit off the script and try to go for something like trade? And I think if you're in a matchup that you necessarily don't appreciate and don't like, maybe you try something a little outlandish to try to get an upper hand.
Well, what Baltoon already did is he got himself an upper hand by idling that TC by just destroying a house. So now we'll see what this looks like soon, because Baltoon is cooking a lot of food, though. I don't know what he's planning on doing with those. I guess he could just make a ton more spearmen or go to Fast Castle from here. But the age up timing is about to be clicked through. A little bit delayed. I mean, most of us would call this quite a late castle, but we'll see now what the plan is here, if this is just going to be feudal all in. Especially against the Sahara Trade Network, it becomes a lot harder to actually do. So you do need to invest a little bit more to actually get some damage done. But thinking about that second gold, Malians is not going to have a chance at grabbing that.
Yeah, and you can see Baltoon put his spearman there, so you're going to be able to find it, right? So if he does go for that secondary pit mine, and because we're on the map that we are, because we're on Dry Arabia, everything is pretty spread out, kind of randomly, right? So if he goes for another gold, there's another one that's over there on the southeastern tip, I want to say, where that gold mine is. So those spearmen are going to be able to find it. So he puts the Akkad Chapel, as Vodka is showing us there. Fantastic. Now, because the Akkad Chapel is right next to the wood line and it's going to create a lumber camp, save himself a little bit of tempo, save himself a little bit of wood, there probably is some feudal age stuff that's going to happen. Now it depends on what he necessarily wants to go towards, because when you're being aggressive against the Malians, as you know, Whammon, from being a Malians player yourself, the villagers end up being not as important as the buildings they can make.
The villagers, though, they are moving forward. And my question is, where are they going? Are they going straight towards the deer pack there at the front? Do they want to build something? Are they tower rushing the player? No, they're just going to get some deer. Now, unfortunately, the deer does get spread quite a bit. And then this is going to be quite a bit of lapping here for Baltoon. But he does get that spearman upgrade and instantly gets double broadaxe. Now we do see survival techniques coming out for Mr. Scatterbrain, and this is going to mean we're going to get some scout shenanigans, and this is exactly what I meant earlier. Now you've invested getting that mill in the middle of the map, but now you're going to be playing against scouts. Those scouts are actually going to be able to do damage against you, trying to be out all the way out there on the map. So these scouts are going to be quite spicy to handle, and let's see if he's going to be able to get enough food to stay ahead. You see that next scout coming in, and he's just going to be picking up some very, very heavy deer. Enough gold, they say. Let's pull back.
Yeah, I mean, Baltoon Spearmen are trying to do the best he can. Scatterbrain's trying to go for a little bit of a yoink strategy to try to take some of those deer that Baltoon is already starting to gather. But now that Scatterbrain does have another scout, he's going to be able to get warrior scouts, which is going to get completed just about right now. If he didn't have those spearmen, they definitely would have been yoinkable. Like 100% of the time, they would have been yoinkable just because of that warrior scout doing damage. Baltoon back home, and this is the very crazy thing about HRE, is while you're making units and he's continuing to pump out units and the like, he's obviously continuing to get food and wood, he's going to be able to farm and make a little bit of farms around his Aachen Chapel while producing units. So as you can see, Baltoon's got a military count of 11. I get that one of them is the prelate, but Scatterbrain went into professional scouts, got some warrior scouts, but at the same time, he doesn't really have much in the way of a transition. So we're not seeing cows, we're not seeing any of that kind of stuff. We're going to see pro scouts, and we're going to see some feudal age.
Double broadaxe coming out here from Scatterbrain means that he is going to commit to this feudal, and he's actually going to stick to it. Because I was thinking here for a second, what could you realistically do against this if you're about to, play against the HRE feudal push, which is so powerful? Now, you obviously do have that Sahara trade network, which protects you quite a bit. But you don't want to fight the HRE straight up when you just have the normal quarry. So this is going to be making it a little bit more viable to just sit in your base and take the fight, produce units. So we'll see if Scatterbrain does this enough, but we see another warrior scout coming out. Now, guys, keep in mind, with that amount of warrior scouts, we're going to be getting a lot of pressure on this map. You will be able to run right into the wood line if Baltoon is not scary. Oh, is not careful. Not scary. Oh my goodness, the English has disappeared. And Baltoon is careful. He says, I believe in walls, Tim. Take a look at that thing. That thing is going to help you. It is not a foe. It is a friend.
I hate it. On the western and eastern side, obviously it is going to provide some defense, which is going to be beneficial. Warrior scouts definitely have the ability to raid and become raiding potential, so being able to wall that is obviously going to help. Baltoon realizes that he probably is ahead in this economic count, so he's trying to put some damage on. Now for Scatterbrain, this military production, his archery ranges, his stables, they're all forward. Okay, maybe he was looking for some kind of, if he wanted to do a cow boom later, it would go in the back. So he puts his production a little bit up front. Going to be going with javelin throwers. And obviously against this army, the spearmen aren't going to do too much in terms of damage. But hopefully with those javelin throwers, it repels that HRE archer force.
Now they instantly push this back and a villager does get pulled. But this will mean that the upgrade is most likely going to make it through. So Baltoon's response by just getting javelin throwers... Oh, Baltoon. Scatterbrain's response by getting these javelin throwers already puts that level of pressure up. Even though the archer numbers are that massive, it's just going to force you to deal with these that trade inefficiently. Now, you can see that villager is desperately trying to protect that blacksmith, and it will go down. Ooh, it will not go down. The villagers get pulled again. It survives, and +1 makes it through. The calls have all been wrong. The names... And the blacksmith survives another day.
Absolutely wild. Trying to get that blacksmith up is crazy. Now, with that archer range, he does have the javelin throwers with iron undermesh. So hopefully, with the amount of ranged armor that they have, they will be able to repel that archer mass. Baltoon kind of notices that there really isn't, a way to be aggressive against this Malian player. He's getting pro scouts, he's getting deer. You can't really raid that. Woodline, you can't really raid. The gold, you can't really raid because of the Saharan trade network. And obviously all the defensive units that Scatterbrain is making with the javelin throwers and the archers. So he's looking to bypass that entirely. And he's going to be going with the Regnitz Cathedral. Hopefully he's able to sneak some prelates out there to get to an area where he can grab 1 or 2 relics, because the Malian army with what he has, those javelin throwers, those archers, they're kind of slow. So if you're in multiple areas, you're trying to get multiple relics at the same time, it could prove to be beneficial. Now, the relic spawn for Baltoon isn't the best. You can see that he doesn't have that prototypical, like, one safe relic, so he's got to be going out to get it. Warrior Scouts on the northern side trying to create some raid potential, but there are some relics that he's trying to get. It looks like he's trying to go for more the farther ones than anything else, just to kind of give himself that extra eco that the Malians would have if they're doing things like pit mines and the like. So Baltoon's trying to even the score and make it more in his favor.
Problem is, those scouts were going to be so pivotal in actually stopping these relics. So these relics are going to be a little bit more free to pick up. Now, he does have a pretty sizable army that can move out on those and stop one of them. And we see a blue blob moving forward. But it doesn't mean that there's going to be enough pressure to stop these relics. That tower, not that great against javelin throwers, but with the archers in the mix, he can quickly target fire those and do a good bit of damage. That prelate on the left side, though, seems to have returned without a relic. This might be one of those shift-click things where you accidentally clicked it in feudal, and the man is running back empty-handed.
Yeah, hopefully he does find a religious artifact and his precious to try to take over at some point. Now, these far relics are definitely ones that he's going for. It's kind of interesting because Scatterbrain had the presence of mind to be like, hey, he's probably going to get those safe relics to make sure these cathedral, the relics that go in the outposts and the like, are going to be able to pay off as quickly as possible. But Baltoon's not really doing that. You know, he's trying to get some of these far ones, trying to make it a little bit unsafe for him, a little bit of Wololo coming down on the southern side. Those warrior scouts got to back up, but he does have a prelate on the eastern side. He had an eastern far relic that's got scooped up, and then the far eastern one he has taken as well. So 2 for Baltoon currently, and has a couple that are relatively close to his cathedral to take. So overall, as far as the relics go, I like what Baltoon's doing. And it's interesting for the HRE just because I know you're the HRE player. Once you kind of turtle a little bit, you get to castle, you get those relics, and then you just turtle back in and you're like, okay, that's all I wanted. You guys can go about your business.
Yeah, then you wait for the Malian power spike. And I honestly don't know if Baltoon is aware that this is a Farimba. The fact that we are now seeing a Farimba, for most of you, you haven't seen a Farimba in competitive play in a while. So the Farimba here is going to be very unexpected because Farimba, they make a unit that is so good against ranged units, especially when you know your opponent is going for a lot of those. So we'll see what the Farimba holds and what the unit of choice is here. But for all Baltoon knows, he thinks that this is a Cowboom. So knowing Baltoon, he's probably scouted, but this is still a very uncertain situation for him. And he's about to get a surprise when these bad boys arrive, being fully decked out.
Yeah, and take a look. I mean, this is a, I think it went for the Mansa Javelineer. So if you can click on that for me, Vodka, we can kind of hover over what they're going to be doing, even just one of the units. I would prefer. So taking a look at that one, it does have a decent amount of damage. It has 10 base damage. Obviously, he has 1 because of Steeled Arrow, but one of the most important things about it is that it is poisonous. It has a little bit of poison on it. So if the HRE starts to go into some of those heavy units, those men-at-arms and like, obviously Musafati could be valuable, but getting that poison on it with that high base damage is pretty important as well. So hopefully he's going to be able to continue to tune those out and try to get Baltoon and do some damage in Castle Age, because before you know it, you get some of these relics. He's got 2 relics already. He's going to be able to get that 3rd one because of how close it is, I would imagine. And once he gets that, there's kind of no stopping him to get the Swabia.
Yeah, Baltoon getting the Swabia would definitely be a really strong way for him to live another day. Because right now, I feel like Scatterbrain is in charge. He's with those Javelineers, or I don't know how to pronounce that, but they are going to make it a little bit harder to survive. They are going to be able to deal with those units you usually can't handle, like men-at-arms, just because they'll be able to poison them. And that's most likely going to be the cause of death here for Baltoon. Poisoning by javelins. And another prelate pays the price, runs right into the javelin sneaky little hole they've got here, and Scatterbrain is actually ready to go pick up a few of those relics himself. 1 getting in the bank, and now the next 2 will follow suit if Baltoon is not careful and doesn't provide a little bit of support for those prelates trying to get... Oh, Another one goes down to poison. Disgusting.
And rather theatrically, I think he drank a little hemlock before going down like that. Shout out to Socrates, who died that way. So, with that next relic in play, obviously for the Malians, you getting those relics is so important, because what's the best way to defend relics from going to your opponent? It's taking them yourself. So just if you're able to do that, obviously he's got 2 relics. That third one he actually did pick up. You can see it on the western side. And I know we're just talking about religious artifacts for the duration of this game, but there's a reason why. I mean, Regnus Cathedral getting at least 3 relics is very important. And now with these Manson Javelineers, with those 3 relics, they'll have a decent amount of food and gold. Is going to continue to pump them out and will be doing so. And cutting some of those spearmen out who don't really have that ranged armor. And with the poison, we'll be going down rather quickly. So these Manson Javelineers actually have a pretty decent fight against a lot of these melee troops. If they're able to get a little bit of a front line, maybe, you know, some Sofas or Donzos or Musafati, what have you, as long as they have something, they might be able to stand back and be that DPS unit that you want them to be.
The problem with HRE is they have that extra bit of movement speed they get for free. So they can chase down these javelin throwers quite well. And the kiting is a little bit inefficient, but at the same time, there's so many of them. They're still coming out ahead. That sheep, honestly, the MVP of this game. It's standing there in the woodline, providing vision to all those archers, and it definitely has done its work. Now, let's see if he's going to reposition that bad boy to get a few more down. But now, Scatterbrain, he is a little bit in the lead here. We can see 57 now, and basically the relic count is going to be quite even, considering now HRE does get double the value, but you're going to be on 3 relics as Scatterbrain. So it's not going to be that much of an edge. Now the question is Baltoon going to be able to do something with HRE? Or is he going to now sit in his base and wait for that Imperial to get the Swabia and just get further ahead? Him getting a keep here is so critical in securing that gold and getting into the late game. Because that keep doesn't just secure the gold, it also secures that wood line. Oh, look at that sheep. That's
unbelievable. That sheep really is the MVP. That's actually wild. The fact that sheep is able to do that. I think they got that sheep from the Coca Township, actually. That's the Shinobi sheep in my eyes. But getting this for HRE, obviously, you got those relics. You have a decent amount of gold. You're continuing to get them, which are great. But you got to know HRE, and you know this, Wayman. HRE is pretty much a defensive civilization. Right? I mean, they put their relics in the keeps and the outposts to have those super strong defensive areas and emergency repair as well. I don't see much of a reason why you wouldn't end up hanging out by your base, getting Swabia. And Baltoon, it looks like he's doing exactly that, adding some stone walls up in here.
And with the amount of gold he's floating, he's not far off of Imperial. And I want you guys to notice, Scatterbrain here, he only queued up those Musafatis right now. It took him a while to make that decision. And it's most likely him now getting the wheelbarrow, he's getting the +2 range defense, just making sure that he is prepared for anything, because he doesn't have any information on what Baltoon is going for right now. And I'm sure everybody here on ladder has been like, oh, what is the HRE doing? Oh, imp. And then you're like, oh, damn, ticking time bomb. That Swabia is going to do something pretty soon. But Scatterbrain, 7 villas ahead. He's slowly doing a little bit of a cow boom I saw on the base as well, just to make sure that he gets a little bit ahead, a little bit of free food going into the later game. Because we can see these villagers, they are a bunch of hungry boys. And they're running around with the berry baskets, desperately hoping their lives will be spared.
Yeah, they tried to pick some pomegranates, but they might end up dying with their baskets, at least a couple of them. And just creating that idle time is obviously important. Now, Baltoon does hit that Swabia button while Javelineers are just running around trying to find stuff to take down. Very important that you described for the infantry and their increased speed. Because for the HRE, I think people kind of undersell this a little bit because it got nerfed once. You don't have it in Dark Age anymore. You get it in Feudal. But being able to dictate when to take a fight and when to retreat is pretty insane. And for HRE having the ability to do that just means there's so many units that he made that end up staying alive because they were able to outrun those Javelineers. So he's going to be able to have enough units to be defensive, because for HRE, this is a weak point. Once you get Swabia, obviously it takes a little bit of time, a few minutes to pay off, and then you start making your military units. But if you're the Malians, this might be the time to be like, hey, he's so focused on his eco, maybe I just dive right in.
Question is, can he dive in with that keep at the front line? Now he
No.
needs to ask himself, where do I go? And I mean, the obvious way to go is around the chapel by the right side. You sneak right in there, ignore the keep, and do as much economic damage as possible, because this is the only chance you've got. So that wood line there at the back is going to be your main spot. And we see that Baltoon knows this. He's like, hey, I'm making a wall here. I'm making another wall here, and I'm going to be safe. You have to go through that keep. So Baltoon definitely wants this to last a little bit longer, just so that economy lead can kick in. But we can see here from Scatterbrain, he is only getting 900 food per minute. So is he gonna? Yes, I thought he was almost just A-moving. And these boys are gonna clean up a few of these units. Those Javelineers are chonking the Men-at-Arms. Men-at-Arms look like they're made of paper and just dying from the poison as they're desperately running away.
Yeah, and that's, that poison really feels good, I would imagine, as a Malian player. You're watching a unit that probably would have gotten away, and then it just ends up dying as it starts retreating. You really love that. But Baltoon continuing to go with that defensive strategy with the Swabia. Obviously, the eco is going to be there. And because he can emergency repair some of these outposts, make sure that you're able to emergency repair before you again end up with them going down, because you have that bombard emplacement coming in. And as soon as that comes in, if he targets some of those Mansa Javelineers, that can be a devastating problem for him. It looks like there's in 2 different areas. Let's see when that bombard emplacement comes in. Maybe those Javelineers are running in the opposite direction. All of a sudden, they got to start backing up. Now, against arrow fire, they do pretty good, right? Against an actual cannon, not so much. Right? So you're going to need a little bit in order to do that. But economic count continuing to be high for Baltoon, but Scatterbrain wants to end this game before stuff come out, right? So he's putting those siege workshops up front. He's going to be trying to take down some of these defensive structures because he doesn't want this game to go any longer. He's even got the sacred sites to try to put him on the clock.
The best part is he's getting a trebuchet. We've seen every single pro player go for Springald, mangonels, but people are dead set on not getting that damn trebuchet. And the trebuchet is here, and it's the only thing that'll deal with that keep. There's nothing you can do against an HRE keep unless you get a damn trebuchet. And this man knows it. He's made a note of it. He's like, hey, let me get that trebuchet. I'm going to be able to take this. Because Baltoon does not have an army that can handle what is surrounding your trebuchet. So that trebuchet, another one in queue, and another beautiful siege workshop coming in hard. Scatterbrain making a keep of his own in the base of HRE, and emergency repairs coming out pretty early on so that they can be reactivated in a few moments as well without losing too much time. Baltoon knows this is it. He's going to need to defend this because it's coming. And these Javelineers, they're going to get some pretty good damage. Ooh, look at that relic. Tim? How do you feel that?
You put that relic in a keep, all of a sudden it could shoot bombards from another dimension. And, this is just kind of illustrating the fact of HRE being a more defensive civilization. So obviously they're going to make a lot of these things like keeps. They're going to put relics in them and all that kind of stuff that you need siege to deal with. And that emergency repair, I mean, you need a decent amount of trebs to fight through that, don't get me wrong. But that emergency repair, it just feels like a middle finger. Like you're trying to take down this keep. You've put so many trebuchets on it. Maybe he's going to get a little bit of repair also. But then all of a sudden, emergency repairs becomes available, and it's like, good luck, bud.
That keep's plan is not to stay alive forever. It's just to ensure that those military units are there too. And he survives until the next emergency repair. It gets clicked, and now 4 trebuchets are basically going to be stuck there for a while. But 65 Musafadi warriors, I don't know. I'm not much of a Musafadier because I lose them. But those bad boys are going to be shredding through anything. And look at Baltoon. Even though he knows he's in danger, he's trying to do a little bit of aggression as well. Because he knows if he just sits in his base, he's like a sitting goose. Or what is that thing? A sitting goose? Sitting duck?
Sitting duck.
A sitting
Yeah.
duck. Same thing.
He is whatever, whatever bird that you want to talk about sitting on a pond. That's exactly what he's going to be. Now, I think he's got enough trebuchets, hopefully, to fight through that emergency repairs. So hopefully he has the ability to. But remember, all of his units are still of the Castle Age variety. So Baltoon does have elite spearmen. He's adding some crossbowmen as well. He really didn't want to use men-at-arms just because of all the Musafati that are there. And it's very tricky for the HRE because then it's like, what do you really want to do? I mean, with these javelins, I could see something like Landsknecht could be an option, you know, but the amount of spearmen, I don't think they're going to be that damage dealer that you need.
Now, the spearman that he's making, I think is just the pure desperation of, oh, and the relic goes down, because they're so cost efficient against an army that wants to dive you. But now, they dive you and there's no keep to fire back. There's no bombard emplacement. There's a relic that's missing, and that could be a yoink. And we know how we feel about a good yoink. The siege workshop being placed at the front here, Marlians does not care about your units. He's just going to be able to target fire these as he wants. Now with these javelins, they do need to split up that fire. Otherwise, they are going to overkill on a lot of these. But with Baltoon's army, we see that quickly disappearing. And with Springholds at the ready as well, they're just going to destroy anything that tries to come onto the backline. Palace of Swabia now getting emergency repaired. And Baltoon, I think he's scared here because this means that Scatterbrain is 2-0 up, and this map was his choice.
Yeah, we're gonna see if Baltoon's able to continue this hold. Now, remember, he's not out of it yet, you know, with the Swabia. But Fort of the Huntress and pulling 32 villagers to do it, that is a massive get out of my game key and a get out of my game landmark. So that's what he's going to be attempting to do. He's got Springholds in the back for all the infantry. The Spearmen actually proved to be pretty decent fodder because they're not getting that extra damage that's hit from a javelin thrower or from an archer or the like. But Baltoon does not have the ability to stop this from going up. He didn't have any siege through that battle. He didn't have mangonels to help with the javelin throwers, and now he doesn't have any kind of siege to kind of repel this Fort of the Huntress. So it will go up without a concern. And military count for Baltoon, he's sitting on about 10, continuously feeding into those javelin throwers. So is this going to be a time for Baltoon to start to get his feet out from under him and start to make a bunch of military? Because if he doesn't, he's got 4 minutes, and this game's over regardless.
Now, Tim, I don't know if you're playing Age of Mythology right now, because that's the only place where some miracle like that could happen. Because poor Baltoon, he's probably the poorest Swedish man out there right now. He's got nothing. He's got 9 spearmen in the queue, he's got a culverin, and a dream. And that is it. Baltoon is holding on. He's thinking about that next game, exactly what he's going to be picking, because losing on HRE is such a massive destruction to face, because you know now one of your strongest picks are out, and trebuchets are about to landmark eliminate you. So that's definitely going to be a little bit demotivating, thinking about what's waiting next. And now with all those upgrades for Scatterbrain, we see the Javelineers, just more of them being made. Baltoon just holding on to a dream. Culverin trying his best to survive, but he's going to go down too.
And that's why sometimes the best defense is a good offense, because you're talking about, you know, the Sacred Site's producing a timer. That's another landmark that ends up going down. Home TC gone. No emergency repairs now because there's no town center. There's only one culverin trying to keep him afloat. But the thing of it is, even if Baltoon ended up repelling all of this, say he took down the Fort of the Huntress, he took down everything, he would still need to lick his wounds to get the army to actually go get a Sacred Site. So Baltoon is so focused on his base and making sure he stays alive, the Sacred Sites aren't even a thing that he's thinking about. And before you know it, 2.5 minutes is gone. Baltoon is gone into game number 2. Scatterbrain taking that one and taking a commanding lead in this series. He's going to be on match point.
The sitting goose doesn't make it out. He's not going to fly into victory. The poor man, he needs to come back from this, because this is match point. And Scatterbrain is going into this final game with a very big smile on his face. So Marlians just showing a little bit more diversity than we've seen in most pro play. And the Warrior Scouts reigning supreme with that unlimited food source in the base. So, Baltoon, I would honestly say this is one of the biggest upsets that we've seen today because Baltoon is a player who's shown consistency in against the top players at the moment. But if thinking about Baltoon as a person, I think that this is definitely weighing on him. And I can imagine that a loss like this, especially, is going to factor into the next game. And I think that is exactly what experience brings you to understand, can I get out of this? You see that military count equal until it wasn't. The Javelineers, a pretty good surprise, just was a little bit too much. So let's see if Baltoon can keep his head straight and actually make it out of here alive. Baltoon, who you can see here with the graph, Scatterbrain just slowly getting ahead with those units, that he had all those relics as well. He just put up a pretty good show.
Yeah, I think for Scatterbrain, just doing something a little bit different and not of the norm ended up being relatively in favor for him. So he went with the Saharan Trade Network, which doesn't show in this replay, but it's a little bit south of the camera right now, making sure that if Baltoon was going to go something in the feudal age variety, he was going to have a big outpost to kind of help him out in that regard. So Baltoon, instead of going for the pit mine and something that's really important to go get, he took down, or attempted to take down, the blacksmith, which stayed on 10 health and continued to get repaired. So he kind of made a little bit of a switch, because now he's like, well, I got to take it into castle, and I got to go into, Regnan's Cathedral, a bunch of prelates and relics, just like the old days. But Scatterbrain did a good job of defending those relics, and Baltoon only got 2. He was able to stick around. The professional scouts really helped him to keep up in the terms of military production, and Baltoon continued to be on the back foot even as Swabia was generated. So Scatterbrain, with very good presence of mind, trying to find that HRE weak point and getting in there and taking him down. But there is no absolute way that I would be counting out the tuna right now. So there is definitely a potential to reverse sweep this one and go to 3-2, but Scatterbrain obviously has the advantage. So let's take a look and see what's been going on around the rest of the league as we take a look at this bracket. Mahodo and Lash will be starting their round of 8. Avely and Corvinus will be going into their round of 8 match. Avely taking down Cat 2-0. Mio Micah has a 2-0 lead on Starlark right now. He's on match point to get to his main event qualification. So this has been an absolute crazy day, full of so many different shakeups, so many different matches that I didn't really expect to happen. Not saying they weren't possible, but maybe implausible. And some of these players really showed up. People like Starlark in the round of 8. People like Avely getting through Cat. You have somebody like Mahodo going through Voldemort. You could just pick a part of the bracket and something happened that you might not have expected.
Honestly, this is just showing us exactly what Age of Empires has in store for us. All these players that have fallen out, a lot of these players were considered to be top 16. And this is just showing us there is talent rising. And this is going to be amazing for esports going forward. Now, I do not count out Mr. Tuna. I'm a big fan of Mr. Tuna. Baltoon, he knows how to navigate a water map. It's in the name. And getting Aeobids on Lakeside. We saw a little bit of Lakeside earlier. Now, as a person who hasn't played on Lakeside in my life, Tim has inspired us to understand exactly that one deep water fish can mean a lot. But we saw what could happen even if you lose water. Anything is possible, but with Ottomans as the pick, we've seen a lot of hate towards the Ottomans, not doing too well in pro play right now. Tim, how do you feel about the Ottoman choice here?
Well, I don't like it. I don't really like Ottomans in general. I feel like they're just, I don't know. They feel to me in terms of economy, they don't really match up with other civilizations. I mean, I get the idea with the military schools, because instead of getting extra resources, you just get units and you kind of cut out the middleman in terms of getting those resources. But I don't know if they end up being, just because you're getting the units and you're not getting the resources, you don't have the flexibility, right? So maybe it's a little bit different for the Ottomans. There was somebody that I played a lot in like season 6, season 7, and then I just kind of stopped because it felt like every single time I matched up against any civilization, I felt like I was battling uphill, and I would rather not do that. So with this one, on Lakeside, with the Ayubids, we saw Corvinus in the feudal age go with Culture Wing, getting that one as quickly as humanly possible. And also, Tuna has the advantage, obviously, against the Ottomans. Maybe he has a potential to take water first, and that water being so important with that one ship. It's funny because I was watching, I see Puppy Paw in chat. How you doing, brother? I saw a Puppy Paw stream where he was doing custom games and playing on Lakeside, and he saw that one deep water fish, and he's like, yeah, that's what matters. He's like, it's the fish. You get the fish, and that's it. So, and he did, and then he won. So, I think it's about getting the fish. Thanks, Puppy Paw, for that little bit of analysis.
Now, Baltuna is going to have to live up to his name because he's going to need the fish. And honestly, I'm trying to imagine what Ottomans would look like on water, because I think a lot of us... Oh, there goes my camera. Sorry, guys. I have no idea why it just died, but I will be right back. So the problem, what we're going to be seeing here with these two is we need to make sure that these guys are able to play to the strengths of their civs. And I feel like with Ottomans, you definitely have that timing that goes really quickly, and all of a sudden Ottomans just has this massive amount of units. So I'm a little bit worried here for the man to see if he is going to be able to come out ahead if Baltun is not aggressive enough. I think Ottomans does have a chance. So we'll see if that's going to be the case today. In the meantime, I don't know. I feel like 4 lakes, definitely more of a map that Baltun will have an edge over because he's played it so many times as well. So if he can make it out of Lakeside, I think he still has a pretty good shot.
Yeah, I was kind of expecting the Ayubids to be his 4 lakes choice, honestly, just because of the half-price docks, right? For the Ayubids, you pretty much only need 1, but getting to that culture wing, you know, if he does choose to do that in feudal age, could prove to be a good benefit, a very civ-specific benefit. So could definitely play the role here, but taking a look at what Scatterbrain has left over, you know, him using the Ottomans could be just a throwaway, right? If he actually, I mean, he had the drafted, he picked it, so maybe he just uses it, ends up throwing this game away. And then on the backside, you have Cliffside and 4 lakes with Byzantines, Japanese, and Mongols. So you can go Japanese on 4 lakes, and then you can go Byzantines on Cliffside, or Mongols, I guess, but Byzantines probably on Cliffside, and then you have some pretty good matchups, pretty favorable stuff going forward. So who knows? Maybe for Scatterbrain, he's playing the long game and Baltun gets on the board, or this ends up being a Tuna reverse sweep and changing the tide, pun very much intended.
I love the fact that you called it a Tuna reverse sweep, because honestly, I would love to see that from Mr. Baltun. Baltun, he's a young up-and-coming player that I think a lot of people are excited about, and me included. I think he's a very talented player who definitely has a lot to show, and many people need to see exactly what it's like to come back from behind. Most of our top players, like Puppy Paw, Wham, Marine Lord Beastie, they've all been down 0-2, and they've all won 3-2 in the end. So definitely not counting him out. Actually quite excited to see what the man is going to be bringing to the table. But guys, we're about to be going in, and in 5 seconds, you will be seeing some water on a map, and hopefully you guys enjoy it.
We are diving right in. Game number 3 on your monitors right now. Baltun playing as the Ayubid, spawning the north part of the map. Scatterbrained, his opponent, and on match point, playing as the Ottomans in the color yellow, spawning in the south. So obviously we're going to see dock out of both players. I think Scatterbrain already has a villager over there building. Baltun is going to be following if he has not already. And in Dark Age, usually there's just a little bit of posturing. You know, you're trying to get your fishing boats going, you're trying to get your fishing eco going to get up to feudal age. It just begs the question, who is going to get there first? And what civilization is going to get that navy ship out first? Because that's what really sets the tone.
Now, that's exactly what I'm going to be asking myself as well here, because with the Ottomans, I feel like those 3 fishing ships, they're going to pay off pretty well. With Ottomans not always going for military schools. Now, I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but an Ottoman without military schools, they still do pretty well. And I'm really excited to see what Scatterbrain does with that, because as we can see the spawn here, Baltoon does have that forward gold, but it does have, it's quite close to the TC here. The wood line also being quite exposed, the berries all the way in China, and knowing how Aeobits operates, they love a good berry stack. So these guys definitely a little bit more at risk. But the gold here on Scatterbrain's side, same thing. So I guess it depends what Baltoon is going to go for. But like you said, it's about that first military ship. So if we see a culture wing, it's not going to be a big surprise.
No, I think it'd be interesting. I kind of, to be honest, after watching Corvinus play with it in the last series, I'm kind of bought in on the culture ring. I wasn't really sure what they would do, but that's definitely a good option. Obviously, for the Ibids, you could do something like military wing as well to get a Desert Raider right out of the gate. Well, you got to wait 15 seconds, so kind of stumbles its way out of the gate, but it gets there. And then you have the ability to build a ram if you want to take down the dock. But the thing of it is, just based on the geography of the map, you know, it's very difficult to actually get over to the other person's dock unless you start transporting or pulling off some of those shenanigans. You could also go Eco Wing to get a couple free villagers. You know, starting your game off right with an economic strength, with an economic stranglehold on your opponent could prove to be worth it as well. So Baltoon does go with that culture wing. You can see the Ayubid House of Wisdom is starting to do something. Now, this is going to take a little bit less time than a minute 45 seconds, so hopefully he'll get there pretty quickly. Scatterbrain has not even hit the button yet. And Wayman is fixing her camera, so I will do an absolutely seamless transition going up with that culture ring. So while he goes up with it, right, it's going to take him a little bit of time, an extra minute before Scatterbrain does hit the button. Now, obviously, with the Ottomans, you're going to be able to put as many villagers as you want and get that build speed up a little bit quicker. Goes up with a lot of villagers on the Sultani trade network. So will he be able to get up? And this is kind of nice because you can use it as kind of a fast castle kind of thing. This is a landmark that maybe not many people see on a daily basis, but you get traders. You can put them, slap them right into that trade network, and they give you a little bit of extra gold. And it's really what's nice about it, just because even though you have traders in there, it's really not rateable gold because there's no units to go out and actually do something about it.
Now, with the Funny Trade Network, I feel like you're just allowing yourself to get this passive resource, and it's going to snowball pretty quickly. You get free gold, you get free units, and what does that equate to? But now, the wood situation here from Mr. Scatterbrain doesn't look too good, so it feels like he is just going to give up on this water, which will mean then that Baltoon might be investing on the water, and Scatterbrain is going to try and let this work for his side. So now I said this, and as I'm saying it, I see about 6 million villagers going straight towards the wood. So Scatterbrain has not given up on the wood line. He is probably going to go make a ship any moment now. And as I say that, I could be doing the caster curse upon this poor man, and we will be seeing something completely different. We just saw a lot of gold disappearing there from Mr. Scatterbrain, so this feels like a little bit of a crazy start to everything. Where did the gold go? Oh, there's a ship. Never mind. We have a ship, boys, and it's going to be a spring-old ship. Now, that's probably the only thing you can do to negate this galley that goes towards your fishing ships, but he just needs to move them as well.
Yeah, I think Scatterbrain kind of expected that to happen. And also Baltoon on the other side, very good idea going for 3 fishing boats because you could just park them into your dock any more than they end up getting destroyed. I think Scatterbrain might have had a little bit of a panic. He had his neurons in a bunch. And I think he used the Sultani Trade Network to buy wood to get that ship out as quickly as possible, and then needed gold for the spring-old ship afterwards. So, but it does go out. Obviously, that is the counter to the arrow ship, so his fish will be safe for another day and actually getting a second dock instead. So he really wants to fight on this water. He really wants to take a battle to Baltoon on the water, and Baltoon, I think, is just hanging out with 1 dock. We'll be going to Castle Age pretty shortly.
Age, I feel like Aeobids has a lot of firepower. They have a lot of choices here, right? They can just go for a Gulam. They can go for Camelonces. They can make so many things happen. While Ottomans, they do have a slow start because we talked about like that timing push that you eventually get to. But the question is he going to have time to get there? Is he going to have anything that is going to be able to carry him through to that point of the game? I think Scatterbrain is definitely going to ask himself, how do I defend this? And he's getting another ship on water as well, which means he's investing a little bit more. Scatterbrain now floating a bit of food. He's going to go for his Castle Age just after Baltoon. And that's going to be pretty good for him because he's going to be able to make units that can actually deal with what Baltoon is going to be serving.
Yeah, I mean, this one's pretty interesting as Baltoon just hit the Castle Age button. I'm curious to see what wing he's going to be going for. But, you know, when you're playing on a map like with a shared body of water, like the stuff like Holy Island comes into memory for me, where you're battling on feudal so much, where going into castle is almost like a death sentence because you probably wanted to get more navy instead. Right, so Baltoon goes up with the Castle Age pretty quickly, goes with the economic wing to get a lot of villagers to kind of stem what he might be losing on the water. And because he's able to hit that button and not have villagers actually build it, he's still going to be able to produce what he wants to with his economy. Maybe he wants to get, I don't know, he could get a Springle ship, he can get a demo ship, but it looks like based on what Baltoon is doing, he's actively choosing to not engage and will take the battle to land in castle.
And this is the smartest choice for him because he knows he'll be able to do damage. With Ottomans, you do need a little bit of time. The Mehmet Imperial Armory, it takes a while to get out that first unit, and there are no production buildings here for Mr. Scatterbrain. So he's getting a stable himself, but Camel Lancers, they should be able to get through most things that Scatterbrain can push out. Now, as I like to call it, the Odam button from Ottomans doesn't get available with the Janissaries to actually deal with that pretty early on. So he's going to have a very unique timing where he can get a lot of damage taken in that moment. Now, Baltoon here, we can see he's floating a lot of resources. He's ready for this. The moment he hits castle, he is going to be queuing up so many Camel Lancers to deal with what Scatterbrain has. And Scatterbrain just spending resources on a Sipahi means that when he does age up, he's not going to be able to queue up a Lancer to deal with this.
Yeah, and I mean, just because of going with the Camel Lancer for Baltoon, obviously for the Sipahi, or normal Knight/Lancer that the Ottoman make, you have the potential to do that little bit of unease. So now the Mangonel goes into the queue because the MIA is completed. And with that archery range going in the blacksmith, increasing the production time for the Ottomans, it looks like we're going to see a couple Janissaries popping out. So he's well aware. He sees the staples from Baltoon. He's like, hey, the only thing you could really make here is cavalry. So let's try to do something with it and add some gunpowder to take him down.
Now, Janissaries do cost quite a bit, and they are quite immobile. So losing them is going to be so damaging. And Baltoon, he might just be using this to actually gain momentum and getting those relics. We can see the dervish behind all of this, ready to go pick up some juicy relics. Now, these villagers at the front here, they do need to pull back, keeping in mind that Abitz loves them berries. They cannot let those villagers stand idly, and I don't know what the food situation is here for Mr. Baltoon, but he needs to think about this pretty quickly. That Janissary blowing the scout into the next century, but the Camel Lancers are able to get to the back here. One will go down, but the Janissaries will also be paying the price. Another one sees the Janissary and he realizes this might not be as easy, but there's 6 more in the queue. Baltoon wants to camel this up pretty quickly, but with the amount of villagers that Scatterbrain has here on gold, he knows that he might get pushed off, and he's trying to get as much as he can from this.
Yeah, I really like his transition now. You talked about the Janissary, and like it's like the stereotypical anti-cavalry unit that you want against something like a Camel Lancer, right? Because you're not on horseback, so you're not dealing with, you know, any kind of camel unease or the sort, and the amount of firepower that you're actually hit with each bullet that you fire into that camel frame. It ends up doing a devastating amount of damage. So Baltoon could be going with some archery ranges, going to be adding in some normal archers. Don't forget, the archers for Iabids or any kind of archer is going to do a little bit of bonus damage to those Janissaries. So he definitely needs that counter.
Yeah, getting the archers is going to help significantly, and they can stay in the base to wait for those Janissaries to get out of position. Those Camelances don't have a scout with them, so they don't see into those stealth forests trying to find some good damage, and Scatterbrain knows that he's going out of his base, so he needs to protect this. So at the back of his base, we see he's getting some walls so that those raids are not going to be as potent. He respects the Aeubid cancel of camel pushes that can come in there so quickly. Now 10 Janissaries on the field though, that is a very scary number.
Yeah, that is a scary number, and I think probably all 10 of them combined might be able to take down a lot of those, you know, a lot of those Camel Lancers, but those Janissaries are nowhere to be found. I think they're a little bit forward. They wanted to do some kind of damage, but they got to start walking backward. A lot of Ottoman villagers end up going down. 7 total worker kills for Baltoon. And let's see if Scatterbrain can get a little bit of a counter raid. He's got Sipahi. He's got the fortitude, making sure he can do a little bit of damage and have the increased attack speed for it. Baltoon is going to be adding some archers to try to counteract and do some damage against these Sipahi, able to repel it. So for Baltoon, I feel like he definitely won out on that battle. He got a decent amount of villagers. He's making the right units to kind of go against what Scatterbrain is doing. And now Scatterbrain has to go ahead and make some Sipahi, which against Campbell Lancers, I don't really like the look of them.
Yeah, Sipahi definitely not going to be able to handle those Camel Lancer charges, but they are going to be able to be pretty good against those archers if they manage to get on the back line here. But those Sipahi, very fast unit, very versatile to be able to use, but I don't feel like Baltoon is getting out of his base into a risky situation anytime soon. He knows that's the weakness of this map, and he has punished that already. So these camels getting back to their safe haven, they hope, because there's no scout to see where they're going. Now, I want to point out that one raid that just happened that Baltoon did on the gold, he definitely did so much damage purely because of the wall choice. The wall on the bottom side did an amazing job of clearing or ensuring that he's going to be safe. But a tiny little wall between the wood line and the gold would have changed this game completely. Instead of losing that many villagers, he might have just lost 1 or 2. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely softens the blow a little bit, right? Obviously. Now, Scatterbrain does have, in terms of armory value, you know, Scatterbrain definitely has the upper hand just because of how expensive those Janissaries are. I mean, obviously, with military schools, if he does have any, he will have the ability to make those Janissaries for free with the Vizier points that should be actually gotten from him. I know for Vizier points, he did get a couple Imams in the beginning to try to get some of those relics, and it looks like he was successful in doing so. There's 2 relics, another one on the way, so that's going to help him out. And then military schools, again, we get to this part, we get to this level of this unstoppable force because of the military schools, because of all of this stuff. Right? And then it becomes this onslaught of military force that you don't know what to deal with. Plus, now Scatterbrain gets that siege. He gets it for free, right? Those mangonels that come in, they come out entirely for free. So maybe with all of the archers that Baltoon is making, he's going to run into a problem with those mangonels.
Mangonels are just so good at dealing with these archer masses. And I feel like if Ottoman gets to the point where they're getting 19 Janissaries ready to fire at you, they're in a pretty good spot. And you see now the mech that are being clicked up as well here. This is going to provide that range defense that every army loves to have, especially when you're playing against 34 archers. So definitely a good composition here for Scatterbrain, but keeping in mind, he's still behind when thinking about these resources. You know, he does have that deep sea fish, but imagine now the difference in villagers that we're actually seeing here on land, because all those villages are on land for Baltoon. They can get different types of resources. They're not just fishing on one little pond. So Scatterbrain does get those free units. He is in an okay spot, but he still needs to take this fight well. These Camel Lances, they're so susceptible to getting one shot by these Janissaries, and luckily they move back just in time.
You know, I got to think, I mean, based on your discussion of it, I really kind of think Scatterbrain has the upper hand from an economic standpoint. I mean, you know, we talk about the villager lead for Baltoon at 59 to 48, but there's boats out there. He's got the Sultani trade network. He's got these military schools pumping out stuff. So Baltoon does have the military lead, but if he could decap a Sacred Site, this ends up going to late game, then we have a disaster for the Iobids. And that disaster comes in a giant cannon. If we see some of those great bombards happen in Imperial Age, it could be rather devastating if it ends up getting there. Now, Baltoon is going to continue to try to raid his opponent. He's got some of those Camel Lancers. He doesn't want to take a fight straight on with them just because of the amount of Janissaries that are there. So this is a really good utility out of them, just so they actually are worth some of the value that he put in.
Yeah, the Camel Lancers are so susceptible to those Janissary shots, and he knows it. He doesn't want to lose these very expensive units, and Scatterbrain's like, oh yeah, that thing about walls, I'm on it. Because the moment you let those bad boys in, they're just going to clap everything in their sights. Now, Baltoon, he is going to slowly have to start doing that film transition. We saw how many he had on wood, and we can see the food per minute. It's not looking too hot. It's on the same level as Scatterbrain. Considering that Scatterbrain has 3 units, this is not a position you want to be in, and we know exactly how much it slows down your game. Baltoon says, I'm not ready to slow down this game. We are going to be getting deer. And that is a very juicy little deer pack standing there in the middle of the map. But those villages are quite exposed if something slides into those walls.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, just getting those walls and shoring up just a little bit almost feels a little counterintuitive, just because of Scatterbrain needs to go out on the map and actually go and, try to get one of those Sacred Sites to decap it or whatever the case may be. But it's just to make sure stuff like this stops happening, where Scatterbrain is idling a lot of villagers, and those gold villagers are rather important because of the armor compensation that he is making. He was making Sipahi. He has a lot of Janissaries. If he wants to replenish that, I'm pretty sure they're 100 gold pop. So for Scatterbrain, maybe he's just waiting. He's massing up a little bit. He's trying to get to that time where that decap does happen, but it ends up being a little bit later, because for as long as the game is for the Ottomans, it keeps, all of the economic potential, it just keeps scaling upward.
Oh, the problem is this keep coming up is going to be so pivotal. Those mangonels, so important here as well. The camels there are trying to get a flank here. The Janissaries are making the most insane shots at them. Manjaniques being very intimidating, but shooting fire. Not the greatest against them units, but the camels do cause a little bit of unease, decreasing that damage, and the keep goes up. So this Sacred Site is safe for the time being. But now, like you said, the great bombards can come out here, and a great bombard with enough frontline would be quite unstoppable against a keep like that. But Baltoon knows he needs to get defenses on the other Sacred Site as well. So more mangonels coming in the queue, and he needs to get that up as quickly as possible, because these bad boys, they're going to be coming into decap. And it looks like, honestly, I don't think there's anything Baltoon can do to stop this.
Honestly, this is incredibly telling for how you play defensively in Age of Empires 4, to be honest with you, because what Baltoon does, I mean, obviously he has some spearmen for protection, he has some archers in the back line. He'll try to do some damage against those Janissaries, those flaming rocks, hitting all of those Janissaries as the Sipahi trying to get around, trying to get a little bit of a flank, more flaming rocks. If anybody has any kind of trauma from that, I would understand it. But those Janissaries are going to lose a lot of their lives. Baltoon, with a pretty impressive hold here, some of these archers will be able to make quick work of the Janissaries. He has too many mangonels for it to make a difference. And again, this is just kind of telling as Scatterbrain starts to back up a little bit. It's telling on how to play defensively at Age of Empires 4, because it seems like from what Baltoon does is you just make a bunch of mangonels. And he had more mangonels, so he ended up winning this one.
So the spring ults are desperately trying to come in forward, doing some damage, but they're barely doing anything to these spearmen. The mangonels are so far forward, and in the end, the fire shots, because of the AoE, did more than getting him to dodge those rocks that could be firing at him. And now, with 4 minutes on the clock, I don't know if there's anything Scatterbrain can pull out. Hopefully for him, he gets that Vizier point, so he's able to push back a little bit, but even then, he needs to have a front line to deal with this, and it seems like he believes he does. But this is the last moment he has to actually get set up for this. We see he's going to get that siege speed as well, and when you get your siege to move a little bit faster, they are going to be able to outdo some of the other mangonels on the other side, hopefully, for him.
Yeah, who said Byzantines didn't had all the grease, with those siege greasing those axles, making sure they can move up just a little bit quicker. Now Scatterbrain has to take some time to replenish, obviously, and then try to go in again. 4 minutes on that sacred victory. That Sapahi is going to try to play the hero and then realize that that is not a smart idea. And that's the last thing he thinks about. He goes ahead and hits the floor. So with what Scatterbrain has, because he has to break a defense, right? Because he has to do things like break all of these keeps and stone walls and all of that kind of stuff, he's the one who's got to make trebuchets. On the flip side, Baltoon obviously does not. There's no keeps up there. There's no buildings that he has to worry about. So he can put all of his wood economy into mangonels. And I think we're just going to see another situation where, because Scatterbrain is making springolds as well, Baltoon's just going to have more mangonels. And because of the Manganiques having that ability to have flaming rocks, you're absolutely right, Whammon. Just because if you have so many of them and you use the flaming rock technology, it ends up being devastating.
Yeah, the problem is there is no answer to a mangonel as we used to have before. And in this case, there's no answer to a manganique. Because you used to be able to build up an army of springolds, target fire them, but what in anyone's right mind is going to be able to get on top of those right now? The Sabahis are just going to melt. And at this point, it's starting to look like mangonels. Still pretty good. You just need to get the numbers. And the guy with the most mangonels, they win. And this has been the case for a lot of these, especially if you have a pretty good front line, like a keep in this case. So I think this is not the intention of what this patch was about. It feels like they wanted to remove the siege wars, the stalemates that kept happening, that we constantly saw. But in turn, we just turned it into a fiery fight between a bunch of mangonels at a certain point in the game.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, it's pretty theatric, that's for sure. Baltoon is, continuing to make all of those Manganiques, and we'll have probably 8 by the time this battle goes underway. And you can see what he's making. He's making predominantly spearmen. He thinks the Manganiques that he has is going to take down a lot of the Janissaries that Scatterbrain is making. So he doesn't really care, right? He's not really worried about archers, not really doing all that kind of stuff. He's got 15 to 16. He kind of thinks it's enough. Going to be trying to replace some of those stone walls with 1:40 coming in on this one. Keep trying to get repaired, but I think the trebuchets, just because of the amount of them, are going to end up taking this one down. And it looks like Baltoon really is trying to defend, and Scatterbrain really has his sights on this northern area where all the trebuchets are. But I think that western sacred site might be a little bit easier.
It might be easier, but there are so many things that you could do here that might be a little bit simpler. Just like a transport ship dropping into the base, distracting Baltoon for a few seconds. But both of these guys, they are fully focused and they know this is it. Scatterbrain, for him, this could mean qualifying. For Baltoon, this means staying alive. So I can imagine the stress from this game is absolutely insane right now. Baltoon pulling more villagers to try and repair that keep, barely staying alive, more trebuchet shots about to hit it, and this should go down. It goes down. We have 46 seconds left on the timer, but there's a lot of mangonels, and I don't know if Scatterbrain has anything to deal with this. Look at the extra walls, budget walls coming in, just wanting to cause that Sapahi pathing to be absolutely awful. So you cannot deal with the mangonels in turn.
Nope, but that's exactly what he does with those walls. He makes a little bit of a choke point. Sapahi are going to be able to try to take down that palisade wall that's over there, and we'll be efficient in doing so. But also, you're going to need to realize you got a lot of those Manganiques in the back. They're all firing on the springolds first before anything because of all the spearmen that are up there. And the springolds are going to be able to make a little bit of an alleyway, a little bit of a choke point up in this area. Sapahi trying to get around on those Manganiques, but Scatterbrain is like, yeah, there's no shot in hell we're going to be dealing with that. And we are moving on to game number 4. Baltoon is on the board, ladies and gentlemen.
Baltoon showing us that the water is where he exists best. Getting that A-bit lead with the villagers definitely skyrocketed him into a little bit of a lead. That pure raid just from the camel lancers getting on top of the goldvilles showed us how quickly a game can snowball just if you look away for 1 second. The villager count showing us you need to keep your eyes focused because, boys, this thing hits hard. Military, very much up and down. Ottomans getting those free units and not really getting the punch done as they needed. I felt like he didn't have the ability to get past Baltoon as a unit to get into the base and raid properly, even though he had a lot of those Bahis in his hands.
Well, you can't forget Wayman too. Scatterbrain had the water. I'm pretty sure he did. So he still had a little bit of those boats to kind of help in that food economy, but you're still looking at resources gathered. It just goes to show, you go to Economic Wing in Castle Age, and he had a villager lead that stayed in his favor for the majority of this game. So was the Economic Wing enough to give him enough eco? And I kind of thought for Scatterbrain, he was going to have enough resources to make a lot of units and make what he needed to do and kind of fight through it. But that ended up not being the case. And Baltoon, as the Iabids, are able to take this one down. Guys, we have our first qualifier to the main event. Mio Micah gets a 3-0 on Starlark. I do want to say a massive congratulations to Starlark, because I know a lot of people that were probably watching this didn't expect him to get through CSO and didn't expect him to be in that round of 8 for that last qualification. But he was able to do so, and congratulations to him. I hope he has another strong showing in the next EGC tournament. And always a congratulations for Mio Micah, who is going to be making that qualification. So we're dealing with the Scatterbrain and Baltoon. We still have 2 series that are left to go. I think the Avely and Corvinus series was still not started. I think it was 0-0. They might be in their first game for that matter. So we'll be checking back on them in just a little bit. Now, for our game number 4, Baltoon continuing to stay alive. And now we'll be on 4 lakes, going with Zushi's Legacy to Scatterbrain's Japan. Whammon, what are you thinking?
I am thinking Japan on Scatterbrain. Just the right amount of, I don't know, the right amount of pressure we need. Scatterbrain has looked amazing. He's been in all places at the same time. So definitely, I'm expecting that Japan play to be masterful, to actually shut down the docks, take control. But Baltoon, on the other hand, this is Zushi. Zushi is pretty okay fighting on water. And I don't know if Zushi is optimal for this map necessarily, but I do see it a lot on, massive water maps, because they do have that wood bonus or the Imperial official supervising. So I don't know what to expect from this at all. I feel like Baltoon may not have exactly wanted Zushi for this, but you need something that's good on water, and that's Zushi. So Japan has just been a clear favorite on most of these maps. But Tim, before we hop into the game, I just wanted to take a second to talk about Mio Micah, because yesterday Mio Micah lost to Corvinus 0-2. And today he destroyed everyone. That is amazing. Absolutely showing that you just need to get your head on straight, and some days you'll perform better than others. And I think that's showing exactly what's happening with a lot of these players. Sometimes you play consistently, and sometimes you lose against a plat player.
Absolutely. I'm one of those who have done that as well. Whammon, you and me both. But that's the thing. That's why you got 2 shots at it. The first one, maybe you didn't do so well. Second one, you end up turning it around, and it just goes to show the skill level of all of these players on, as an American football saying, on any given Sunday, you might be able to do it. So Scatterbrain will be trying to clinch his spot into that round, or that main event, I should say, of EGC Masters game number 4. We're diving right in a okay. Great. Okay, great.
Yes.
So Zeus, Baltoon, I try to time it. Baltoon playing as Zushi's Legacy in the color red, spawning in southeastern portion of the map. His opponent, Scatterbrained, as the Japanese up on the northwest. Now, we see Japanese played on this map over and over and over and over again. Zushi is a little bit different women of a choice. Usually we see Abyssids or Iabids or something like that, but you're absolutely right. And the intermission that we had was the wood economy for Zushi's Legacy can be pretty crazy. Remember, with this, it's not like China. So you have 5 villagers and you start with an Imperial official. And that amount of tempo to continue to get that wood economy and to get the gold through taxes might end up making Feudal Age a little bit easier for Baltoon to transition to. And we all know about Scatterbrain and the Japanese benefits getting those fishing boats a little bit cheaper.
Now, the fact that he gets those boats for cheaper is great, but getting that gold for free as well also allows you to just get ahead pretty quickly. You get the extra wood drop off, so I feel like these two civs balance each other out pretty well on water, with Japanese having a slight bit of an edge. So we see now Scatterbrain making the next boat, and usually the question is, how many boats do you make before you go feudal? And I think most players would be around 4 or 5 before they start to click that button. We see on maps with only one deep sea fish when we see 3 boats. But we'll see here what Mr. Scatterbrain does. I assume Japanese is also one where you go for the lesser. I say this and I see all those villagers just chopping at that tree. And I know this is going to be a boat shenanigan. Now, with the amount of dead deer here, we can see that Japan, they don't care about the berries today. Today is a deer day. They just want to eat as much as possible. So these Japanese villagers going to be snacking on that venison, making sure that they get that extra gather rate and get to feudal so much quicker.
Yeah, that's really heads up play because it's Japan, you know, obviously you have to get your farmhouse down somewhere and it's that food drop off. But before you get some of those wheelbarrow technologies for the Japanese, Tawara, Takazaiku, all of those, what happens is before you get those, berries are still just normal berries. So if you're not going to focus on getting those technologies, you might as well go for something else. And that's exactly what he does, going for those deer. So, and obviously pulling them will prove to be beneficial right next to that farmhouse. So maybe it propels Scatterbrain to get to feudal age just a little bit quicker. On the flip side, Zushi has the ability to get to feudal age quicker, not only with taxes and obviously that wood economy, making sure you're getting enough fishing boats, but also that it is cheaper. It is 340 food, 170 gold to go up to feudal age for the first time for Baltoon. So maybe he hits that button a little bit quicker than intended, or expected, I should say.
A Baltoon with that extra little bit of gold income from the Imperial Official does help that along. You only have to get a few on that gold, and it's only a little bit later than most. So we see now with the count here, both of these are going to be going up pretty much at the same time. Cocker Township coming out, not the biggest surprise whatsoever. And the Japanese house being built right next to those little fish on the sides, they are just going to be, it's just going to be perfect to drop off for that villager. So the villager stays in the vicinity and he can quickly get that little bit of population space that you need. But also, he's going to easily pivot to that lake on the eastern side.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the idea with the farmhouse, and this is a little bit different from what we usually see from Japanese. Obviously, you don't really see that, but we do see the cocoa. We do know those shinobi are going to be there. Now, with this meditation gardens for Baltoon, he's going to be able to get a decent amount of wood based on where it is, and obviously he gets that gold that's there. So you get a little bit of wood, get a little bit of gold. It might help you in the navy proportion if you want to put a cheeky dock out there, but also it gives you the ability, because Zushi, I always found Zushi to be a little bit more of a tempo civ than China, because a lot of those unique bonuses that China has to change dynasties to get, Zushi just gets. And the number one thing that I'm thinking about is Zugnu, right? You don't need to go to Song Dynasty to get the Zugnu. You just build an archery range and you get them. So if you're trying to deal with Shinobi, Zugnu might be a pretty good strategy to do that.
Oh, and that's exactly what he's sniffing tonight. Archery range coming out, and we know that Zushi gets those Zugnu. Instead of China needing Song Dynasty, they can just make it instantly. Now, Baltoon having a lot on wood, and he got double broadaxe. Now, with the Imperial officials supervising that, he was getting it in no time. So this is going to mean with that amount of wood, he can be pumping out any ship that he wants. But first Zugnu coming on out, and it's going straight towards that western lake. So probably going to be cleaning up that scout that was hitting it. But now we do see that dock coming up too, and that villager could be going down. But it looks like he's going to be making it out alive. So with the ship that you can be getting over here out of that dock, you're baiting a reaction from Baltoon. If you decided not to go for it, he's still going to be investing a lot more on ships. He does decide to go for it, but the Shinobi is also in the vicinity. I saw the boys sneaking around, looking at the boar. He's like, that's a nice big piece of meat.
Yeah, he thought about pulling that pork, but decided to go in the opposite direction over there on the south side. So it looks like he will be trying to torch down that dock or sabotaging it forever. that you might want to do. Just because you have 2 different shinobi, it can give you the ability to do that. Sabotage does come in, but Baltoon already has a decent sized navy here. He's got an extra ship. He's got an arrow ship and a springald ship that can prove to be favorable for him. Baltoon's villager starting to move a little bit to the north side to try to create some duress over in the Japanese food development. So the Japanese did end up going with these horsemen to try to protect the shinobi because he figured Zug knew were coming out. Honestly, for Scatterbrain, super heads-up play.
Amazing work, because getting that, you're already shutting down one Jugunu, and they're not cheap. They do cost an array of resources, but with the Meditation Gardens, they are quite a bit more official. And look at that beautiful, beautiful blink here. Villager goes down. The horseman will go down, but he'll take a victim alongside him. The scout quaking in his boots to his death. And that was a beautiful pickup here by Scatterbrain. Scatterbrain honestly showing us why he belongs in the top 16 for this tournament. So I don't know if this is going to be enough, but we'll see if that Shinobi Blink can do a bit more. I don't wonder what the cooldown is on that.
You can't sleep on those Shinobi. I mean, having the ability, obviously, to blink and do that stuff, Shunshin, is what it's called. The amount of damage that they do is absolutely insane. You know, you get them in a villager line and you're not paying attention, your whole wood line or wherever you're raiding could get decimated very quickly if you're not careful. So Baltoon making sure his Zugnu stay relatively at home while trying to get some of these docks up. And I think Scatterbrain has seen it with the military ship that's there. However, he let 2 docks go up, and that villager over there for the Japanese wasn't really doing anything about it.
Yeah, he was just fishing, looking at that beautiful little pile of fish that he could be fishing, snacking for all of the village. But he also got a dock there. Scatterbrain got a dock there on the western side. So now we're expanding towards the other lakes. 2 lakes were left untouched for quite a while. And you want to make sure that you get the most out of these lakes. And slowly expanding like this is going to allow Scatterbrain to just flood constant units. He gets another pickup, which is massive. Also, ensuring that that barracks gets shut down for a little bit. Now, he does see that dock coming out here. So he's going to know where to go next. But you can see here from Baltoon, he's forced Scatterbrain to also invest on that water. And I don't know if he's going to want to invest a lot fighting that. And we can see he's just going for the land army, Jugunu being queued up more and more, because he realizes if I just invest more into this, I'm going to end up losing a lot more on my ships.
That's the thing, too, for Baltoon, his goal is exposed, right? I mean, you're looking at the Japanese and their hoarding of resources on the top left part of your screen with about 1,000 food and about 200 gold. He's making just 1 or 2 horsemen just to keep his shinobi safe. But he will be hitting the Castle Age button quicker unless Baltoon has something to say about it. Now, both of those docks on the north side, you saw them getting sabotaged pretty frequently, you know, making sure that you can't make a boat by any extent of the imagination. So he tried to go for that little bit of a cheeky play. That's just the kind of offense and or defense that you have with those shinobi. If it's your pond, you could sabotage and make sure that they don't take them down. If it's an offensive pawn, if it's an opponent's pawn, you can make sure that you can take it and prove it to be a problem. So Baltoon had to spend a decent amount with those Zugnu in terms of defense, and he did lose a couple villagers in the process. So it goes to show, I mean, how much for those resources, how much did he really get the payoff for it? It looks like because Scatterbrain's the first one going to Castle Age, maybe not as much.
Yeah, the problem is now the gate has been suspended. It's floating high in the sky, and you can see it's already rallied right on top of that stable. And once that stable is producing, we are just going to be seeing an insane amount of samurai pressure. Baltoon does pick up a villager here as well, but those shinobis have paid off. They caused idle time. They're delaying this age up significantly. And Baltoon, even though he's going to follow suit pretty soon, look at all those villagers on gold, as Vodka was pointing out. And now, back onto food. They just want to make sure that they get all of them out there, making sure they get enough resources so those horses can start running right into the base of Baltoon. Now, with Baltoon's economy slowly closer to the base, it's going to start being exposed. And with Jugunu, they don't do too well against those mounted samurais. Floating Gate comes in, and we see, Oh my goodness. Are you seeing we get a bannerman first? Very nice.
Oh yeah, nice little bit, and it comes out very quickly, obviously because Daimyo Palace was achieved, so it's going to give you a little extra damage out of those mounted samurai. And that's why, for Baltoon, he went into the barracks just about immediately. Like, he knew the mounted samurai were coming, and obviously, you know, you don't really need to scout it to figure that out, right? I mean, obviously, it's your best unit, so you're going to be able to do something about it. Bannerman just going in by himself for the most part, taking a couple of spears while he's trying to do some raiding around this area where Baltoon is starting to get his gold. He's getting a lot of barracks. He's adding an archery range as well. Shaolin Monastery did get clicked, but it's not necessarily getting built yet. I don't know where it is or who is trying to build it. Now we have a gaggle of Zushi villagers trying to get it. So that will go up very quickly, right? He needs some of those Castle Age upgrades for the spearmen. He can add some crossbowmen as well for the mounted samurai. So Baltoon's kind of got a hold here.
Problem is that Shaolin Monastery comes up, and what's next? So, oh my goodness, I say what's next, but look at how much Scatterbrain has sacrificed already. He's lost so many of his units. They're just running straight into the spearmen, and I guess this is just the one moment of focus that you lose, and you just lost almost 800 resources right there. So this is putting him into a very weird position now, because he had this lead, he had the versatility, and he's just sacrificed so much already. Now, these guys are going to be able to flank around. They are very, very mobile, and this army from Zushi is quite slow, but they need to find some damage pretty quickly, because Zushi is just living his best life here at the back.
But, you know, Baltoon, actually, those Zug Nu ended up being, and you with those spearmen, ended up kind of being in sync, because the Zug Nu with those little bolts that are there ended up taking the top off those samurai. The deflection wasn't there, right? So the spearmen were able to get there and get a decent amount of damage. Because usually, I mean, you've mounted samurai against feudal spearmen, you have a decent amount of samurai, you could just kind of steamroll your way through it because of that deflection. Didn't really seem to be the case just because of that. Now, Castle Age spearmen do come in for Baltoon. He is getting some crossbowmen as well to kind of help him out. Maybe that tower needs a little bit of a hand cannon slit just to make sure some of those heavy units end up getting a lot of damage. Now, Scatterbrain did target the IO. That is an Imperial official down. He has collected his last tax. And that's really important because those are expensive units that come into the town center. You would rather make villagers instead of spending more on that.
And you can see how many of them are idle now. It says 21 idle, but that's a lot more. Those villagers are just pouring into the TC. And even if he loses all of these, you're still losing so many resources in idle time that it does become kind of worth it. So a few of the mounted samurais do go down, but the idle time has been immeasurable. And Scatterbrain, he has already picked up 2 relics behind this. So the Shaolin monks, they've been made, but the relics have not been secured yet. And you can see here, these mounted samurais with these small amounts of spearmen, they are pretty good at killing them. But the traits, not the most optimal. The problem is just where to now. Scatterbrain also moving out on the map a little bit. So he's going to be exposed for a little while. I just don't think Baltoon has anything he can do about that.
Yeah, I think it's kind of crazy watching those spearmen go down. I mean, they're Castle Age spearmen. Don't get me wrong. Like, the mounted samurai, they're expensive units. As far as army value goes and cost efficiency, I guess you would wager that the mounted samurai end up winning that battle. But you just don't think it's going to be that devastating, you know, for Baltoon. But now that he's got some crossbowmen in with those spearmen, any kind of deflection, it will be a decent deflection, but there's just so many hits going with them with spearmen and all that kind of stuff. So now Scatterbrain is going to make a little bit of a change. And this is something that I feel like a lot of Japanese players are doing nowadays, because you're seeing spears and you see crossbowmen up against all those mounted samurai you make. So then what do? You get a bunch of barracks and you start pumping out Ona Bugisha to slice and dice your way through those spearmen, through those crossbowmen, and they are very effective at doing so. Scatterbrain just go ahead and slap down 20 in the queue. He's got 6 out there now. I would imagine some Yoroshiru ends up in those barracks at some point or another, so he's going to be able to get those out very quickly. Baltoon's got to be thinking about what he wants to do to change it. Once he sees those Onabugisha, he's going to start to make a composition, but it's all about actually seeing them. Maybe Scatterbrain hides it.
Now, the problem is when... Oh, Scatterbrain is taking so much damage with these guys, and they're just running through the spearmen. I don't know if Scatterbrain has the ability to replace these right now. The villages that he picks up here, they are a very good pickup, but we can see they're desperately trying to wall themselves in. Very good job on the walling here. And we can see, again, a lot of idle time, but this time, I don't know if it was worth it. That this was quite an expensive raid as well, and these villages are pretty much killed in there now. I say this, and then the Bugashas are gonna run in and try and slice and dice a few of those villages that just went back thinking that they are safe.
Yeah, and let's see if Scatterbrain is able to do it, because this is going to kind of be the ball game for him. This is the tempo that he really needs. A lot of villagers from Zushi ended up going down. Economic count is obviously higher for the Japanese because of how many worker kills he had. And now that all of those Onabugisha are coming out, Baltoon's starting to make... It looks like he tried to add a couple Zugnu in, but continuing to go with the crossbowmen. Whether it's Palace Guard, whether it's Spearmen, it's going to prove to be rather difficult for you to deal with these Onabugisha. They're relatively cheap. 60 food, 20 gold. We'll be able to try to take them down. Now, a lot of spearmen are getting in on Mounted Samurai at the north part, but these crossbowmen are going to be able to make quick work of them. These Mounted Samurai and the Onabugisha are going to have to back up just because of the sheer mass that Baltoon had. Because you think the Onabugisha ends up being a good call, but I really don't think there was enough.
The Gishas, they did an amazing job at cleaning up some of those villages, but this is still quite risky here for Scatterbrain, because even though Baltoon lost a lot here, his army is quite impressive. So if he decides to move out, I think those crossbows could be quite good. The Onabugishas, though, the moment they get on top of you, that's when things start to get hairy. And I think Baltoon knows this. He's switching out to horsemen right now, and we'll see if this is going to pay off. I feel like the one thing I'm missing this game is the constant action on water. It feels like they've decided which two legs belong to them, and it is what it is. The Bugishas are a little bit out of position here, but luckily they run as fast as a Bugatti. They will get out of here mostly unscathed. We do see 4 bodies on the floor, but it is what it is. The price had to be paid.
Yeah, and those crossbowmen, it was kind of interesting because I thought Baltoon might make a little bit of a Zugnu transition, right? But those crossbowmen, I think they have enough base damage where they end up being okay against those Bugisha, and we saw how effective they were. Now, Baltoon does have +2 melee armor, which is going to be very important against those Onabugisha because of how quickly they go. Scatterbrain continuing to raid over on the side of Shaolin Monk with a little ooh over there, so those villagers end up being safe. And Scatterbrain has to back up yet again and avoid getting walled in. So overall, when it comes to army composition from Baltoon, I'm more of a fan of what he's doing. Now, Sacred Site timer is about 7 minutes and some change. Scatterbrain trying to get some defensive emplacements. Look at that with those outposts, getting some of those springolds to help out. And we're kind of reaching a similar avenue to what we saw last game, but the roles are reversed.
The problem is, I don't know if Scatterbrain can be stopped here. He's gotten so much map control. He's in a pretty good position, and him splicing off this huge amount of units here, it is not even a sacrifice if he can run those into the villages. Now, those two on stone, they're again idle, and you might lose these, but you're keeping the army of Baltoon busy. You're keeping him focused. And yes, Baltoon does have a second TC trying to catch up, but I just don't feel like the second TC is going to pay off in 6 minutes, where you have the units to be dealing with all of those towers that are getting reinforced on the left side. As we can see, those upgrades kicking in, they are going to be so hard to deal with, because those sprinkle emplacements, they are so tough, especially against your army. They're going to one-shot your crossbowmen, who are just trying to slide into the DMs and go right through the units that are slicing and dicing you. And the samurais now being added, though, I'm a little bit confused about the samurais being added. It feels like when you get the samurais against all those crossbows, you probably just get them to focus you for a little bit. But the horsemen switch up, definitely a good answer to what Baltoon has on offer. And now with the mangonel being paired there as well, the mangonel getting a good shot off on those crossbowmen, that's going to be Scatterbrain going into the tournament. And Baltoon knows how high risk this is. So I'm excited to see how Baltoon plays this. This is going to be so important. He gets Grenadiers at the same time. He gets Siege Engineering behind this. He knows he's going to need to fight those towers. So Baltoon is going to need to make sure that he micros this perfectly.
So there is a little bit of a deviation as to what we saw last game, as you're talking about him bolstering up the defenses that Scatterbrain is doing, and he's making a bunch of outposts. But that's the thing. That's what he's making. He's making outposts. Japanese don't get castles. They get castles, not keeps. They don't get them until Imperial Age. So you don't have this giant structure that you have to treb through. You can get 1 or 2 trebs and take down an outpost pretty easily, whether it's fortified or otherwise, right? So that could be an avenue that Baltoon wants to go instead. Maybe get 1 or 2, or keep going on the Mangonel train, because Scatterbrain already has 2 Mangonels. Baltoon, it might behoove him to get some siege for himself. Now, military count ends up a little bit in favor of Scatterbrain, but army value, just because of the Lancers from Baltoon, ends up being a little higher. And what I'm seeing, based on the amount of and the composition of units I'm seeing from Scatterbrain, he's got some Onobugisha, he's got some Samurai, a little bit of Horsemen. I'm not seeing any Spears or Crossbowmen here.
Now, the problem is with this composition, I don't know if we're just heading towards the same path we saw in the previous one, or we're just going to get a bunch of Mangonels that end up being stacked up. But luckily, they've steered away from that mostly, but the Springolds get queued up more from Scatterbrain. These pro players, they are fully committed to these Springolds. They know something that we don't. And I think everybody in Twitch chat has been asking themselves, what have those Springolds been doing? And we're about to find out. The keeps, like you said, they're not there. These towers are quite squishy. The villages are a little bit exposed.
And it looks like that siege might be a little bit exposed as well. I don't know where Scatterbrain is in terms of his army, but that could be colossal. Mangonels are all going down. That's what really was going to keep you into this game. Springolds from those towers, firing those bolts as fast as they can. Grenadier is going to be able to get some decent AoE damage. And again, there really isn't anything to deal with or deal with effectively a lot of the Lancers that are here. You have Grenadiers and Crossbowmen making a good job. Some Springolds are coming out on the western side to try to do something against a lot of those units. But that Mangonels and that siege that was caught there at the choke point was pivotal. And I think Baltoon wins this game as a result.
Yeah, the problem is coming back from this is going to be so difficult. Doesn't matter which side you are on, because you just lost so much. We see the Springolds, they're just firing as much as they can, but it just doesn't feel like they are having that impact that Scatterbrain believed they would have here. These Samurais slicing and dicing as much as they can. And now Baltoon winning this fight, sure. Now the question is he going to be able to continue this push? Because it does feel like he's struggling with some resources here too. And Scatterbrain, even though he didn't win this, he's still got those towers, and the Sacred Side timer is still ticking. So he's still going to be able to hold these off with a little bit of time. Baltoon now 92 vils. His economy is looking great. We can see both of these players at about 1.5k food per minute, so they're going to keep pumping out units. And you can see they're spending every last bit they can. And now the Rams are joining the party. Scatterbrain's not ready to give up. Look at those Samurais being queued up. But 17 crossbowmen, that's going to have.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be the kicker, Whammon. I mean, he's continuing to make Samurai in a time where Baltoon has a lot of Knights and Crossbowmen, which are basically the 2 things that I would want to have going against Samurai. So that's going to prove to be a little difficult. He makes a couple Rams just to make sure that you're able to take down some of those outposts. And the best thing about those Rams, if they don't get taken down by Mangonels, Onobugisha, or whatever, as long as they sit there in the Sacred Site, the timer gets stopped. So we'll see if he's going to be able to do that. 1 Ram, 2 Ram going into that fortified outpost. The timer has stopped at 1:50 seconds. And again, reproducing this army. Scatterbrain didn't have it, and Baltoon did. Grenadiers coming in, taking off the deflection of those Samurai, which proved to be an amazing choice, as the Samurai end up getting rocked. Those Lancers getting in on those Mangonels, starting to take them down as well. Military count for Baltoon, 50 to Scatterbrain's 12. So you talked about reproducing this army, or lack thereof. Scatterbrain is the one who can't do it, and this Sacred Site's going to get taken.
And that just shows the difference between having a keep and having these reinforced towers. They were target firing these units, but they are just not as durable. So beautiful, beautiful play here by Baltoon. He waited until the latest possible moment when he got that advantage. And Baltoon, honestly, could this be the ultimate reverse sweep we're seeing here from Balchad?
Now, don't get me wrong, this game is not over. You know, Baltoon might have a little bit of eco lead. You know, obviously he has a little bit of military right now, but we'll see if Baltoon, there is a potential for a little bit of overextension if he doesn't really see where he is in terms of game sense and where he is in the game. So he's doing a really good job of cherry picking off a lot of these individual units, and we're going to see if he's able to actually do damage to eco, if he's really able to put that exclamation point onto this game. Now Baltoon is coming up here. Rams taking down those outposts. He's trying to find villagers to kill and does so effectively now with Scatterbrain at almost a 30 villager deficit. The Scatterbrain's going to be tough for him to master and muster up that infantry that he needs. Although for infantry, I really think, you know, I'm not sure how effective it's going to be.
Now my question is just, is Scatterbrain going to try and keep holding on for a little bit more, or is he ready to go into the final game? And honestly, I think even I have underestimated the power of Baltoon and his ability to outlast, thinking that Baltoon might tilt himself, but no, the man does not. Baltoon constantly raining. Look at how he's shutting every pot down. He took some damage, he came back from it, and those horses are doing work against these villagers. At the front here, the crossbows are doing their best, but they're just not able to clean these up just yet. The Bugattis slicing through everything they can, but is Scatterbrain going to be able to find that answer? Oh, there's just so many dead villagers. Baltoon, stop! They're already dead.
This is a massacre. Like, that's devastating. You know, I mean, yeah, something army composition, but now Baltoon has double the villagers just because of all of the raids that were able to do it. And it's one of those situations, I don't know, if I'm Scatterbrain, I see that gold mine and half those villagers go down, I'm like, okay, like let's just get out of here. But he does, because this is his match point and will continue to be for game number 5. He wants to try to give it all he's got, you know, and make sure, even though the Sacred Site got decapped and it looks like he's trying to recapture it, he's still going to try to get the win out of this game because, again, this is what gets you into the main event. So make sure that you have a 0% chance before conceding. And it looks like Scatterbrain is doing just that, adding in some mounted samurai. A lot of these grenadiers, the amount of damage that they're doing, I mean, I get it against the infantry because they don't have a lot of health, but they are rather impressive, and they are impressing me. They're one of the reasons why, just with Zushi's grenadiers, or just multiple units in general, one of the reasons why I think an infantry civ like Japan is kind of in a bad place right now, because there's so many things to deal with them.
Understood that grenadiers were this good. And finally, you can actually see the power they have. And I think if you factor into the damage into what they did in those previous fights as well, especially with those masses, they definitely showed their value. Baltoon now putting the keep down, and Baltoon, he's decided he wants to be more aggressive. He wants to end this game. He's got enough vills. He knows he's killed about 600 of Scatterbrain's villagers, and he's ready for more. We can see that TC was firing rockets. It was wonderful, but it's not going to be enough. Unless you fire multiple rockets at once, you are not going to be able to stop this. And the villagers get pulled back. He doesn't want to lose any of them, even though he's this far ahead. With that keep being placed down here, it's going to be so hard for Scatterbrain to answer to this, because he doesn't have the resources to get something to break this down. It's just going to be at the front of his base, and it's going to be a destruction on anything that pops out of that TC. Or out of the production building.
And that's the thing. I mean, it was a Chinese or a Chinese variant keep, so that those villagers build super, super quick. So getting that thing up was more of an inevitability than an actual question. That thing, no matter how much army Scatterbrain had, I think that keep was going up whether he liked it or not. So continuing on the Grenadiers, he obviously has the economy to do so. You can see how much food he's getting per minute, and he even has villagers on food, which is going to prove to be a benefit for him. Now, that Baltoon has some of this map control. Again, with these roles getting reversed, does he try to get a Sacred Site victory or something like that? Scatterbrain does have both of them, but a decap can happen quickly. It looks like Baltoon is going to on that southwestern one, and it looks like he might be going for the other one too.
Oh, and he's going for more villagers. Guys, I want us to take a moment of silence for all these dead villagers that have gone down in honor of Scatterbrain trying to qualify for this event. They fought bravely. They've chopped a lot of wood. And now, apparently, these lancers are going to try their best to burn down rock-hard steel. Eventually, it does pay off, though, but the villagers from Baltoon, they want to pay their respects as well. And they're moving across the map, probably about to pull some shenanigans that none of us are ready for, or just being sacrificed to the cause of Deadvilles. Never mind, there's a keep coming, and Scatterbrain's call is about to be shut down. Another moment of silence for all the dead villagers, victims of the keep.
And again, you think that that thing is not going to go up, you're out of your mind. Another outpost ends up going down. Grenadier going to make quick work of that. Scatterbrain backing up yet again. Four Lakes is a rather tricky map like this because of the gold. It ends up being a little bit more forward after you get those ponds. So you get that water, and then you kind of move it into land control to get some of those other resources. Not something that Scatterbrain was able to keep because of those sacred sites. And don't look now, the Tuna has it tied.
Just like that, Tuna is showing us that he is one of the big ones. He knows how to go 0-2 and make it a maybe 3-2. He has to prove us right in one more game. We can see the economy count. Definitely, it was a battle. Baltoon was behind for a while, but that second TC that he built definitely kept him in this game. And those raids, those beautiful, beautiful raids, showed us he knows how to play the late game as well. Military count as well. Scatterbrain, he hit a peak and he sacrificed so many of these. That pivotal fight under the towers just did not go his way. And this leads me to asking the question again. The Springles, are they really worth it? Because every single time we see someone making these Springles, they haven't showed any difference in these fights. And I don't know if this is just a firing problem with some of them, or with the angle that sometimes doesn't go right. But the Springles, it leaves a big question mark. Look at all those resources. Dead even. That is crazy. Baltoon using resources wisely.
You know, like, don't get me wrong. I kind of, when we were talking about Springles, like, we did see the first game that we saw them. It was Corvinus playing as Roos. And obviously, you know, the Springles ended up becoming pretty superior because there wasn't really many units to try to take down those mangonels, number one. Number two, he had about 15 of them. So I feel like if you make 15 of any siege apparatus, you're probably going to end up doing pretty good, you know? So I don't know if that necessarily shows the pound for pound kind of strength of the Springald, or just that the fact that you had 1 million of them ends up being the damage dealer. So the other Springald games that we saw didn't prove to be as effective. So again, I'm not sold. I'm not making a Springald in any of my games, and I encourage anybody who matches up with me on the ladder to make Springalds because I need elo. Now, going into game number 5 here, this is match point for both players, Baltoon and Scatterbrain. It's going to be English. For Baltoon, it's going to be Byzantines. For Scatterbrain, it's going to be a good one.
I am so excited about seeing this on Cliffside, because if there's one thing we know about Cliffside is English is a nightmare. We've all played against longbows. Now, I know we haven't seen longbows for a while, but the pro players have whipped them out when they are on a small map. And Cliffside, you do have that problem when you're playing Byzantines, where you are so susceptible to that first push that comes out. I just don't know if it's going to hit the same way as it used to. So Baltoon playing my favorite civilization in this world, English, and Scatterbrain on Byzantines. I mean, I'm rooting for both these civilizations, which is a really big problem, but I'm so scared for Byzantines based on the choices of English. Byzantines has a really strong mid game, and I feel like they can overwhelm English quite quickly, but only if English gives them that time. And I don't know if Baltoon is the kind of guy who will give you the time.
Yeah, I mean, there might be some potential for Baltoon to do a little bit of, or Scatterbrain, I should say, excuse me, doing a little bit of feudal age shenanigans, right? For the Byzantines, they can get up in feudal a little bit quicker. Not sure what Baltoon wants to do. I mean, we all know for the English, something that's been a thorn in my side over the past, I don't know, 3 years is English existing, but all going with the normal build that they have been going, and that's 2TC Abbey of Kings. Is Byzantines going to have the firepower to stop it? Is there going to be some feudal age? Is there going to be some gulping? Is there going to be, there can be there could be a number of things that end up happening. I'm not saying what's good. I'm not saying what's bad. I'm just giving you all the options. And ladies and gentlemen, you can make your assumption as to what you want to do. But I do know whoever wins this game is going to be at one of the last spots in the main event. So they are leaving it all on the battlefield here.
What's pretty crazy to me is that Anatan, also from Belarus, has been growing in these last few months insanely well. This man has been performing so well. And now his brother in arms, Scatterbrain, is next on this list. And to me, that is just fantastic to see two players from a very, very small region actually do so well. We know that these regions have their own tournaments as well, the CIS tournaments. And they definitely have been very active over there. So amazing work by both of these players. And I'm glad to see that we see two players coming both from a very underdeveloped region that they're doing pretty well in.
Yeah, I mean, teamwork makes the dream work, right? You get probably both of these players do a lot of custom games with one another, and that's part of what makes a good team. You genuinely want the other person to be successful. And let's see if Scatterbrain can end up being successful in this game number 5. I'm ready to jump in. Wham, and you ready?
I am ready, and I'm ready to see it on Cliffside. Hell yeah, brother.
All right, we're diving right in. Our pivotal match point game number 5. Baltoon playing as the English. Spawning in the north, playing as the color red. Scatterbrain is his opponent, playing as the Byzantines in the color blue. Now, I will say, for Scatterbrain, pretty nice spawn here. He's got some gold in the back. He's got some berries in the back. That's pretty helpful for him. Baltoon playing English. You'll have to correct me if I'm wrong, but it feels like it doesn't matter what his spawn is because he makes farms anyway.
That's actually quite interesting. We've only seen from the last few games that last few rounds that I've watched, 2 players make those 2 early farms. And usually this is when they go longbows, or just for a 1 TC King play. So it's a very slippery slope of what could actually be happening here, but we only see 2 on gold. We know that's when they pull it off a little bit earlier. And I'm excited to see what the decision is going to be here, specifically because of the spawn that you mentioned. So Scatterbrain, he's got that wood line at the back there. Beautiful. The gold right next to it. And the berries that will just complement it so dearly. So longbows have to travel an extra few steps to get to this juicy region at the back. Now the question is just, is he spicy enough to go for longbows on this map? But Scatterbrain already pretty close to kicking up, and I'm expecting to see a little bit of just a winery, no crazy hippodrome plays. We are not sitting here in a gulping region. I don't believe any of these players are gulpers. We do not gulp in this community, Tim. I don't know what we're doing there in Conk 1, but gulping is a very, very tough thing to pull off at these high levels. Because if it doesn't pay off, woo!
See, but that's the thing, Wayman. I love to gulp.
I know you do.
I love to gulp.
You want to gulp, Tim?
Sorry. The Baltoon on the other side, yeah, I got a little bit excited. Baltoon on the other side, not going with the Abbey of the Kings, and is going to be going with the Council Hall. So he does want to get aggressive. He wants to end this game quick. He wants to end this game before the Byzantines can get their feet out from under them. And I mean, for Longbowmen, it is difficult for Byzantines to kind of deal with. You know, they get their mercenary house, which is great. They can get javelin throwers if they want to, which is also great. But you're going to need a couple of minutes on those berry patches to actually get the javelin throwers necessary, right? With those Council Hall units, those Longbowmen that come out pretty quickly, you might be able to do some damage. Now, Scatterbrain already has an outpost and is starting to build it where that winery is. And the reason why you're laughing, Whammon, is because where those Longbowmen go, that outpost isn't going to be in range.
Exactly. The outpost is there to protect a very, very small region. But the longbows, they have legs. 2 of them, in fact. Now, guys, I don't know if any of you in the chat have 2 legs, but they're quite mobile. So when using both of these legs, you can see how easily they would be able to pivot between those 2 wood lines, get around the wood line. And with the longbow opening, we know this is going to be a tough thing to deal with. Baltoon just timing it perfectly so we have just enough wood to queue up that first one the moment he ages up. And now we can definitely see this is going to be a tough thing for Scatterbrain to deal with, but he respects this. Most people do, because they know the power of the civilization. Now, opening with the stable, very important play here, and it might keep him alive if Baltoon takes long enough to get there.
Yeah, this is kind of interesting as far as Byzantine's macro is concerned. They want to, obviously with that winery, they want to gather a lot of berries. And you see how many villagers are on berries because you need that oil. So you end up having a little bit of a surplus of food a little bit later. It's something that I've come to realize playing Byzantines. And a lot of their units that you want to make, the horseman being 100 food, the Limitine being more food than the average spearman is, you have the ability to kind of macro yourself perfectly to get the oil and get enough units to make sure you're safe. Now, Baltoon, he must have scouted that stable and seen where the stable is. So he's going to back up with some of those longbowmen. Hopefully you get a barracks out to try to get some spears if you're going to continue to remain offensive, and that's what he does. He does have one in the queue and does a very particular thing that if you are playing English in lower elos, and I know most of you are, you sicken me, but you do. The spearman, you got to make sure if you're getting a group of longbowmen out there, bring a spearman with it because horsemen can really pick off those reinforcements rather quickly. So having those longbowmen just out in harm's way could prove to be devastating and really stop your snowball.
The problem is, I don't know if Scatterbrain is going to let Baltoon just sit in his base and keep making longbows. I feel like he's the kind of guy who would actually do something with this. And as I say this, look at how 4 longbows are going to try to take these on with 1 singular spearman. This is so risky, but Scatterbrain does not want to take that risk. He realizes, I'm going to just pull back. And behind this, my question is, what does Scatterbrain do now? Because now these longbows on your base, you have a singular spearman, and I'm not really sure what Scatterbrain's plan is here. He's pulled off of gold as well. He realizes, I just don't have the ability to. And this is now the weak point for English, where you pick off their reinforcements. And I feel like this is the only thing that Scatterbrain can do. And at the same time, as I say that, he's not producing anything. So I don't really know what the answer is here for Mr. Scatterbrain. He's as confused as I am, I think.
Well, you know, Baltoon's doing a good job of keeping the spearmen with longbow groups, which is important. That wood line gets compromised on the eastern side because the longbowmen shoot from another dimension. Goes with the western mercenary contract, which means he will be able to get his own longbows. And he's thinking, hey, if I'm dealing with longbows with that kind of range, I'm probably going to need some of my own range to take care of this, so that's what he's going for. He won't necessarily have as many longbowmen, obviously, just because it's a mercenary contract and he doesn't have the council hall, but it could definitely be advantageous to him to continue to stay defensive. He has a lot of food in the bank. He's got about 600. His gold has been compromised just for the time being, but hopefully he gets back to it at some point because maybe he's thinking Castle Age is what's going to save him.
The problem is Castle Age is not necessarily going to give you any units that can deal with what English has on offer. When you have this many longbows, you can take on a men-at-arm, you can take on a knight or a cataphract in this case. And Baltoon, behind this, he's just getting his farms ready, making more longbows, making singular spearmen by singular spearmen, and Scatterbrain, is about to get a little scout for snacking. Ooh,
and that one might go down. It looks like the longbowman will provide some reinforcement along with the spearman as well. So the scout's going to provide a little bit of vision to kind of help you out. Scatterbrain already lost, it looks like, 1 villager and trying not to lose more. But I don't think it's necessarily the villagers that you lose. It's the villagers that you're idling. And getting those longbowmen back and forth, making them pull off of that wood line over and over and over again. It just means wood that you're not getting. You know, you're going to run out of safe food at some point. You're going to need olive groves. You might not have the wood to do it. So he has a lot of food, which is great, but he's going to need a decent amount of wood, not only to continue with horsemen, but to continue to have safe food over the long run.
Point out is the fact that Baltoon is actually behind a villager. And 1.5, I would say. And this might just be because he was so focused on making these longbows. I don't know if the TC was idle in this case, but this is a very sticky situation to be in because you're supposed to be the one doing damage and you're supposed to be ahead. And these guys, while doing well, he needs to be very, very careful here because Byzantines does have that strong economy that can spiral pretty quickly. Now, Scatterbrain, he's floating a lot of resources, and I don't think he knows how he's going to catch up with these either. You can see all those villages now back onto the wood line, but the food has just run out. And there's no berries this man can go on that's safe from the English push.
Yeah, and I mean, he does have those backberries that he's trying to wall. He's got a couple of villagers going to be able to do that. But because Baltoon scouted this, you're probably going to be able to see this. And he did scout it, so he's going to be able to see it. Hopefully try to stay in ground where that scout is to make sure those walls don't get replaced. But the thing of it is, where those walls are, the longbowmen can just shoot over them. And that's exactly what's going to happen. The longbowmen just shoot right over one of the most annoying units that we have, just because of you need to put that wall so far out there to make sure that those berries were safe. They are not going to be safe. Scatterbrain does not have safe food now, and I know he's got about 1,000, 1,100, but give it about 1.5 to 2 minutes, and then we're going to see it completely bottom out.
And just like that, you can also see the longbows off switching around, and Scatterbrain knows he's not going to be able to do any damage here. He's trying to get some damage done with those horses on the tower, and the longbows are just going to run around and do the same thing again. Now, in the outpost, he might find some willing or unwilling victims inside, but Scatterbrain is definitely on the back foot here, and we can see now 220 wood. He's spending every single bit that he has, and he's just running the villages back and forth to try and stay alive. Longbows are about to pivot yet again and snack on another 2 or 3 of these.
Yeah, because that's the thing. What do you have? He's doing perfect display of micro. Baltoon is against a lot of these horsemen that are there. Longbowmen are targeting the longbowmen of Scatterbrain. There are not that many there, so they're not going to be able to one-tap spearmen. Longbowmen end up going down. Now there's nothing for these spearmen. And look at what those spearmen are doing. They're just right next to the longbowmen. They're not getting crazy. They're not moving around. They're not trying to do any damage. They just got to make sure that the longbowmen are alive. And they're playing the perfect defensive role in making sure that horsemen don't get a surround or anything of the sort. So, with that, Baltoon has a military lead of 31-14. Decent amount of spearmen, decent amount of longbowmen. And Scatterbrain is literally scattered. He's running all over the place trying to figure out what the hell to do. And to be honest, Wayman, I don't really have a good suggestion for him.
And you can see he's trying to find the answer in the gold, and he's chopping as much as he can. And the longbows now getting their ranged defense as well. So they're just going to be an extra load of spicy as they move forward. We can see here another tower being put down a little bit closer this time. And the scout does get picked off. And Scatterbrain still ahead in villages, though. The idle time from the TC showing. But keeping in mind, these villages he might be ahead in. But most of those were idle. So that's why we're seeing such a heavy control here from Baltoon. Currently 10 villages idle in his base. He's rerouting those bad boys onto the next part. But Scatterbrain knows he's not going to get gold for too long. So he tries to get as much as he can and backs right off.
Yeah, but look at, wait a minute, look at his food per minute. 2 minutes elapsed, and now he's on 0 food per minute. Those berries aren't safe because that wall's not good. He had to get a lot of gold to try to use a market to try to get something. Now he's going out to where those deer are a little bit on the western side of his base. If Baltoon scouts that, that is your ball game. He doesn't have the wood to make outposts. So if he does make outposts, it probably won't end up being enough. Scatterbrain is trying to pick off some of the reinforcements. He's split the English army into 2 separate areas with a military count of 40-27. Maybe if you're going to be able to isolate one pack and make archers for yourself, as Scatterbrain is doing, that might be enough to try to tap some of those spearmen down, and it ends up becoming devastating. Let's see. This is Scatterbrain's time. He's got to make sure that he does something good in this fight, in this engagement, if he wants to take it. The spearmen are creating a choke around those longbowmen, but the horsemen are going to ride right past them. Archers from Scatterbrain trying to do the best they can at microing and trying to hit every individual spearman, and it looks like they will be successful in doing that. The military count now 29-18, so it's kind of going a little bit more in favor of Scatterbrain, but was that enough to hold?
Now, I just have a big question. What happened to all those villages? Because all of a sudden, Scatterbrain Scatterbrain lost a lot there, and even though I felt like this was the moment he could come back, I feel like a few of his villagers just disappeared, and these guys are about to disappear as well. A boar joining the fight. The horse is going to try to get this done too, but the longbows are just so spicy. They have upgrades. They have everything. They're just going to one-tap anything that looks at them even remotely funny.
Yep, that's a lot of food left on the table. He tried to pull, well, Baltoon pulled the pork actually against some of those villagers, but obviously not effective. Now, for Scatterbrain, where the hell are you gonna go now? I'm just kind of like brainstorming with him, you know, trying to figure out where to go. You know, you might want to use, you know, whatever, some kind of other resource and use the market maybe, but you want to get horsemen and they're super food heavy and you have no access to safe food. Now he goes back to those berries down the south side, which is obviously going to be advantageous because the olive oil, he does have a cistern there as well. So really taking advantage of some of the mobility or lack thereof of Baltoon just because of the spearmen and longbowmen. But it's going to make all of those villagers just continue to move over and over and over again. Now the spearmen get over there, the longbowmen get over there, and these villagers have to run away again. And it looks like for these spearmen, they're going to end up trying to take down that palisade wall. It will prove to be effective. It looks like he's going to continue to get on this berry patch and do the best he can. Longbowmen are going to be able to, just because of the range, might be able to outrange some of those archers. More villagers end up going down for Scatterbrain. It's villager after villager. That's 15, 16 total that Baltoon tried to take down. And honestly, I don't even care if he wins this fight. I think he's done enough economic damage to make that much of an impact. Baltoon got to pull those spearmen back up to the front line. Longbowmen trying to pick off some of those Byzantine archers. And I think there might have been enough. It might prove to be effective. He does not have that one-tap ability. Those horsemen are going to go down rather quickly. Now Scatterbrain has a military mass of 6.
And Scatterbrain honestly put up an amazing fight. He definitely showed us that he's not a player to be discounted whatsoever. A man whose name has not shown up too much is definitely showing us that there is some raw talent here, taking down the likes of Baltoon for 2 games. But now, you know, when the villagers are pulled to fight this, the poor spearmen being intimidated, the longbows running through the tower, you know, the writings in the deer corpses lying everywhere, the villagers running for their lives. Scatterbrain does not want to call it just yet, but he knows what's coming. And those villagers running for their lives, they know too.
And you know, I mean, for Scatterbrain in his perspective right now, obviously he doesn't have the army to continue to actually try to take this fight, right? So you're really thinking about, okay, I lost a decent amount of villagers. You might be thinking about counter raiding. Good luck. You're not going to be able to do that because throughout all of this, Baltoon has maintained tempo, maintained an elevated military count, maintained that lead. Where on the back end, he has 3 full sets of farms. So if you want to raid him, that's not going to happen. And if you do, that town bell will ring a ding-ding in his ear so he will know what's going on. Now Baltoon going to be adding some men-at-arms as well. With that, just to create a little bit of, you know, defensive hold, a little bit of armor around a lot of the archers, the longbowmen that are going on for Scatterbrain. As you can see, Baltoon's base right now at about 1,000 food per minute. And this might be the time, if he wants to keep making army, that's fine. He might be able to continue to make army while going up to Castle Age at the same time. And that's your dagger.
Now, with that amount of units streaming towards the villages on the deer, Scatterbrain must know that this is it. He's still making units. He's still trying his best. He's got a few on gold as well. But the longbows are enough to target fire these horses even. So the villagers go down. The horses are going to go down, even to just the longbows. And this is going to be so tough for Scatterbrain. Because he knows he's given this his all. The spearmen are brave enough to go fight the tower. They're burning it down. The longbows are going to just be there for protection, standing around, causing more idle time on the villagers, and Scatterbrain is spending everything on his horsemen. But seeing those men-at-arms in the pack, you know that this is going to be tough to deal with. Because you've got archers, you've got longbows, but you don't have enough of either.
Well, that's the thing with this, like with the Byzantines and the kit that they have in feudal. right? I mean, obviously you can go for a different contract and go for javelin throwers. Begs the question if he'd have enough javelin throwers to actually make an impact. So he tried to go for longbowmen to try to take down spearmen and kind of rely on the horsemen. But the thing of it is, for Byzantines, you know, they're still feudal horsemen. They're still just normal horsemen. So are they going to have the tack, the strength to kind of take down a lot of these longbowmen? Probably not, because of how average they end up being. Now, Baltoon is going to continue to bolster with these. Obviously, the horsemen did a good job getting around to those longbowmen. Not enough longbowmen, or not enough horsemen, I should say, for that to matter. And the tuna reverse sweeping. Getting a 3-2 victory over the Scatterbrained. And, you know, we really thought that Scatterbrain was going to take this series. Not so fast, my friend. Baltoon ended up pulling off 3 straight and making his way to the main event. So hearty congratulations to him. Also, a hearty congratulations to Scatterbrain, because he was 1 game away from that main event. Couldn't quite clutch it, but I hope that he's tremendously proud of his performance, as Anatan and the rest of the Belarusian community are as well.
Scatterbrain, next essay tournament, we'll be seeing you there at the top. This man, definitely, he can see what he's been able to do. And I don't know where he's practicing, probably a lot of customs, but we're going to be seeing this man's name pop up yet again. If Anatan could do it, I think Scatterbrain could be next. Baltoon, definitely a really amazing job at just keeping a cool head in all of this. You can see here the military count, he was always ahead. He lost that fight and it got pretty close. But that's just the power of already doing so much damage. So Baltoon showing us exactly how to pressure your opponent with English, and it is okay to make a council hall on cliffside against Byzantines. Don't look at just the king. There are other things to take on.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of talked about the 2 TC, Abbey, Kings, blah, 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 all that kind of build, but, you know, kind of a bait. You went for the council hall. Instead, could beg the question, maybe a hippodrome could have been more effective, where you get a little bit of a triumph ability. Might be one of the rare cases that it ends up being viable. But I'm sure both these players will be watching that film back, trying to figure out what they could do as Baltoon gets prepared for that main event that is happening next weekend. I believe, Whammon, we've been at this for about 6.5 hours, and might I say, it is my distinct pleasure to share the casting booth with you, one of my best friends in the AoE4 scene. It's always nice to talk to you.
And Tim, you know exactly how I feel about that as well. I'll see you on ladder and we'll sort it out there. No, guys, it was an absolute pleasure to be over here and join this cast of EGC to make sure that we show you the best of the best qualifiers with the legendary 10 for Tim. And thank you guys for joining and watching these guys be so dominant. We're going to be heading over to Crackety's stream now, where he is actually casting Muhudo against Lash. Muhudo, new name, just like Scatterbrain in these tournaments. And let's see if he can take down a German legend like Lash already for the qualification match in here. So guys, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you soon. Next weekend, same place, same time.
Be here. Goodbye.